to welcome our president by offering, or in a traditional way, by offering a flower bouquet. Please, Nirmal. Nirmal, also a flower bouquet to Professor Oya Rai. Now a flower bouquet to President-elect Chinmay Debnath. Now I would request Dr. Hemant Thackeray, President, Institution of Engineers, and also the Chairman of IMC FIB, for his welcome address.
A very good morning to you all. Dr. Akio Kasaga, President FIB, the chief guest of today's function. The guest of honor, Dr. David Fernandez, Honoraris Secretary General FIB. Our esteemed invited speakers from Japan, Austria, and Norway. Distinguished and accomplished academicians and scientists from IIT ISM Dhanbad, CSIR, Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee, and CSIR Structural Engineering Research Center, SERC, Chennai. A very and healthy welcome to you all for joining us today virtually and in person for celebrating the FIB Day 2022 here at Kolkata. I would also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to past President R.P. Gupta ji, Ashok Basaji, Navin Bhai Vasaya ji, President-elect Chinmay Debnath ji, Vice President V.B. Singh ji, my co-chairman FIB, Sisirda, council members, members of FIB, Secretary General Ajay Kumar Ray ji, Amitabh Ghoshal ji, Nirmal Das, Chairman of West Bengal State Center, committee members of West Bengal State Center, IAS staff, for finding out their time from their busy schedule and making themselves available for this important event. India has been a member country of the FIB since inception, and it is represented by the Institution of Engineers India in the form of Indian National Member Group. With an objective of looking after its role and functions in the FIB, IIA has constituted the Indian Member Committee of the FIB, that is IMC FIB. This 2022 edition of FIB Days is being organized here at Kolkata, the city of joy, for the first time in hybrid mode, for facilitating international participation with the objective of sharing the outcome of FIB Congress 2022 held in Oslo, Norway, with the engineering community of our country. In view of the growth that the concrete sector in India has been undergoing, and also the large share it claims in the international concrete industry, it is important for the Indian National Member Group to reaffirm its role in FIB. Towards this end, the IIA delegation presented before the international community a national report compiled and prepared by IMC FIB at the 6th FIB International Congress on 16th of June 2022, which has been widely acclaimed and appreciated. The report has been prepared by compiling information on remarkable concrete structures completed in India during the last 4 years, with inputs from major construction industries, some of whom will be presenting their work today during the technical session that would follow. It is my conviction that the hosting of FIB Days 2022 here at Kolkata in presence of such large number of professionals in the field of structural engineering and concrete and from the construction sector is a prelude to many more of such activities. I wish the event all the success and thanking you once again, you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thackeray, for your very brief and very important welcome address. FIB, which started its journey, which has a history of 70 years, and India is a member country of FIB. Now, I would request Shishir Kumar Banerjee, past president IEI and co-chairman of IMC FIB, to introduce, give a brief introduction of IMC FIB, please.
Very good morning, Honorable President, Dr. Thackeray, Professor Ajay Kumar Rai, Inaugurator, President-elect Sri Chinmay Devnath, Amitabh Ghoshal, and also our past presidents, Gupta ji, and our WFO IMC Chairman, Naveen ji, Executive Vice President of WFO, Ashok Basaji, and our honorable members of the FIB, particularly our Hegde ji, Alok Bhaumik ji, Umesh ji, Todankar ji, and also Nagraj and Suryaprakash, distinguished delegates, officials. It is really a day where we have been observing the FIB days. Now you know that FIB is a non-profit association formed by 41 national member groups in 104 countries and approximately 1,000 corporate and individual members. India has been a member of the country of the FIB since inception and is represented by the Institution of Engineers in the form of Indian National Member Group. FIB provides a platform for a comprehensive understanding of the global developments in the arena of concrete construction. Toward this end, FIB organizes International Congress every 4 years, and the 6th FIB International Congress was held during 12 to 16 June in Oslo, Norway, which was attended by the delegation from IMC FIB. FIB Congress is strongly driven by the need of sharing the innovations that can meet the global goals of sustainable society, such as energy saving, reduced emission, and efficient use of resources in construction for attaining sustainability aspects in India. Being one of the largest producers of cement and a major contributor in the arena of concrete construction, will have a crucial role to play in the days ahead, especially in its pursuit of becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat, and developments in the Indian construction sector will be closely and keenly followed by the rest of the world. Indian concrete industry is one of the largest in the world and occupies an important place in Indian economy because of its strong linkages to significant sectors such as construction, transportation, coal, and power. The growth of Indian cement industry also substantiates the growth of country's concrete sector. Since FIB Congress is hosted every 4 years, it has been a practice at IEI earlier to host the FIB days under the aegis of IMC FIB in the intermediate years in different parts of the country to bring to the fore and disseminate the outcome of the FIB Congress. With this objective in mind, the IMC FIB has planned to host FIB days in Kolkata to be followed by other FIB activities in the subsequent years at other prominent locations with the country. Dr. Akio Kasuga, we are happy that President FIB, Dr. Akio Kasuga, is present with us, and Dr. David Fernandez Orones, Secretary General, also with us. We welcome, and also they have kindly consented to be the chief guest and guest of honor respectively in the inaugural session of the program. Eminent officials, engineers, professionals, researchers from abroad and particularly different countries have expertise. There are many foreign speakers also in the field of structural concrete. They would also join the program. It is hoped that the hosting of the 5th days 2022 will provide us with an opportunity to reflect on the growth of the concrete construction sector of the country as well as our global standing. It is also expected that the outcome of the event will encourage appropriate and efficient use of concrete in the structures to be built in future. I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to IMC 5th committee member for actually organizing with a very short time. With these few words, I again conclude and namaskar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shishir Kumar Banerjee. Now I would request Mr. Amitabh Ghoshal, our very beloved Amitabh Da, who is the right person to say about relevance of national report. Please.
Many flowers. You can't see many people. Well, friends, every Congress of FIB, we have been trying to follow up with holding of FIB days for the intervening 4 years. And during the Congress, it has been the practice for the Indian IMC FIB to bring out a compendium, a volume, which reflects how much has India progressed in the field of concrete research, construction, and design. It is with this idea that we bring out a volume and present that in the Congress to the global community. Now, the opportunity of compiling the country report brings in responsibility as well. It's not easy to reflect through few projects the entire gamut of development in research, design, and construction. And therefore, I'm sorry. Not working. Okay. This is the latest report which has been prepared, which all of you will be having as a part of the sort of folder that will come as a to the delegates. It has 37 representative projects for highlighting the advancement in the Indian construction industry, which, as Mr. Banerjee had already mentioned, is the second largest in the world. We are the second largest consumer of cement and user of concrete construction. This presentation, this compendium was presented in the Oslo Congress, and the delegates who attended let us know that it was very well accepted by the global community. The diversity of Indian construction industry has been reflected in the report, and you can see the type of projects which had been covered are quite wide. It contains, out of the 37, it contains 10 bridges. Civil engineers are always partial to bridges, and 7 of them are cable supported. There are elevated road structures or viaducts, 2, concrete is being used increasingly in the highways. And there have been 4 projects on concrete construction and how fast we are able to build our highways with concrete. Metro is a phenomenon in the urban sector all over India, and very unusual structures have been coming up. 3 of them have been reflected. There are underground, there are tunnels which are coming more and more because land availability is becoming a problem, and use of concrete in tunnel and cavern has been reflected in 2 projects. There are 3 projects covering hydropower and water resources. 2 of them are for conveying water, aqueducts. Water treatment and supply, again, another important area for development. There are 2 projects reflecting that. In the power sector, 1 project reflects the use of natural drop cooling towers, very challenging structures. There are 2 sports structures. India is making its mark in the sports field, and it is natural that more and more sports structures are coming up. And one of them is the largest cricket stadium in the world. There are iconic symbolic structures, the Statue of Unity, which is the tallest structure in the world today. And of course, buildings, which covers 5 projects. So you can see that the distribution is quite across all the uses of concrete. And this report additionally contains a brief write-up on the state-of-the-art situation in the cement and concrete industry in India and the developments which has happened over the last 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitabh, for very briefly reporting a document which has immense value for all the engineers. Thank you so much. The participants are keenly waiting to know more about FIB, the International Federation of Structural Concrete. We are happy that Dr. David Fernandez Ordonez, Secretary General FIB, is here. I would invite Dr. Ordonez to introduce the FIB International. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Can you confirm that you can hear me well, please? Yes? Hello? Let me see. Okay. I am trying to see if you can hear me well. Hello? Yes? I can hear you very well, and I hope you can hear me very well. Can you confirm? I will go on with my talk. Yes? Hello? Hello? Well, I would like to, I suppose that everything is okay with the connection. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Akio? Yes, okay. So I hope that you can hear me in the room. I would like to thank first all the members of the FIB group.
Dr. David,
Yes.
Dr. David, you'll have
Please.
to unmute perhaps. Just have a
please
look at it.
unmute. Unmute, please.
No, I'm okay. I am on mute.
I think he's not able to hear. We are not.
I am on mute.
we're
Hello,
not able to hear him.
Akio, can you try to talk? Can you try to talk to see if they can hear you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Has he unmuted? Is he
Yes,
unmuted?
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I can hear David.
yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Akio. So
No,
it's
no,
it's
but
the
he is unmuted.
yes, it's their problem in the room, I think.
He's already,
Hello,
but why?
hello, hello, hello. Let me see.
It's a technical problem related. Huh?
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you.
Huh?
Okay.
I think the hybrid program, they are able to hear. We are not able to hear.
Yes,
That
we
is the
are.
system. Hybrid,
Please
the
let me
web-
know.
on the webinar mode, they are able to hear. We are not
Yes,
able to hear.
I think it's a problem with the speakers in the room.
Yeah. Now,
Now you can hear?
there it is heard, no?
Now it's fine. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think,
Can you confirm that you can hear me? Hello? I can hear you very well. I can
in
hear
the
you all
YouTube they are
very well.
hearing.
Yes, can you hear me? I keep talking to see if you can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, David, we, in the
Yes.
auditorium, we are not able to hear. We are trying to set it up, we are trying to
Okay.
correct, let's see.
Please let
On
me
the
know if
webinar, they are able to hear.
I
Yeah.
should go on, or I wait for you to solve the technical problem. I cannot. Yes, yeah, they can hear me in the hybrid mode in the Zoom room. They can hear me, but not in the room. Okay. Let's see if it's possible to have this solved. Or please let me know if I should go on so people can hear me in the hybrid mode. Yes. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm talking. See if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Okay, fine. We
Great.
can go ahead now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank in particular Dr. Takare and Mr. Banerjee for inviting us to talk in this session, even in hybrid mode. We are very happy to be here. We are very happy. We would be more happy to meet you in person. I hope that the next time that you organize these FIB days, we can organize it with some more time so we can are available to travel there and meet you all in person. I would also like to tell you that we are from the FIB International very happy to collaborate with you and to see what things that we can do together to share information, to do joint events, and to do things together. We will be happy to do that. And I would also like to say that we are really happy that the report that you presented in the Congress in Oslo was incredible. Everybody liked it very much, and it was very high quality. I hope you can see it in detail in this event. And we are really impressed about the works that you have been developing the last 4 years. I will share my screen for a brief presentation of FIB. And then I will be happy to answer any questions from you or to comment anything now or in another time. I hope that you can see my screen. Can you confirm that you can see my screen? Hello? Yes. Well, I suppose that you can see my screen. Okay, perfect. So I will go on. FIB,
Yes, you proceed.
Thank you very much. Good. The FIB is the merge of two former associations, the FIP, International Federation for Pre-Stressing, and CEB, Euro International Committee for Concrete, that were created already in the 50s, and in what you say India has been part since the beginning. It is created by member countries. You can see here the 41 member countries. Among them is India, very important country for us. And as I told you before, we are really looking forward to strengthen our collaboration with you at any time. With more than members from more than 100 countries, altogether we have about 2,500 members around the world that are sharing this very important information on structural concrete. And we are dedicated, the FIB International is really a non-for-profit organization that what really tries is to develop knowledge and to share this knowledge by different means, by the means of our publications, our events, the meetings of our people, and this way we are trying to share this knowledge in the world. So this is why we are very happy that you are also following and creating this knowledge in India. As we are a federation, the countries are let's say, the owners of the FIB, and they are in the General Assembly. And one important body for us is the Technical Council that really is the one that runs all the commissions and task groups. And this is very important because we have commissions and task groups from many different parts, from concrete materials, reinforcement, steel and non-steel reinforcement, prefabrication, sustainability, many things. We have one about the model codes. We are developing now the model code 2020 and will be published soon, hopefully. And other groups that I would like just to say here is the young members group. That is very important in the FIB. I will say a couple things after this. But I would like to say that for us, it's very important that young members group are created locally at each country, and they are really collaborating among each other. And these groups are very important to see that the new generations are really following up. And I would be happy to collaborate with you to see how we can connect the young members group in India with other. And in the LAC Technical Council, we created a new special activity group on sustainability and how to evaluate CO2 and other characteristics of concrete structures. And I think this will be a very important task for the future in the FIB. We are starting right now to work in this direction. So this is the Presidium. The main people on the Presidium. Our president last year and this year is Akio Kasuga from Japan. We have members from many countries. The next president will be Steve Foster from Australia. As you can see, we are really varied people from many countries. And I will go a little bit now to just remark that we have our journal. Our journal has a quite nice impact factor and very wide distribution, has grown a lot in the past. You can publish for free in the journal, and we have also many agreements with many organizations that it is possible to publish in open access also for free in the journal. So it is a really nice compendium of concrete structures, mostly on research, and we are trying that people from practice, and this will be very nice if some of your projects from your report, they could come to the journal either as a standard paper or as what we call short project notes that are very important and are practice papers from the field. All FIB members can log into the journal through the FIB webpage for free, so they can access to all the knowledge in this journal. No? These short project notes are very important for us because they bring the practice of concrete into the journal, and also it's an easy way to publish for free and to be able to be viewed at the international level. You only need 2-3 pages and some pictures. I bring here just an example, and I would recommend if some of your projects could come to the journal as short project notes. I will be happy to assist anybody that would like to do this to bring these projects to the journal and to be shared with the rest of the world. It's quite easy, and it's not so demanding as a research paper. We also do some bulletins. There are books, and then we are publishing like 4 or 5 per year with very different topics. For example, precast bridges to submerged tunnels to Amsterdam tendons for bridge. I mean, we have many topics which are quite interesting and can be interesting for very different professionals, like the ones that we have here, 102 and 103, this guide for protection and repair of concrete structures. We are doing webinars with these bulletins. We have a webinar for free next Wednesday on the bulletin 102. So if anybody of you want to take part of this, it will be free on we'll have a Zoom webinar on Wednesday, and please feel free to join it. The next bulletins that are coming are the ones from the awards of outstanding structures from the Congress, and then 2 more are coming, one on fiber reinforced concrete and one in bond. These ones will be published very soon. And it's very important that if you participate in one of these bulletins, the authors are recognized, having a DOI for each chapter. So this is also important for people that are participating in the bulletins. And of course, if you are a FIB member, you can view all the CEB documents, FIP documents, and FIB bulletins online through the FIB webpage through a viewer. We have a viewer that if you are a FIB member and you log in, you can see all the documents, over 600 documents in the FIB webpage can be accessed through there and viewed and searched. And I think it's quite convenient for people that are looking to a paper, to a document, and they want to review that. So this is, I think, an interesting thing to know for FIB members. And of course, we have the model code that, as you know, we have developed in the past model codes that are very useful as an advanced technology in concrete structures. The last one is the model code 2010, and we are now working on the model code 2020. We have already a draft, and this draft is being under review, and hopefully we can share it with the rest of the community very soon, and hopefully also published in a very short time. We are aiming to be published in the next year if we can go with the review process as fast as we hope to have it. We had in the past years mainly hybrid events or online events. Even the symposium in 21 was a hybrid event, but the Congress in 22 was already an in-person event. And we just came last week from the PhD symposium in Rome, that was also an in-person event. And it's very nice to see our colleagues again. And it was very successful event. And well, now we are starting to come back to meet people, and then it's very important. We have next year 2 main events. One is the symposium in Istanbul in June, in the beginning of June. And then we have a conceptual design symposium that is dedicated to works in practice, to works that are for design and for contractors. And this will be in Norway at the end of June. It's very interesting. It's like the PhD symposium, but dedicated to practice. So if you are interested, also we have the last conceptual design symposium that was held in Switzerland. We have the proceedings in the FIB webpage if you want to take a look. And then the following years, we have the symposium in Christchurch in New Zealand, and the PhD symposium will be in Budapest. And we also have this sustainability event that will be in Portugal also in 2024. We have most of our keynotes and the presentations of bulletins and the webinars that we are doing, that are already very many, posted in the FIB webpage for free. Anybody can take a look and see them. We have also a YouTube channel that is linked to that, and if you want to take a look at those videos, the keynotes from the last events and so on. I think it will be very interesting if you can take a look at this. And it's quite successful. The young people are really liking them, and there is a lot of very nice presentations there that are available to be seen in YouTube channel or in the FIB webpage also. And we have also an internal part. This is the FIB network in which the people are working inside that. We are using that because we are now working in a project of databases, research databases. We are uploading them in the FIB webpage. For now, we have two of them, one about characterization of fiber reinforced concrete and another one about punching shear. And you can take a look at all the information there, or if you have a database and you want to have it uploaded, we can talk and we can see how we can do that. And then, as I told you before, we are very happy with the young members group. We have seen that opening this possibility for young members, I want to say that members under 30 years old are FIB members for free, and up to 35 years old, they have a 50% discount in membership. And we are very happy that many researchers and practice young members are participating and really doing a very, very good job, and involved in task groups and even creating their own young member group events from many countries in the world. And I would suggest, or I would tell you that this is a very important for the national member groups, and to help them to have their own space and organization. It's something that is the future of the national group and of the FIB in general. And the last slide, we are very happy to collaborate with many other organizations. We have agreement with them. And as this is a non-for-profit organization that we are happy to do with them joint publications or joint events, and this is very important to extend all the information and all all about the FIB and structural concrete in the world. So thank you very much for having me here online. I hope that I can meet you in person next time, if we can do it with enough time, and I'll be happy to any comments from your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez, for your valued words. And we hope in the coming days also, in the next future endeavor, you will kind support the India section. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Now I would invite Dr. Akio Kasuwa. We are very keenly waiting for your keynote address, President FIB.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. And thank you very much for Dr. Takare and Mr. Banerjee to invite me this the FIB Days 2022. And I'd be very, very happy to present a keynote address in this occasion. Today, I will talk about the FIB Model Code 2020, which we introduce next year, hopefully. And as David said before, the special activity group on sustainability. So the title is Mastering Challenges and Encountering New Ones. This is the contents of my presentation today. I will talk you the basic stance of the sustainability, and after that, I will tell you the future envisioned by the Model Code 2020, including conceptual design and bacterial one concrete or multi-cycle concrete structures, and conclusions. Okay, so 2019 in the UK, the famous paper, The Guardian, they claimed that the concrete cement sector, and if the cement industry were a country which is the third largest carbon emitter, dioxide emitter in the world, up to the 2.8 billion tons, which means 8.5% of the whole world CO2 emissions. After that, the ACI reacted this article, which shows their stance of the activities. And also the last year, FIB launched the official statement on sustainability, which means the history of the activity of sustainability from 2010, and also the new model code and the commission activity, task group activity. So as the FIB, this official statement is the first time to output to the outside of FIB. And this is very interesting but very important data by the ETH EPFL in Switzerland. This is the European cement and concrete use. And the whole of the cement, about 60% are used for structural concrete, which is our subjective of FIB. And this means 1.68 billion ton CO2 and including steel reinforcement, about 6.3% of the whole world CO2 emission per year. And this is the construction industry supply chain by the European standard. And here is a product stage, and here is the construction stage. And after construction, this standard has use stage, which is called B, and end of life cycle called C, and next cycle D. And according to the Japanese data, here red line, A4 and A5 is very, very small, about 1 to 2%. And most of the CO2 emissions come from A1 to A3, about 40%, and about 6% come from B1 to B5 here. So in FIB, we have many players, suppliers, designers, and builders and owners. And the suppliers has a responsibility to reduce CO2 in A1 to A3 here. And the designer, they have to get involved in all of the life of the structures. But it's a scope 3. And the builder, like me, is to have to reduce the CO2 during construction. And owner have the responsibility to reduce the CO2 in use stage B here. And also the end of life, demolition and reuse and something. So this is very clear. And also each player has a responsibility to reduce CO2 by structural concrete. And as I said before, this blue area and the green area has the dominant, about the 98% of the CO2 emission through life of the structural concrete. And we have to think about demolition and a new cycle as a circular economy. Okay, I told you that we created the SAC, Special Activity Group, which was approved by the Technical Council in Oslo. And this is the graph, this is a table between the relation between each player's role and also our existing commission. For example, concrete is commission 4, and also the low carbon concrete, the task group 4.8 just started to collect the data of the low carbon concrete. And also reinforcement is a commission 5, including FRP, and also the precast, and also the construction in 1.7, and so on, so on. So our commission, collecting all of the information of the whole commission, the task group, the biggest objective of the special activity group is one is to collect the CO2 inventory data of the structural concrete from the production stage to the use stage. And in Model Code 2020, the conceptual design is very important. For example, after the investigation to get some constraints and conditions of design, before the calculation, the engineers, designers should think about the conceptual design. And also the almost 80 to 90% of the cost of the structures are determined in this process. So the conceptual design is very, very important. And hopefully no computers, no calculation is needed, and just pen and pencil is enough to the conceptual design, as the old spectacular engineers showed us, like Fresnay and Divida, and also the Leonhardt, and so on, so on. And also, this process is very, very important in the intervention of through the life cycle. And the intervention is go back to the conceptual design, as I will show you later. And this is a very, very brief of the model code and also the FIB platform by special activity group. And at the beginning, lots of requirement is set. For example, social, economic, environmental goes to the performance requirements. And also the process is from design, execution, and the conservation intervention, and the dismantlement and next cycle. And everything go to this table according to the European standard from A to B to C and D. And this area is done by the FIP members, but for example, the cement and the steel, structural steel, there are already very, very nice design database, and we should connect the existing design database like this. And also we will create the one-stop platform regarding to the structural concrete from the material to the use stage. This is the biggest, this will be the biggest advantage for the FIB members in the future. Okay, this is the structure of the platform which we will create. And as I said, suppliers, designers, builders, and owners, they have their own data, and also sometimes, especially designers, they will collect from the existing database of the cement and steel and so on. And we have a steel database here, and also we have a cement and concrete database. We already collaborate with GCCA and the CARES, and also we are going to collaborate another institution regarding to the materials. And after the construction, now we don't have any data regarding to, for example, the durability, the relationship durability and CO2 emission. This kind of data should be collected by ourselves. And finally, from a stage, product stage to the use stage of the CO2 inventory data will be collected in this one-stop platform. And at the same time, every data should be validated by the third party like SGS. And we are also contacting this kind of sectors. Validation and also the platform of the structural concrete is our main goal in this special activity group on sustainability. Okay, I'll show you some examples and the future envisioned by Model Code 2020. The first one is a conceptual design for sustainability. This is a very good example, the Breton Bridge in France, and designed by the Jean Murat. So this is a very wide structure and supported the center stay cables. And in order to reduce the wave here, usually we install the wave here, but his design was instead of the wave, the truss structure in the cross section. And this is a concrete tie. Of course, the concrete tie, the pressing by the tendons. And another John Mueller's example is CD canal bridge in the United States. And this is approach span parallel two bounds. And also in the main span, he used the same cross section like this. This is a cave stayed span. And also the cable stayed supported in the center in a wide, very wide cross section. And in this case, the John Mueller used the concrete truss like this to transfer the stay cable force to the both side girders. And the key of this Broughton Bridge and the CD canal bridge is a lightweight structure for the cross beam of the wide bridge, and especially the cable supported bridges. And this is another example in Spain. The original bridge was constructed in 1986, and the center span is 150 meter. And finally, the increasing of the traffic, they had to widen the viaduct of the Los Santos in Spain. This is the original cross section, and they widened this hatched area. And the important thing is which members should be carried, this added rows. And this added rows transfer to by struts, and also the compression supported by the horizontal beam. But at the same time, this horizontal beam supported only the center area to transfer the force in the center web in this area. So in order to do this, the construction area is very, very limited near the concrete barrier. And this is the flow of forces. New road flow to the compression to the strut to the horizontal beam, and the reaction transfer to the web through the horizontal connection here. This is the photos during construction. You can see the anchor which support the horizontal beam. This is the area of the struts connected. So the added value, added load carried by only the center part. The key is the force transfer of new roads with low impact on traffic. Especially the intervention process, widening or retrofitting of the structures, the low impact is very, very important to reduce the CO2. And also this kind of design is the same as very, very sound conceptual design. Okay, so I show you another examples. In Model Code 2020, we have the chapter of the green concrete, which means low carbon technologies, low carbon concrete. And as you know that the Roman concrete, for example, Pantheon was over 2,000 years old because they don't have any steel reinforcement. So the concrete itself is very, very durable materials. But now we have a deterioration, mainly they come from the steel reinforcement, steel tendons, and so on. So, for example, the zero cement concrete, which reduce the CO2 in the concrete, and also the aramid FRP tendons instead of the steel reinforcement, steel tendons, which don't deteriorate like a steel reinforcement. So this is a concept of the LCA life cycle. assessment. And usually by using a conventional concrete structures, we have some intervention process during a lifetime. And this is the construction process, the production stage A1 to A3, and also the construction stage A1, A4 to A5. And each intervention is a construction. So that we use a material, and sometimes we limited the traffic which causes to the CO2 emission, and also the big impact to the social activities. And each intervention emits CO2 also. And also the demolition is a part of construction, which emits CO2 too. So we have event. And also, as I said before, here is a 40% and here is 60% in the infrastructures. And ideally, without no maintenance, and also by using low carbon materials, and the CO2 emission is like this, a very, very small amount of CO2 emission in the production stage, and hopefully almost no CO2 emission during use stage and demolition. So we have to go this way until the steel or cement realize zero carbon in the future. This is a transition treatment. So this is the trial calculation by using Ashto girder compared with conventional girder and also the zero cement concrete and aramid tendons. And in this trial calculation, the no reduction of the thickness, the dimension of each member is the same. And also the GFRP is used as a reinforcement. And this is a comparison. And the conventional girder emits CO2 1.3 tons CO2 per cubic meter. And also on the other hand, the zero cement concrete plus aramid fiber is 0.4. So which means 70% reduction from this one to this one. And we had to think about the use stage. But as I said before, there is no important useful data in the B1 to B5. And in this case, I assume the emission of B1 to B5 is same as the initial construction, and also double of the initial construction, because my friends of the highway companies in Japan, they always said the construction maintenance cost is sometimes double and 3 times compared with initial construction. So because in Japan, we use de-icing salt very much, and also especially deck is so heavily damaged. And now we are replacing to reinforce concrete deck to the precess concrete deck. So I assume the same level and the double. And also all the today I don't have a time to mention about the CO2 emission and the construction cost. But in my investigation, the construction cost is proportional of the CO2 emission. So the CO2 emission is same proportional of the construction cost. That's the reason why I put 1.3 and 2.6 here. And the new low carbon technologies and the no maintenance, which means zero CO2 emission. So look at this. And the conventional, compare with the conventional technologies and low carbon technologies, totally it is possible we can reduce 85% to 90% of the CO2 emission. It is a possibility, just trial. And also I will mention about multi-cycle concrete structures. And as you know, many in the world, many sectors, they are trying to use recycle and the reuse of the concrete. But today I will mention about the remanufacturing, which means that after the demolition, each member go back to the factories to make it new members, like a virgin members. So in order to do that, for example, the precast members and also the unbonded tendon, which means easy demolition after the use. And also the room is prefabricated in offsite construction. And in the demolition, we just remove this room, and this room can be reused and recycled. In the fact, in the Norway, no, I'm sorry, Netherlands, they are doing, they are studied to doing this. And for example, the bridge deck and also some parts of the building construction, for example, the deck and so on. So this is another way to minimizing CO2 emission, and the next cycle, the production stage of A1 to A3 and almost zero. At the same time, we can reduce the cost. Okay, let me conclude my presentation. The Model Code 2020 can be accommodate new materials and structures. And sound conceptual design is required not only the new construction, but also the interventions. And it leads to sustainable solutions. And it is the next generation that we benefit from the advanced nature of the Model Code 2020. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Kasuga, thank you for your valuable words. We feel encouraged by your presence and visionary speech delivered today. In future endeavor also, we would expect that your support and guidance will be there. Thank
Hello,
you again.
we cannot hear you.
Thank you. Now,
It was really wonderful. I was just listening like a student from a teacher. He explained things in a very nice way, and the steps, the protocol, which are to be followed, particularly many young engineers here. Those are very, very important. Conceptual design to actually, he explained in a very nice way through a flowchart. Very important. Thank you so much, Dr. Kasuga. Now, the souvenir brought out on this occasion will be released by our President, Institution of Engineers, Dr. Hemant Thakre. Please. This. Thank you. Now we will have our inaugural address. Professor Ajoy Kumar Rai, former Director IIST Shibpur. I would request Professor Rai for your address, please. Inaugural address. Yeah. And he will also inaugurate our this program, which will be followed by very important technical sessions.
A very good morning to all the distinguished personalities present here on and off the dais. Honorable President, Dr. Hemant Thakre, Honorable President-elect, Dr. Chinmoy Devnath, distinguished researcher and engineer, Mr. Amitav Ghoshal, Sri Shishir Kumar Banerjee, the past president, and other past presidents of Institution of Engineers, and two of our very distinguished speakers, respectively the Secretary General of FIB and the President of FIB. We have just heard them speaking on such an important issue. Distinguished personalities present here, the members of council, the members of Institution of Engineers, the members from the industries as well, and my very dear young students from universities and academia. So it's a great occasion that FIB Days, such an important program, is being organized by the Institution of Engineers today, where both these distinguished personalities have given their very valued and wise discourses. I was indeed very happy to listen to Dr. David Ordonen when he talked about the next 4 years program of FIB. Not only what has been done, but very meticulously, they have chalked out the programs of FIBs in the next 4 years. And in my opinion, there's a lot to learn from his lecture on how to organize an institution. Even as academic, as a member of academics, I felt that there's so much to learn. The lecture of Dr. Kasugo, I was just glancing through the beautiful compilation that Mr. Ghoshal had and other members you have prepared. So in this program, there's a paper by, very interesting paper by Akio Kasuga, who is the president of FIB. And if you just go through the abstract, I was just glancing through now itself, such an interesting area where the research is going on in Japan. As you all know that in Japan, as well as in many of the European countries, a lot of very, very excellent researches are going on the development of cement and concrete, where in the earlier days, possibly we were more concerned with the mechanical and the thermal properties of concrete. But today, one of the major problems that have come all over the globe and which have been observed for the last 1 to 2 decades, that the environmental concerns are taking a much bigger role in thinking about how to design the concrete from sustainability point of view. I'm really delighted to find that in India, so many industries and obviously so many academic institutions, they have been engaged in research in the area of sustainable concrete. And one such paper, that is the construction of a non-metallic bridge using zero cement concrete, has been presented, and that paper finds its place in this beautiful compendium. And here he says that he has given a name that is sustaincrite, not concrete. That is, it is a sustainable concrete which does not use any Portland cement or steel members, which is just, generally speaking, it is unthinkable. Without using Portland cement, without using any steel structure, they have been developing and they have, done extensive research. And one of the major concerns is that it is ultra low shrinkage property and ultra high, strength, ultra high strength. And most importantly, the carbon dioxide emission has been reduced by more than 40%, which is one of the major important phenomenon today. As you know, that globally speaking, almost 12.6 gigaton of carbon dioxide is being emitted only in the construction sector. And if you have to go by Paris Agreement, which has been signed by almost all the countries in the world today, we have to reduce that to almost 6 gigaton of carbon dioxide emission only in the construction sector. So how to go about it? So now, along with the different high strength concrete, we have to also think about the research, the future research in this area, which is a sustainable and green concrete, if you want to say. Keeping in view of that, I have been thinking about, there is a beautiful, I was just again glancing through all these papers. Naturally, I am not a man of concrete, I am not a civil engineer, but while going through, just I was glancing through all the abstracts which have been given, and it's so interesting to see that so much of work has been done. This is just a nutshell of whatever is being done in India. And our country has been doing wonderful. And thanks to Amitabhoda and the team which has prepared this compendium, that the diversification of the different projects, mainly on bridges, elevated road structures, highways, metro rails. So they have found their representation in this compendium, which they have presented in the FIB conference, I think. So that's a great thing. And Indian presentation has been, quite overwhelmingly, it has been, they have praised our work in this very area. There's a very interesting thing that is in the last few pages, you can see a brief report on the cement and concrete industries in India. I was just glancing through this, and there's so much to learn. See, in the olden days, we knew that on site, this is getting prepared and all, mainly in the building sector. But today, in the development of ready mixed concrete, which is important and which is the state of the art of the day, there, what is the advantage? One of the major advantages is naturally you can produce it in bulk. But most importantly, that here in this RMC or ready mix concrete, you can blend one or more supplementary cementitious material. So this adding or blending of supplementary material, in many cases, in fact, I have been we have been giving more stress on the use of polymers. You blend the different types of polymers in the preparation of cement and concrete. So there is an unsaturated polyester resin, which has been found to be really giving a lot of good strength, both mechanical strength and the thermal properties, which is very important, also gets enhanced by UP composite, that is unsaturated polymer composite, when you blend it with the concrete. The compressive strength and the elastic modulus and the tensile strength all will be enhanced in UP concrete. A lot of research I know is being done in many institutes across India. Torsional strengthening of concrete beams also have been undertaken by some institutes in India, at least in some of the IITs I am aware of, that is on carbon fiber reinforced polymer concrete. So that an important thing which will be coming up, I think Institution of Engineers can provide can jointly do work on these areas with academicians. That is, how do you predict the mechanical strength, the thermal strength of these properties from the polymer composite or for any other nano composite blending with concrete? Can you predict that, okay, this is the nano composite which has to be blended and these are the properties which I want? On the reverse side, if I say to Amitabhoda that I want a concrete with these properties, can you design in the reverse or in an inverse way, that what will be the mixture, what will be the blending. So a lot of AI techniques are being used, artificial intelligence and learning techniques are being used, especially for those of you who are sitting at the back and those who are doing your research in academics. I'm sure that a lot can be done in these areas. Two very important projects which have been taken up by my erstwhile institute where I was there, IST, and also in my very small current research institute, that is carbon dioxide sequestration based cement. That means you have to be, it is an eco-efficient cement. So you have to reduce the energy consumption, maybe not by 30%, but by 40%. Unless we go for this kind of developments, it will be very, very difficult to really keep our promise to the international community to reduce the carbon footprint of India in the construction sector by almost 40% by 2050, which is a big thing. It's not a very small thing. So a very new kind of things I was going through. One of my colleagues in my new institute, they have started. That is hydrogen cement. It is very interesting. Hydrogen-rich water to be blended with cement. So the production of hydrogen-rich, water that becomes a cementitious agent, which will be clearly very useful for repair purposes, because any kind of fault, flaw on a concrete structure can be repaired very easily, even on bridges or on buildings. It will speed up the cement setting and hydration. There are a lot of other such kind of researches which are going on, I'm sure, and it will be a very nice idea when Institution of Engineers as an organization and as the only recognized body from India, which are present in these FIB, really it's a great honor for the country. Institution of Engineers has brought in, and by having collaborative work with some of these institutions, I'm sure, and most importantly, you have got all the members, distinguished members from industries. I'm sure that the country can very easily hope to be one of the, now it is the second largest cement producer in the whole world. And tomorrow we will be able to produce second or maybe the largest eco-friendly cement and concrete producer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ajay Rai. As an engineer, as a teacher, as a researcher and academic administrator, you have always been stressing on the seamless approach in engineering and interdisciplinary approach. You have very rightly pointed out that we should look forward. We should have a different vision. We should have a different mindset. Thank you so much for your very, very useful inaugural address. Now, we are at the close of this inaugural session. I would request our President, Institution of Engineers, Dr. Thackeray, to present a memento to Professor Ajay Rai. Now I would request Shishir Kumar Banerjee, past president, to present a memento to Dr. Thackeray, our very beloved president of the Institution of Engineers, India. I would also request Shishir Kumar Banerjee to present a memento to the president-elect, Mr. Chinmoy Debnath. Shishir Kumar Banerjee, please also present a memento to Amitabh Ghoshal. Now I would request Dr. Thackeray to present a memento to Shishir Banerjee, the past president. With this, I thank all the distinguished dignitaries present in the days and very eminent persons sitting over here and also participating online. Now we have a short break for tea, and we will assemble here in another 20 minutes. We have very interesting presentations in the technical sessions. Please be here, all of you, in time, please. Thank you.
session one shortly. So I request all the delegates over here, all the participants to kindly assemble. We have to stick to the time schedule because there are virtual presentation from online, from foreign participants as well. So I request please, all of you to please assemble in the hall as early as possible.
I would request all of you to come back. We will start our first technical session right now. We are going to start the session. This session, the first technical session, will be moderated by Sri Alok Bhaumik. I would request Alok Bhaumik for taking your seat here. And the speakers who are here to present their papers from the hall, they are Mr. UK Rajsirke, Mr. P. Surya Prakash, and Mr. Sandeep Todankar. There are other two speakers who will be making presentation online. Mr. Alok Bhaumik, who is the man behind for this event. Actually, he has been working actually from a different place for quite a long time. Alok Bhaumik is a very eminent civil engineer and a structural engineer in particular. He is a member of various professional bodies in India and abroad. His field is bridge engineering and other structures also. He is a fellow of Indian Academy of Engineers, National Academy of Engineering, and also he is a vice president of Consulting Engineers Association of India. He is the vice president of Indian National Group of International Association for Bridge and Structural Engineers. And he is also associated with various bodies, and association is one thing, but he has been contributing immensely in those organizations also, apart from his own work in structural design. Now I would request Alok Bhaumik to start the session and introduce other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Datta, for introducing me, and welcome all the delegates. We had an excellent inaugural session, which has set the tone for our first technical session. In the inaugural session, we have learned about what FIB is, what is the role of the Indian chapter, that is IMC FIB, and from Mr. Ghoshal, we have learned what report we had sent, which was highly appreciated by FIB in Oslo. And we have also had an excellent technical presentation by Dr. Akio Kasuga, President FIB, in the inaugural session. So we are into technical session 1. We are starting 15 minutes late. In this session of 2 hours, we have 4 presenters, 3 presenters who are in person available, and we have 1 presenter online from Japan. So without further ado, let me begin by requesting our first speaker, who has 30 minutes for his presentation, Mr. UK Rajeshirke. Mr. Rajeshirke is a well-known personality in India. He is managing director of a firm by the name Spectrum in Mumbai, and he has been contributing immensely as a member of various Indian Road Congress committees in concrete, and he has been there at Oslo. So therefore, our first 3 presentation by Mr. Sharke, followed by Mr. Surya Prakash and Mr. Sandeep Todankar, will give a broad overview of what transpired in Oslo. They will be giving it in parts. Part 1 is by Mr. Sharke, followed by Mr. Surya Prakash, and then by Mr. Todankar. So, Mr. Shirke, kindly give the first part 1 of the overview on FIB Congress at Oslo.
हाँ उसमें नहीं चलेगा पॉइंटर उसमें नहीं
माउस अच्छा माउस ये so as नहीं है यहाँ पे so as what Alok has briefed you that we 4 have attended this FIB Congress at Oslo, Norway in June. Myself, Surya, Sandeep, and Mr. Shishir Banerjee. So as a practice, we are going to present the overview of this Congress. So it happened between 12th of June to 16th of June. And there were about 500 delegates from almost 41 countries all across the world. And out of this 500, 300 oral presentations were there in 19 parallel sessions. And there were 6 keynote addresses, one of which just now Mr. Asuka has delivered. So that was one of the keynote address in the Oslo Congress. So overall theme of this Congress was a innovation for sustainability with the sub-themes. There were a number of sub-themes like concrete and concrete material. What are the various research and advances are happening, like eco-efficiency, durability, test methods, innovative materials and concretes, recycling. Then the construction methods, the techniques, reinforcement concepts, material, formwork, aesthetics. Same thing is structural design, performance, service life, which is one of the hot topic nowadays. Innovative case studies and trend setting projects like bridges, buildings, tunnel solutions, energy harvesting structures, and the innovation in standards and regulations. The Model Code 2020, other pre-normative work like a CN, ISO, ACI, etc. So these are the overall subjects or themes in this Congress. So what I'm doing, I'm presenting. Okay, thank you. I will be presenting the papers presented regarding this new Model Code 2020, of which Mr. Asuga has already given some introduction in his keynote address. So I will give you a few more details about this particular topic. So there were almost 7 plus 7, about 14 papers were there on various aspects of this new model code in session 4B and session 5B. So I will select some 2-3 papers and which I will present. So what are these FIB model codes? This is a central aspect within the mission of the FIB to develop the model codes on concrete structures and related subjects. The codes could serve the worldwide as a guiding science-based documents offering a code type version, the state-of-the-art knowledge on the planning, design, construction, execution, operation, and in-service performance, maintenance, rehabilitation, and dismantling of new and existing concrete structures respectively. So it has a very wide scope. And this code should meet the latest requirements and technologies in view of aspects related to the safety, serviceability, durability, resilience, and to fulfill the resilience and sustainability of structures, recognizing economic and aesthetic needs of different societies. So the first model code published in 1970. Okay, the second version was immediately 8 years after in 1978. The third was after a long time, that is almost say 12 years in 1990. And the recently, or say about 10 years back, it was a model code 2010. And now it is being prepared, that is a model code 2020. These particular documents have a large impact on the various national codes across the globe, especially in Europe and the countries like India. So what happens whenever this model code gets published, and that this all the model codes basically is the assimilation of the latest research and developments taking place all across the world. So everybody, all these academicians, researchers, code makers, they are eagerly waiting for the next model code. What is new in this particular code to get implemented in our national code to achieve more and more advancements. So if you, what is happening? Yeah. So what is happening when this pre-EN codes were there? They were largely influenced by the CEB FIB model code 78, published in 78. And once this the next version came, that the final version of Euro codes were largely based on the provisions given in the CEB FIB model code 90. What will happen? All these particular Euro codes are in process of a revision. And what we know, understand that these revisions are based on this model code 2010. Similarly, the codes what we are developing, like IRC, they are mainly based on Eurocode and in turn based on the model code. So that's how these particular documents are very, very important in our life. All these bridges or buildings which are getting designed, conceived, all are the basis is this particular document. So that they play a very important role worldwide. So we have to be should be aware of whatever is the content of these codes. So these are the 2-3 papers on which this presentation is based upon. I could not cover all the 14 papers in this for this particular theme of Model Code 2020. So what are these model codes? These are this particular 2020 version. It is a future oriented, capable to accommodate and not have a hindrance for a technological progress. See, the present code, even our IS codes or even IRC codes or even the new Euro codes, they are basically in a prescriptive nature. They give us a prescription. This is the way you should design. This is the way you should have a material, or this should be the mixed design for the concrete, or this should be the specification for the steel. So they are mainly a prescriptive base, and that's why you all may be aware that they give a say the kind of obstacle for the any new development. Whenever you go with a client with some new provision, they will first ask, code mein kahan pe likha hai? Okay, and that put a full stop for any development. So that particular threshold will get overcome by this particular new set of a model code. That is a big step this FIB is taking. So thereby facilitating the ongoing evaluation of the concrete reinforcement material, associated technologies and structural forms. Say for example, reinforcement, we always think of a steel reinforcement, but now there are so many new kind of materials are coming in the market. So how to take account of this material in our codes so that there should not be hindrance in using those materials. To go the another this one this objective of this new code is to go behind the point reached by FIB Model Code 2010, the recent ISO codes such as ISO 1634111 that is on the life cycle management, and to extend the application of Euro codes to the existing structures. Now, all the set of these Euro codes is applicable only for the new codes, new buildings or new structures. There is nothing mentioned about how to apply this code for the existing structures. What should be the load factors? What should be the reliability index? So nothing. The present codes are silent about it. So they want to extend the applicability of the code to the existing building, that is the old structures. So this is the Model Code 2020 is the first international single code dealing with both new and existing concrete structures. So these are the the new structure, future structures. These are the existing structures, and there could be some part which is overlapping, where you can add a new member, like what the Kasuga has shown, the struts in the old bridge. So how to deal with those kind of new structures in this particular code. And there will be some part of a retrofitting. So this is how the particular gamut they have covered in this new FIB Model Code 2020. So why, what is the need of developing all these things? Why, what is the aspiration behind the development of this new FIB Model Code 2020? So it is nothing, basically it is to address the issue of climate change and the sustainability. Because now it is all of you know, it is a burning issue. In the first 20 years of the 21st century, that is say 2000 to 2019, we have seen staggering rise in a climate-related disaster. Every week we are hearing there is a flood in Bangalore or in Bombay or in Calcutta or in Hyderabad. The cities are getting flooded. The people are dying. The business is getting stopped, and that is increasing day by day all over the world. That has caused almost $3 trillion loss in global economy. The poorer nations experience death rates over 4 times higher than those occurring in the richer nations. In over 7,300 reported disasters, approximately 1.2 million people died approximately that is approximately 60,000 per year. That is the death rate because of this climate change. More than 4 billion people being affected in total. as nearly 40% energy-related carbon dioxide emissions are attributed to the buildings and construction. So who are the main culprit for all this disaster? Who is the civil engineer and the concrete users? The subtotal of the carbon footprint of this entire entity arises from embodied energies, that is CO2, from the materials and processes used to build and maintain them, about more than 11%, and also the operational energy required to heat, cool, and operate them. In addition, a significant portion of the new buildings and infrastructure construction is built upon a green field, and which can cause varying degree of damages, impairment, and destruction of the original natural habitat. So currently, world is estimated to be on the course of the overall temperature rise of 3 degrees Celsius. Unless we can deliver the reduction in the greenhouse emission of say at least 7.2% annually over the next 10 years, that is by 2030, in order to achieve the aspired target of a maximum of 1.5 degrees Celsius increase over the pre-industrial temperature levels, which was agreed in Paris in 2015. So the vision for sustainable future has been further developed and embodied in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, which is called the SDGs. So there are 17 SDGs, and the focus of these developments to contribute positively to achievement of the sustainable life on the planet. So all these are the 17 basically sustainable development goals. Okay, and out of the 17, what you can say that there are a potential 9 sustainable development goals which are directly related to the concrete structure or we civil engineers. So in basically addressing this climate change, we have to play an important role. So that is why everybody thought that let's have and how these things can be we can implement. It is only through the legislation and some regulation, and the codes. The design code is the main document through which you can address these issues. So adopting the design principle, which seeks to integrate the need of the society with the integrity in the nature, with the aim of a structural engineer's design to achieve the standard of a net zero carbon, employing the life cycle costing, whole life carbon modeling, and post occupancy evaluation as a part of a basic scope of work to reduce both the embodied and operational resource use, accelerating the shift to low embodied carbon material in all projects and minimizing the wasteful use of resources in engineering design. So with this particular background, the code has identified there are 3 pillars on which this sustainability framework can be based, which is the first is the social aspect, functional purpose, so including the structural and other requirements, environmental aspects, economical aspects, like a life cycle cost and benefits, or the life cycle environmental impact and benefits. And in context of this MC 2020, the provisions need to deal efficiently with both the design structures and all activities associated with the life cycle management of an existing structure, including the matters such as the in-service assessment, adoption, or any intervention required which to extend their useful service life. So with this, naturally, the entire thing, the thinking leads toward the framework which is based on the performance-based or outcome-based approach. So this is the new framework, this particular, the new model code is going to follow. So it has an overarching sustainability framework and a performance-based, outcome-based approach. Avoid causing barrier to the rapid pace of development in concrete and other evolving material. So it will not bar using any new advanced material in use, which will help in addressing these climate change issues. Along with other technical aspects of the design and LCM of an existing structure required to meet pressing climate change drivers. So to this, they have formed a content of this particular code. And that code or the content suit this forward-looking objective, dealing both with the design of the new structure, the activities associated with the through life management of the existing concrete structure, including in-service assessment and intervention. So there are total 10 sections are there. The scope, terminology, basic principles, principle of a structural performance and evaluation, action on the structures, input data for the materials, input data for the interfaces like bonds, etc., design and assessments, execution, construction, and dismantle and reuse. See, in that whole format, they have everywhere in each chapter, they have included the design of a new structure as well as how to deal with the existing structure. So everything is blended together so nicely that there is no need to use any other document. So if you see, for example, the design and assessment, the evaluation of structural performance, evaluation of other social aspect of the social performance, then the evaluation of environmental performance. So all these requirement, they have basically included in the chapter in the particular flow manner. So this particular code adopts the sustainability as a fundamental requirement, explicitly introduced and consequently tries to make the performance-based concepts to close the gap between the owners and users. See, there are different requirements at a different stage. At the very high level, that is at a owner or say user level, that is the one first tier of a requirement or demands. Then the technical consultants and the structural engineer, which has to translate those demands in the reality. Then the contractors has to build, depending based on the consultant or designer's design. How to go back? Escape वहां से करना पड़ेगा. अच्छा यहाँ पे. हाँ, okay. Okay, so this means the owner's requirement, the consultant's design, the material or contractor's execution, and the material supply and to manufacturers. So all these tiers, they are basically integrating together in this particular code. So this is a traditional prescriptive approach what we are following or worldwide followed in the various codes. It provides the clarity in the way the requirements is being delivered, demands the specific material specification and the construction specification. For example, our now the IRC 112 says that you can use a concrete up to M90 because all the provisions are given up to M90. So this is what the prescriptive way of the today's generation of the codes are having. It do not provide the desired flexibility to optimize the solution and apply the novel materials and novel concept, which are typically outside the scope of the validity of a current code. Many times you say the disclaimer in the scope of the code. This type of structures are not covered in this particular code. So automatically they get barred from the use. The workable, simple, straightforward circumstances for the traditional materials and form of construction, where this particular traditional prescriptive approach works, based on the past experience for demonstrating the potential performance. Always you have to see the past, whether such kind of things are built earlier or not. And however, this acts a barrier to the innovation and introduction of a new products and the material. As a contrast to that, this performance-based approach, which now this model code 2020 will follow, is greater flexibility, potentially sensitive in the design, specification of the technical solutions to be adopted for the constructed asset. The most appropriate framework in the project supply chain to define, specify, and design suitable solutions. The most appropriate framework to take responsibility of the technical, contractual, and other associated risks. And it removes the appropriate constraint on the use of a novel type of a concrete reinforcement materials, as well as those materials and processes used to make the adaptation, intervention to extend the useful life of a or enhance the performance of the existing concrete structure. So it is quite a liberal approach, you can say. So the performance-based design or assessment is defined as a concept that requires structure to achieve the desired level of the satisfaction of stakeholders while complying with the statutory responsibility and the requirement. So that particular aspect is also covered in the code. Nobody is that free to do whatever he wants to do. So how to deal with that particular thing, having the freedom also in a position. However, without specifying the condition, how this is to be achieved by applying a specific material and detailing and construction methods. So while proposing all these things, it doesn't say that you have to do in this particular fashion only, which many of our today's codes are doing. The essence of the concept of the performance-based approach is the requirement which have to be made should be defined. So that is the output, final output is defined, and not the way, the manner in which this should be done. So that is a very pragmatic shift from the present philosophy of the codes. I think so I will just skip. These are the three pillars. That is social performance, environmental performance, economic performance. And on this, basically the pillar, the entire philosophy of this new code is based upon. So usually, okay, fine. Then what are the expectations, the maximization of the, say, for example, the structural performance. And what is the minimization? What we say, for example, we have to maximize the structural performance as well as at the same time minimizing the consequences of the failure. And same thing is for the environmental, social, and the economical benefits. These are the basically a schematic flow chart proposed by in the MC 2020 for a sustainability-driven performance-based approach to the design, execution, and life cycle management. This is the tier 1, which is at a this owners or users level. This is for a societal sustainability-oriented performance requirement, that is the policy objectives, prevailing legislations, administrative agreements, etc. And these are the various levels at what this particular performance has to be, requirements has to be spelled out. This is again the flowchart for this performance-based approach for defining the requirement at a various stages. This is for approach for the evaluation or a verification of the performance for the conceptual or detailed design or execution and life cycle management. So you can go in detail when you get these handouts. So summarizing the sustainability, performance-based approach, and the carbon implications, the innovations and improvements associated with the 2020 MC 2020 should assist the construction industry to reduce its carbon footprint, lower the carbon durable structures, in retaining more existing buildings and constructed asset in beneficial use, and by providing better tools and techniques to undertake more in-depth assessment and re-evaluation, innovation, repurposing, and adaptation, etc. of the existing building and constructed assets, rather than on adopting or a demolition and rebuilding approach. Many of times you are now seeing all the old structure or old buildings are getting demolished and the new buildings are being constructed. So that is how, if you use this particular code gives a way to how to save these old structures, old civil engineering assets. So performance-based analysis remains the work in progress, which will need further development in coming years. So it is a basically a progressive method. So thank you. And before that, just this particular bridge, which is got this year's FIB award for outstanding concrete structure, is of Rose Fitzgerald Kennedy Bridge in Ireland. It has got a two spans of a 230-meter and wonderful structure. So there is a lot of information available on this structure. And apart from this particular structure, there are this is the under category of a civil engineering structure. There is another category of a building structure. So there is a one building in Japan got that particular award, and many other 5 or 6 nominations are there. All these nominations are quite a wonderful structure. So you can go to the FIB websites and see those the details about these outstanding structures. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raj Shirke. What an excellent presentation, highlighting, the papers, some 14 papers which were published in FIB Oslo regarding Model Code 2020. As we all know, we civil and structural engineers, we have a major role to play in mitigating the impact of climate change. And in fact, there are many professional associations like American Society of Civil Engineers and others who have already taken in their motto an objective that civil and structural engineers have to take a major role. And I think from the presentation of Mr. Raj Shirke, we understand that FIB has taken basically a leadership role. It's a flag bearer because Model Code 2020 addresses the mitigating measures to be taken for climate change so beautifully. And as he mentioned so eloquently, Model Code 2020 is basically a code for the code makers. And once this is published, all the national code makers, including Indian Roads Congress, BIS, they take note of the development in Model Code 2020 or whenever it is published. And the national codes are modified, tuned, not fully following, because after all, we have to take note of what is the current state of understanding in the country, based on which we modify our codes. And once these codes are modified nationally, then this goes into the practice and also to the academicians. They teach according to the current codes. And this is how the knowledge flows. It's a pyramid where FIB is sitting right on the top. Thank you, Shirke Saab, for this presentation. I now invite our next speaker, Mr. P. Surya Prakash, to give an overview of Oslo Part 2. And Mr. Surya Prakash, as we all know, is an eminent engineer, consultant, and a mentor who has made significant contributions to civil engineering. He has, I think, formed an organization, Satyavani, which is doing a great work. He has also authored a book on design and implementation of communication towers. And he is also a member of Institution of Engineers Council, the council member. Over to you, Mr. Surya Prakash. You have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Alokji. Good morning, good afternoon to all the delegates here, physically and virtually, and dear speakers, my fellow speakers. Today, I'm going to share my experience attending this FIB Congress in Oslo during June 12th to 16th. And it was a very great experience. Actually, I must thank IMC FIB for giving me this opportunity to attend and share my experiences today with all of you. Oh, you have to switch on. Okay. Okay. So my overview is about introduction, keynote lectures, and structural design topics that are presented, and India construction report. Briefly, I'll touch upon what my contribution is in the report. And we are the people, along with the President and Secretary General, Sisir Banerjee Saab Chairman, and Umesh Ji, and I missed him in the photograph, Sandeep. Okay, next. So symposium organizing committee, next. And the FIB fellows, FIB recognizes as fellows the people who have done great contributions to whether it is model code or the research. Next. And awards also are given to the people who have contributed, and the awards presentation was part of the Congress. Next. And next, please. This is all the presentation we have seen by the president also, the research that is done and awards that are presented. Yeah, you can stop here. My main observation or challenges that I had before attending this Congress were, we all know the sustainability is a thing of need for the day. And as mentioned by Umesh ji, in fact, I have observed in Hyderabad, for example, in the last 100 years, 1901 to 2000, if there are 4 peaks of 100-year peak flood and rainfall, in the last 20 years, in Hyderabad, there are 4 peaks of beyond 100-year rainfall and flood, and it is occurring more often. So the need for sustainability and reducing carbon footprint is undebatable. And I'm happy to share I have been working on this for the last 14 years. And my question was, what is the alternative to concrete? What is the alternative to steel as a material? And the formwork, basically. We are all using, I mean, we see a lot of wastage in the formwork. Though we talk about 100 repetitions, 300 repetitions, we see a lot of scrap generated out of this formwork. So this also contributes to the global warming. So I've been thinking, what could be the alternative to formwork? And I found some answers which I'll be sharing as a present about these themes today. Next challenge was service life design. In fact, I gave a talk also recently when I was designing some project. I was asked by my client to design the building for 150 years life. I didn't have the answer actually to give a specific, and whatever I inquired, whatever I could get, the information is all prescriptive. There is no definitive formula with which I can design 100 years life or 150 years life. I'm sure many engineers face this question when we design a building, how long this building is going to survive. As per IS 456 we use in building, it is 50 years, but that too is prescriptive, subject to so many questions. So I could get some answers to this service life design also in this conference. And Model Code 2020 deals with all these parameters. And next biggest challenge I have been facing in the last 20 years as a professional is partial safety factors in our IS 456, 1.5 dead load, 1.5 live load. That's what we take. And there is so much of work behind that 1.5, arriving at 1.5. Different codes give different factors actually. But my question has been, suppose I do a building using a normal packaged wood actually, which has the tolerance of 5 to 10 mm in the levels or verticality or horizontal dimensions and all that. At the same time, I use the aluminum formwork, designed formwork, engineered formwork for the same building where my tolerance is 1 mm or 2 mm. Why my partial safety factor doesn't change with the better tolerances? I mean, what are stringent tolerances that I'm using? Next question is, I construct the building using a precast technology. Again, precast technology has got its advantages in terms of tolerances and the quality of the materials, but still our codes don't give a different values of these factors. So there is some uncertainty modeling research that is happening across the world. I hope the present, our IS 456 revision is going to adopt this in this performance-based design based on the targets that we set, including the tolerances, we'll be able to achieve that. So I could get this partial safety factor. Another question is, we certify the existing buildings, the residual life of structure, actually. When I certify an existing building, this building is 30 years old or 40 years old. Should I certify the building for another 50 years using the same partial safety factors? Or should I certify the building for residual life, 10 years? So our codes are not very clear in their approach. And I'm sure any structural engineer, I have come across many peer review reports where they say that the partial the interaction equation value should be 1.00 for the column, whereas it is 1.01 and hence it is unsafe. So this is the kind of reports we come across, and we don't have the definitive approach in certifying the existing buildings. In fact, I had to file a writ petition in Supreme Court challenging that report, actually, that kind of challenges we have. So in this conference, I could get some of the papers which have worked on this partial safety factors also, and a definitive approach on existing structures, particularly for certifying the residual life of the structure. So these are all my findings. I thought first I'll share these important points as a technical man so that we don't miss these important points while we plunge into these Congress themes. So concrete and concrete materials, we have come across the keynote by President also, the very important alternatives, and also the real serious work on reducing the carbon footprint and enveloped energy in the cement particularly. There was a keynote presented by Heidelberg Cement, which they have worked seriously on how to bring down with a target of 20% reduction in carbon footprint and energy envelope. And next is the construction methods, which I'll not get into in detail, but the service life design is a very important theme that was presented, including the durability and extended lifetime, that is for existing structures, and life cycle assessment of the buildings and monitoring and structural assessment, and strengthening and repair, of course. And main theme of Model Code 2020, which is UNDP sustainability goals, out of which 17 goals are identified to be adopted in the current construction industry. Next. So keynote lectures, we have seen innovative solutions for sustainability, contribution of concrete structure to stability, basically, and performance-based approach in Model Code, which Umesh has shared in detail, and validation of the harmonized partial factor. This is what I am very interested in for design and assessment of concrete structures as proposed in FIB Model Code 2020, and verification of durability of new and existing structures through the design, construction, and operational phases. These are all very, very important themes of the conference as well as the keynotes presented. And under those sessions, the papers, the research papers presented will be working for those themes actually of the keynote. Really, I rarely come across this kind of conference where the keynotes are formulated with the theme of the conference, and the papers which are presented will be within that keynote actually. That's my observation. It's a very well structured Congress, and these are all the keynote speakers. I'll not, next please, get into the details, and next please. The structural design topics, validation of Model Code 2010 and Euro Code concrete shrinkage prediction models, and high cycle fatigue behavior of reinforced concrete. These are all some important things I highlighted because I cannot touch upon every topic in my half-an-hour time. Next, please. And structural design material models. Yeah, continue, please. And detailing design optimization of wind towers, RCC foundation systems. Optimization is a very, very important topic. And we have one paper, which I'll show some of the slides also. Next. And structural design topics, continue, please. Next, please. Yeah, you can continue until we find highlighted one. Yeah. Analytical model for pull-out and splitting failures in bar anchorages and laps. This is very, very important challenge that we face in our code also. Next, please. And transformation for reinforcing steel supply chain. This is a very, very important thing. In fact, I am also an adjunct faculty in 2 engineering colleges. I go and ask my student, what is the rate cost of steel today? Any given location, whether it is Calcutta or Hyderabad. In fact, we face these challenges in projects also. In DPR, whatever rate we take, some of the manufacturers say their rate is uniform across the country, but the supply chain has to match with that. And we all know how much difficult it is to maintain the cost of steel and cement even. So there is a very good paper on supply chain management on steel. Next, please go back. Yeah. Social contents in civil engineering education. This is another very, very important thing, because we civil engineers are supposed to have the social connect actually. I keep telling the student, we have to be working on social challenges, reading the newspapers, and there is a very good paper on students working on social contents and also the sustainability goals. Next, please. In fact, I'm giving a lecture on 1st October on civil engineers' contribution to sustainability and smart cities. Next, please. Yeah, continue. Continue, please. So now I'll just FIB is a pleasant surprise for me when I attended this Congress about this organization, the way it is working, the setting the goals of in tune with the United Nations development guidelines, and also following the sustainability goals defined in the UNDP, and then formulating the research structure. Next. By formulating the model code, which will be guide to this codal provisions. Next. And formulated guidelines in line with the UNDP targets on sustainability development goals. Next. And most of the papers presented are the outcome of research, which is guided by the model code requirements and framed and allotted to the respective universities based on their specialization. In fact, FIB guides the research actually. So there is the same model can be emulated in India. This is what I found actually. I learned from this conference. Next. And IEI, organizations like IEI can take lead in regulating the research and assist Bureau of Indian Standards in reforming the code provisions and structure the codes of practice. We know there are 2,300 codes for civil engineers actually. Whereas what is taught in college to the students, if you ask any student, what are the codes you know, at the most with difficulty, you'll say IS 456 and IS 800. He doesn't even know 875 or 1893. So there are so many codes. Actually, there is no need, like model code and Euro code. We can have a single code connected with structure, single code connected with civil engineering, like that. And we should restructure this, and I feel should take lead in formulating this. Next, continue fast. So sustainability, this is a paper keynote given by Mayor of Oslo, actually, Executive Mayor. And he talked about sustainability more than what I know, actually. That is a very pleasant thing. And continue, please. Growth in, these are the sustainability goals which the data is presented based on. I'm sorry about quality of the slides because these are all the photographs I have taken on the screen. And this is finally the concrete 2.0. That is, these are the, go back, please. This is the contribution to carbon footprint. And for the sustainability goals, no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, all these are defined in UNDP sustainability goals. Next, please. Continue, please. This is a keynote about, these are all the countries contributing, and these are all some of the papers actually, which I have attended. Cracked concrete, active tension. This is a new topic, so I have come across, which will be very useful for assessing the capacity of the cracked concrete. considering the active tension. Next, please. And I'll not go into the details of all this paper because time will not be adequate. So these are all the. Next is fiber reinforced concrete. Another very, very important thing. Of course, in India also we have been using, but not to the level of structural efficiency of the concrete. In fact, yeah, please continue. The papers presented, and next is the fatigue actually. Fatigue behavior also, there are very good research works that are done. Continue, please. Next. And alkali-silica reaction. This is another big challenge we are facing in the concrete assessment. Next. Continue, please. And the shear critical columns. This is another research paper that is presented. Continue, please. And detailing, as I mentioned. Optimized section using fiber reinforced concrete. And this is the research paper presented by Keynote by President actually. Next is Keynote on model code, which is covered by Umesh ji. Next. Please. Sustainability perspective. Basically, the cement production, actually, how seriously the industry is working, we have to bring it to our Indian. In fact, they should mention the target carbon footprint reduction in cement manufacturing, and we engineers should recommend the cement based on not only on grade 53 or grade 43 and all, but also on carbon footprint of the cement manufacturing. Performance-based design is covered. These are all the papers presented on performance-based design. And partial safety factors for assessment of existing structures. This is what I was telling. In fact, I had this question in my mind for quite long. And during this conference, I could get an answer how we can assess the residual life of the structure, considering the state of the structure and with realistic partial safety factors. Durability assessment. So we all do this carbonation and extent of carbonation that and corrosion to the reinforcement, but there is a definite method given for assessing the residual life of the structures. This is service life design. This is another definitive method that is proposed in the model code for life of the structure and which we can make use of. Next. Post displacements, some of the research papers, and precast concrete, pre-stressed concrete. There is a lot of good work happening and all these are presented. This is, please, yeah. Optimization and 3D printed recyclable formwork. This is another challenge I was talking about. This is a pleasant surprise to me where they have developed the geometry of the structure using the optimization principles. And normally I have been doing optimization based on parametric optimization, but this is a topology. Using the topology, they developed the shape of the structure, and for that shape of the structure, they identified the formwork. You can see on this right side, the formwork is 3D printed, and so that it can be recycled. The composites can be recycled, so formwork is not at all wasted at all. Next, please. Precast concrete. And sand formwork. Yeah, this is another interesting paper that I have come across for complex structures. Basically, you optimize the structure, but whenever we optimize the structure, the challenge we face is about the formwork cost, whether it is shells or all that. So what they have done is they have developed this using the sand with some chemical. They will create the formwork, and once the structure is cast, the sand is again recycled. This is a very interesting paper I have come across, and you can continue, please. The sand formwork. This is the structure. Go back, please.
Mr. Surya
Yeah,
Prakash,
yeah.
you have just to.
I'm coming to end. Yeah, next, please. Continue. Don't stop. Fiber reinforced concrete. Very interesting papers. Sustainability goals and. This is the national report. Please go back. I just took 2 minutes and conclude. This is a national report on concrete structures presented by us in the sessions. 7 countries have presented, and we definitely stand out in all the presentations. Next, please. I'll just, yeah, this is the project. We contributed. Back, please. Back. Just go back. Yeah, this is only one project. I'll just explain. This is a housing project which we have done in Hyderabad, 4,000 houses to be completed in 12 months at a cost of 1,280 rupees per square feet, 11-story, where we adopted as a risk mitigation 3 technologies in the same project. And we shared that in the compendium. And this we completed in time without any cost escalation, but with the saving. And last 4 towers we completed in 4 months, 11-story. So this is a project which is part of our compendium. Next, please. This is another project, 7 runways of 900 crore project in Arunachal Pradesh, state of Arunachal Pradesh, which we completed in 30 months in the given time without cost escalation. These are the projects we contributed in this compendium. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Surya Prakash, giving a helicopter view of, what transpired at Oslo. Practically, you have scanned through the entire proceedings and highlighted some of the papers which is related to topics of your interest, like service life design, reducing carbon footprint, life cycle assessment, fatigue, sand formwork, and etc. A lot of things to learn, and I think this kind of interaction in the form of FIV days helps to close this gap between the research and the practice. It is an excellent kind of a platform, and I would very much like to have similar kind of interaction in even other international conferences. Somebody attends, he comes here, and he can share what transpired there. So thank you once again, Mr. Surya Prakash.
One or two suggestions. The Institution of Engineers is a member of FIB, and institution gets all the documents, including the journals, bulletins. I hope so. And they must be all in the hard copies should be available in your library. Okay, and these bulletins and journals are excellent documents. So whoever is interested in and around Calcutta, they can visit the library, glance through those documents, and make a use of it. They are extremely important documents. This was the latest one.
I think let's.
Yeah, in fact, I collected all the journals. I can share it to headquarters actually.
Yeah. Okay. So I now invite our third speaker, Mr. Can you ask him? It's 12:45. He's supposed to be there from 1. So I think still time. Let's have Mr. Todankar first. Let's go by the order only. So Mr. Sandeep Todankar is going to make a presentation on the overview of what happened in Oslo, the part 3. Mr. Todankar graduated from Mumbai University. He has about 25 years of experience in design of flyovers, bridges, both in prestressed concrete and steel composite structures, including balanced cantilever construction. He worked on design of metro and DFCC projects also. Over to you, Mr. Todankar. You have I would be very happy if Mr. Todankar, if you can finish it in 25
Yeah.
minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon to all. As Mr. Umesh has told that we four have attended Oslo FIB Congress, and it is our responsibility to share the information which we have gathered in those days. And for that, the Congress is strongly driven by the need of innovation in order to meet the ambitious goals of sustainable society, such as energy saving, reduced CO2 emission, use of resources, and efficient construction and higher performance of low cost. For all this, to get this goal for this Congress, there are several papers were presented, around 100 plus papers were presented. There are several topics were covered in the presentation, which I already covered. The theme of the Congress is to cover the concrete and concrete materials, construction methods, structural design and performance, service life, innovative cases. Yeah. So out of these papers I have covered, I want to cover which I feel interesting are the 4 papers related to construction methods and innovative cases. This is the first paper, which is regarding the rapid construction of composite bridge using U-girdle lifting. Is from Japan. In this particular project, it is a case study actually constructed. This is a 2.7 kilometer viaduct, which is constructed with the prefabricated U-girders. This is a cross section and a plan showing the overall viaduct length. So in this, the viaduct is divided into 3 different viaducts and having a maximum, means the common span length is of 40 meters. So there's around 9.5 meter width is total width of the take. And since it is a viaduct of the flat terrain, the pier height ranging from 5.5 to 13.7 meters. So in this, they have used the method of construction, which shortens the time for the project, wherein and they have compared the method which was earlier conventionally used. So this is the view showing the overall construction sequence that the piers are constructed over it. The pier segments, pier cap segments, you can say, are constructed. And then the precast girders are erected, then concrete placement at the closure joints, and followed by the tensioning of the outer cables, installation of the PC panels, and casting of the deck slab. So for making it more rapid, there are the 3 strategies they have decided. There is the production of half precast pier caps, simplification of the precast girder, and span by injection of the construction with setting beams. So you can see there is a precast pier caps with the half cast. The top will be cast in situ later after installing the cables. So there's a photo showing the precast segment installation of the pier cap segments, and another photo you can see in the same pier cap segment pre-stressing cables are there. So they are comparing the construction methodology with the earlier conventionally they are using. In the earlier case, they use the internal cables, but specifically in this method, they use outer cables, external cables, and even the lifting of the girder is through diaphragms. And now they have developed another method for lifting the structure by inserting the sleeves over there in the precast member. This is the difference between the conventional methods and the project, because the movement of LG is the important to save the construction span. So they have introduced the setting beam, which is connected to the pier cap segment. So you can hang the precast girders to the setting beam, and the LG can be moved forward for the next span. This is the overall view of the project. Now the next in this advantage of the half cast pier cap is that the construction process ensures construction quality as against cast in situ. And if there is a change in cross chambers, that also can be managed within the partly cast in situ portion. However, this construction method has a limitation that you have to have a suitable span and uniform span at the girder depth. Now, the next paper is regarding butt joints in the prefabricated columns with high performance ratios. So this is a experimental based paper. It focuses on the joints of prefabricated column using high longitudinal reinforcement ratios and high bars, large diameter bars. So the butt joints is normally used in the buildings where the minor bendings are considered. These are three types of butt joints. One with mortar layer only, then second with the mortar layer with the end reinforcement at the face of the joint, and another with the steel plates. So in the mortar joints, the initial investigation has been done. The investigation was done up to 1960. The load bearing capacity of the plain mortar is depends on failure occurs in the adjacent column sections due to transverse tensile and splitting tensile stress. Thus, the transverse tensile stress must be taken as suitable transverse reinforcement. For that, the second joint is developed, wherein the effective restraint to lateral strain at the face of the joint. And this transfers the almost 90% of the load of the monolithic column. Then in the third one, the mortar joint is combined with the steel plates. In the investigation earlier, which led to conclusion that the full ultimate load can be transferred through butt joints with the steel plates. However, the existing investigation also shows that the small stirrup spacing above and beyond the steel plates has no influence on the ultimate load. So in EIC2, there is no general procedure for designing of these butt joints, but there are detailed regulations covered in EC2. If you to find out the ultimate load on the column, so the formula is NRD is equal to K into AC FCD plus AS FYD. So at the joint, in the earlier investigation, it is proven that the less than 6% reinforcement and minimum thickness of maximum thickness of 20 mm mortar will transfer the 100% load at the joint. So for that, these are the few projects in Germany where this type of butt joints are used. But in these projects, the reinforcement ratio they are kept up to 16%, and the large diameter bars are used up to 57.5 meters. However, that is in those cases are individually checked, but the experimental and numerical investigations were not done. So those investigations are done, which are covered in this paper, that with the reinforcement ratio more than 6% and diameter more than 16% and mortar thickness more than 20%. And some parametric studies have been done in the by the author of this paper. The experimental investigation in that the specimens taken by 28 centimeter by 28 centimeter. There are 3 specimens and 2 monolithic columns specimens were also they have checked. So this is the detail of those. There's S9.1 and S7.7 are the monolithic columns, and S9.2, 9.3, and 9.6 are the column with the butt joint having a various reinforcement ratios and mortar thickness, as well as other features like steel with the steel plates they have used. So these are the failure modes of 9.2, 9.3, and 9.6 specimen. So you can see in the table above that when mortar thickness is very less, then the ratio of ultimate load calculated theoretically and the actual experimental ultimate load is more than 1%. That factor is 1. And at other locations, as the mortar thickness increases, that reduction factor reduces to 0.88. And further with the more reinforcement, that is more than 12.5%, it is 25%. In S9.6, it is 0.75. So This is the numerical investigation. They have made the FE model with the modeling the steel plates and the bars. And these are the deformation of the plates in those three specimens. You can see in the first specimen, the numerical investigation shows the reduction factor of 0.93. And whereas we have worked out in the experimental, it is 0.9. In 9.3, it is also 0.9 versus 0.88. And last one, 0.7 versus 0.7. It is very close, the experimental and the numerical investigations. They have also done the parametric study with the changing the thickness of mortar layer and their modulus of elasticity. And accordingly, the reduction factors were found out. Even the parametric study done for the longitudinal reinforcement ratio. So it can be concluded from their experimental and numerical instrument that the less than 6%, which was earlier recommended, butt joints are performing that 100% load is transferred to the joint. However, if it is reinforcement is increasing above 6%, the with the steel plates, the reduction factor will be around one only. Then if it is more than 12.8%, the reduction factor reduced to 0.75. That covers this is a third paper. They are the design and construction of steel concrete hybrid bridge with Umbara. This is from Japan. This is a hybrid bridge where it is a requirement of construction where the it is very difficult to erect the large span with the concrete because of the traffic restriction. So you can see the plan where at the left corner there is a skew crossing. Because of that, the two lanes are having a maximum span of 72 meters. So to cover that 70-meter span, they have proposed a steel box, and then it is connected with the concrete PSC girder having a span less than 60 meters. So for these two inbound and outbound line, there is a bending movement diagram for dead load, SIDL, and live loads. The location of the joint is decided based on where the bending moments are very less. Okay. This is another diagram for bending moment diagram showing for outbound lane. So this is a cross section for steel girder section and concrete girder section. These are the stresses due to dead load and live loads. So at the joint, the PC tendons and connecting section, this is the view for both the lanes. This is the 3D diagram showing that first diagram is a steel plate section, then third is the concrete section, two is the connection joint. Joint is installed near the place where the alternating bending moment is small and pre-stress is applied by PC tendons and thus compressive force is dominant. For this reason, the connecting system used was a rear pressure bearing plate system, which is able to decrease the stress concentration at the connecting section by integrating the filled concrete and concrete girder into one continuous unit. So this is what is the action of force at that particular joint. There is a perfo bond rib is used to connect between steel plates and the concrete, which bears the compression and tension and transfer the compression from concrete to steel and steel to concrete at that particular joint. This is another detailed view of that joint. And they have tested the joint with for concrete fluidity also. Even while casting the that joint, they have you can see there are the field monitor sensor. So they ensure that the complete section will be filled with concrete, no voids will be remain. This is the complete view of the that particular span. It is girder is lifted. So, yeah. There's the last one. It's a design of Lunda footbridge in Umeå. This is in, you can see the cross section showing structural element. This is having a 170 millimeter span, the suspension cables, and the cables are anchored behind the pylons. This is the cross section showing the FOB width varies from 4 meters to 6 meters. And there's a sleek structure with having a 1.9 meter width and 0.4 meter depth. And each segment is reinforced by floor beams at the joint. In this, the middle segment, the construction of the bridge is done with the prefabricated slabs, erecting from and going towards the abutments. The central segment is connected with the suspension cable, the rigid connection, and then a balance segment will be erected with the help of crane and pre-stressed. This is the view of pylon with the A-frame. And this is the anchorage at the pylon top, which transfers the force from cables to the pylon. This is the anchorage for backstays. And doing the static and dynamic analysis, the model is doing like that, because the deck is connected at the abutments with the shock transmission units to create a static system in which the brick deck is embedded transversely and longitudinally into the supports. This limits the transverse and horizontal movements of the structure. They have done in the dynamic analysis, they have done with the pedestrian comfort as checked for 2 persons, including induced impulses with the value of 2 into 180 kilonewton for the vertical direction and 2 into 70 Newton for the horizontal dimension. The corresponding maximum acceleration in the vertical directions and horizontal direction are checked and compare with the permissible one. You can see the construction of the pylon, which are also in precast and match casted and pre-stitched. This is the final view. We can see the erection of the slabs, precast slabs, are done from center to the abutments. That's all for these 4 papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kulkarni, and I'm really sorry that I had to cut down because our Japanese speaker is waiting. So we had an excellent presentation again from Mr. Kulkarni, who gave a brief about 4 chosen papers which was published and presented in Oslo. I now go to our 4th and the last speaker of this session, Mr. Hiru Shinozaki, who will be presenting online. Mr. Hiru Shinozaki is the Chief Researcher of Research and Development Center, Technical Development Division of Sumitomo Mitsui Construction Company Limited. He received BS from Yokohama National University and PhD from Saitama University, Japan. His research interests include mechanical behavior of pre-stressed concrete structures and steel concrete composite structures. Over to you, Mr. Hiru Shinozaki. And I think Mr. Taku Matsuda is also present. Yeah, so let me also have the privilege to introduce the second speaker, Mr. Taku Matsuda. He works for Sumitomo Mitsui Construction as researcher of construction materials. He was involved as a site construction engineer for around 5 years or more. And then he has been developing high strength concrete, mainly researching on ultra low shrinkage, high strength. Over to you, Mr. Taku Matsuda and Mr. Hiru Shinozaki. Thank you.
ごめん、ちょっと聞いて。松田君の顔が映ってる。これです。これが、これ。あ、これか。僕も挨拶するな。Thank you. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity
to speak here in FIB Days 2022. I'm Hiro Shinozaki, Chief Researcher of R&D Center at Sumitomo Mitsui Construction. Now, today's presentation is about construction of non-metallic bridge using zero cement concrete. We developed and constructed a highly durable and low carbon PC bridge using AFRP rod and sustained aramid fiber reinforced plastic rod is a non-metallic reinforcing bar. And sustained is a cement-free concrete that has both high strength and low shrinkage. So we can get high durability and low carbon emission PC bridge. Let me show you today's contents of my presentation. First, development history of non-metallic bridge and zero cement concrete. Next, manufacturing of this pretension girder. And finally, estimated carbon emission of an actual PC highway bridge using this technology. Moving on to the development history, in 1980s, we developed aramid fiber reinforced plastic called AFRP bar as an alternative to reinforcing steel bar. AFRP rods are made from para-aramid fiber and vinyl ester resin. So it is very lightweight and easy to install and doesn't corrode. In 1990, we constructed a PC pretension bridge using FRP rod for the first time in the world. The girder didn't use any steel. This is a photo of press dressing of AFRP rod. In 2018, we removed one of the three main pretension girders after 28 years after construction. In order to verify the load bearing capacity and conduct a chemical analysis of the AFRP rod. So we confirmed that the performance at the time of the construction has been maintained up to the present. Based on these findings, we constructed a PC bridge and a precast deck slab using AFRP rods and fiber reinforced concrete. We named those as Dura bridge and Dura slab. These bridges also didn't use any steels. Next, I will explain about the development of zero cement concrete. We found that using silica fume and fly ash, and the blast furnace slag and the expansive admixture as a binder make high strength concrete without Portland cement. We found that using ferronickel slag sand called FNS significantly reduced autogenous shrinkage and creep deformation and good fluidity as well. It is mechanism of hardening. It is mechanism of hardening without using Portland cement. The phases that have been produced within the cement concrete are the same as those that can be seen in conventional Portland cement system that have been blended with blast furnace slag. The main binding space is calcium aluminosilicate hydrate, CaSH. The expansive additive provide calcium and also raising the pH to accelerate the reaction process for formation CaSH. The phases seen within this concrete gel structure are equivalent with that produced within conventional concrete using Portland cement and blast furnace slag. So it is stable and durable. This is an example of characteristic of fiber reinforced cement concrete. You can see that is very fluidity and good. Fluidity is good and the strength is high, about 161 megapascal. I will go back to our experimental bridge in 1990, which I showed before. It is a 12.5 meter long pretensioned composite girder bridge. At the approach to a concrete product factory, this main cable are AFRP rods. These girder didn't have steel reinforcing bars or press-stretching tendons. We installed a pretension girder that is made of combination of sustained and AFRP rods and replaced the girder that was removed for testing. The new pretension girder didn't have any shear reinforcement because using fiber reinforced concrete. Before constructing, we verified structural performance using small pretension beams. We confirmed that the structure could be designed as a conventional high-strength concrete structure. From here, I will show you about the construction process with some photos. The red frame is a press-stretching anchor frame setting up at the concrete product factory. These are the FRP anchoring device. These are arranged AFRP rods. And this is a press-stretching jack. These photos about fresh sustained grid, you can see that the sustained grid is flowable and workable. This is the concrete casting. This is a steam curing and finish girder. Based on our findings, we use a two-stage steam curing process here, with primary curing at 35 degrees for 36 hours. And the secondary curing is at 90 degrees for 48 hours. This two-stage curing can be achieved ultra-low shrinkage and low creep deformation. This is how we install the girder. This shows the construction of the deck slab above the new girder to connect with the existing deck slab. We conducted a loading test using an actual vehicle before opening the bridge for service. We confirmed that the deflection and natural frequency of the girder were almost the same as the result of the fly analysis. And we also measured the strain of the elected retention girder using FPG-based optical fiber sensor. Long-term monitoring will be done with these sensors. Now, I will explain about CO2 emission estimation. We estimated carbon dioxide emission of the materials based on Bestotani Bridge. Bestotani Bridge is 26.5 meter long highway bridge. It is a simply supported girder bridge that used butterfly web on the box girder and was constructing using a precast segment. And we estimated the CO2 emission based on 3 different material combinations. In case conventional, normal concrete and steel bar and tendons are supposed to use. In case non-metallic, using high strength fiber reinforced concrete and AFRP rod. Finally, in case non-metallic plus zero cement is sustained with fiber reinforced and AFRP rods are supposed to use. The CO2 intensity of each material is determined based on reference from the Japan National Institute for Land and Infrastructure Management. The value for AFRP rod were determined based on reference from the aramid yarn manufacturer called Teijin Company. We assumed that the service life of the bridge is 200 years and that the conventional bridge is replaced once after 100 years. This figure shows the estimation result with a non-metallic bridge carbon carbon emission can be reduced by about 40% compared to the conventional bridge. It can be further reduced to 70% by also using sustained. These are the conclusion. STC0 uses ferronic slag as fine aggregate and industrial byproducts as binder without Portland cement. Unlike ordinary high-strength concrete, STC0 doesn't undergo sudden autogenous shrinkage, and its drying shrinkage and compression creep coefficient are extremely small. To improve the productivity during the pretension girder production, we developed short fiber reinforced STC0 and verified the safety through loading test on full-scale pretension girder. We finally combined the technologies for the non-metallic bridge and the concrete without Portland cement. resulting in the creation of truly sustainable PC bridge. We estimated the CO2 emissions of the material used for long highway bridge, assuming a service life of 200 years. The result shows that combining non-metallic and STC0 technologies can cut CO2 emission to about 70% of the emission for conventional structure. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Excuse me, we can't hear.
Check, please.
Mr. Shinozaki, are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Without cement.
Sorry, I cannot hear clearly.
Bond strength between AFRP reinforcement and concrete.
What is the bond strength between the AFRP tendons and concrete? Dr. Shinozaki, are you able to hear us?
Okay.
So Mr. Surya Prakash is asking what is the bond strength between the AFRP tendons and the concrete?
Bond is good because surface of AFRP rod is have ribs to good bonding for concrete with concrete. Sorry. これどれ共有するんだっけ?
He's asking, has he taken his life for 100 years? Or 200 years?
200, yeah. One question, Alok, if you can ask Mr. Shirosaki, that does that AFRP comes in the strong form also, or it is in the stiff rod form or rod form, because the one example I gave is in the rod form. We cannot go for a very long span, perhaps bridges, because it's in the rod form. I think can we just ask that question?
So, Mr. Shibuzaki, there is a question from the audience. Mr. Hegde is asking whether the AFRP tendons are available in only rod form or bar form, or also in the form of strands?
In the form of strands, right?
Sorry. I cannot hear
No, I
clearly.
will, can you,
Can you make strands with AFRP tendon?
the flexible wire, AFRP can be flexible wire form?
Can it be
Oh.
flexible wire?
Little bit flexible, but
It's in the rod form.
just flexible. Okay.
So what is the minimum diameter of AFRP tendon? Can you put it in the chat box? If you are not able to, hear you, kindly put it in the chat box. If your
Jack box?
response you can put in the chat box.
Jack box? What is Jack box?
Oh. Okay, so as I understand, it is only in the form of rod.
Yes. It can be rolled
Okay,
because flexible.
thank you.
Mm.
Maybe we can take one more question for any of the speakers. Okay, if there is no question, I take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, all the 4 speakers who spoke. First 3 speakers gave us a broad overview of what transpired at Oslo, and they have told us, they have highlighted some of the projects and also given a broad overview of what transpired. We also now understand what is going to come in Model Code 2020. And thereafter, we listened to an excellent presentation from our Japanese friend, Mr. Hiru Shinozaki, about the paper titled Construction of Non-Metallic Bridge Using Zero Cement Concrete. On the whole, this session, we have learned how FIB is the front runner in the advanced research, in structural concrete. And we know that it is a conglomeration of some 1,000 delegates from more than 100 countries. There are 41 national members in this, and there are 70 task groups. I was so impressed. And being a member myself of FIB, almost every month or every alternate month, I receive an FIB bulletin, which is a state of the art on that particular subject. So I think there are very wealthy resources, material available. And as Mr. Shirke mentioned a while ago, that I think the members of Institution of Engineers that can take the benefit of going through these material, whole host of material, and take the benefit. With this, I conclude this session. And I must thank the speakers from Japan, Mr. Shinozaki and Mr. Taku Matsuda, for sparing their valuable time and making this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alok Bhowmik, for moderating this session in a very nice way. It has been a very, very interesting and useful session. So the other day, PWD Secretary was talking with me. She was very keen about new approaches, new technology. And actually, those things have been discussed. I think many PWD engineers are here. They can go back with these ideas and try to implement something in their work. Now, I would request our President, Dr. Thackeray, to present a memento to the session moderator, Alok Bhowmik. I would also request him to present mementos to the speakers present here. Mr. Raj Sirke. Mr. Shurya Prakash. And Mr. Tudankar. And my special thank to the moderator and all the speakers to keep the time limit. And we have been able to make up a little bit of time. And now we will break for lunch. And I would request all of you. I would request all of you to come back for the next session. It will also be very interesting by 14. Yes. I think actually, please, I would request you to come back by 2:15. Thank you so much. Lunch is downstairs. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for our technical session. Now we will start our second technical session. This session will be moderated by Mr. V.N. Hegde. He is also a very eminent civil engineer and structural engineer our country is having. And he has done excellent structures in various places in India and have left a mark in your country. He is an out and out designer, but a designer with a very high practical sense, which is essential for a designer. Mr. Hegde worked for a long time in Gammon India Limited, a very eminent professional organization in engineering sector. He was there for a long time. Thereafter, he joined Stoop Consultants Limited as CEO, and that post was specially created for him. And after his retirement from Stoop Consultant, he is now having his own business. I would request Alok Bhaumik, the speaker of this session, and also Deepak Singla, Director SP Singla, for taking their seats here. Deepak not here. Deepak Singla is not here. Now I would request Mr. V.N. Hegde to start the session.
Hello, yeah, all of you can hear, right? I think after a heavy, sumptuous lunch, we have all gathered together once again to hear the next proceedings, to carry on with the next proceeding. The responsibility of moderating this is mine, as had been introduced, that in addition to what that introduced to me is most important thing is I am also a member of FIB Model Committee 2020. You know, like that is we have been speaking about this FIB Model Committee Model Code, that is MC 2020 for a long time now. And I will tell you what, this is a condensation of all the research which has been going on the institutional of the works, especially the very famous the colleges. And I would like really to see, have the experience of participating there to learn exactly what goes on in preparation of the model, code. It's a real brainstorming session happens there. As I told you, it's a condensation. And I can tell you that there is a case for all of you people to become the member of FIB, to receive that so many bulletins we have been talking about. It's all the state of the art. And again, it's a condensation of the research work which has been going on in the concrete technology. And while formulating this particular FIB days topics, in fact, the initiation was taken by Mr. Shishir Banerjee as well as Amitabh Ghoshal. And I should tell you that they have done a human service in reviving this FIB days 2020. Now, challenge is there for all of us, how to further it, how to take it forward, not leaving it here itself. Coming to this particular session, we have got around 4 speakers, 2 international speakers and 2 Indian speakers. 2 international speakers are John Colleger as well as Mr. Porions, and they will be talking about it. And another exciting speaker who's sitting beside me is Mr. Alok Bhaumik, who will be talking about one of the one of the longest, it was holding record for some time. That bridge, the Athonia Bridge, right? That of 170 meters span, which is somewhere near West Bengal itself, in West Bengal itself. So he'll be talking about it. I'm just going to change the order of the presentations. I'll be having John Kahelar first and Ajay Chaurasia. As well as the third speaker, I'll be having the international speaker. They'll be all talking from the on virtually they will be speaking. They are all international speakers. So Mr. Bhowmik will get the last chance to speak for a long time because he has been allotted right now only 15 minutes that I feel is not sufficient. Just to brief you about this, how we have formulated it, what we have done is for this particularly FIB days, apart from this, the Oslo Congress, the proceedings, we also have taken some of the presentations from the national report which has been distributed today to all the delegates, and also some of the papers which have been published in structural that matter. For that matter, Dr. Ajay Chaurasia, I hope Ajay Chaurasia also joined online. He is paper is the one which has been published in the Structural Conclave. It's not easy to get the papers published in the Structural Conclave International. I'm telling you because I'm one of the editors of that. It's very, very hard to get it published. But for the small projects, which David explained, we also, published the small projects and the 2 pages technical report, what we call it as. I think so many people are doing so much work in India. I think we should get into the FIB the web, and it is possible to send your details of the actual work, small project work, and that also can be published in the Structural Conclave International of FIB. I think that well, that's what I think I just want to bring to your notice. You've got an opportunity to publish your papers in the well-known Structural International Conclave Journal too. Now, with this small sort of a brief, I will come to my first speaker, Johan Kolleger. Professor Kolleger, you are there?
Ja, das muss einschalten.
Yes.
Ruft mich schon.
Yeah. Professor Kolleger has received his civil engineering education at the University of California, Berkeley, and Technical University of Graz, Austria, and at the University of Kassel, Germany. In 1990, he became the head of the engineering department of Philipp Holzmann EG in Hanover, Germany. Most importantly for me, I think he brings me the memories of FIB 2014, where he received the award for one of the bridges where I was the master of ceremony. He may not be remembering me, but I remember very distinctly he receiving this award in the FIB Congress, which was held in 2014 in Mumbai for an outstanding concrete structure. That is Egerton Bridge, which was received. In 2018, his construction method for non-thin wall shells received a special mention at the FIB Congress in Melbourne. With this small introduction, I invite Professor Johan Kolleger to give his presentation or deliver his lecture. The podium is virtually yours, Professor Kolleger.
It's really done. Good afternoon. Thank you for this kind introduction, and thank you for mentioning this wonderful experience in Mumbai at the FIB Congress in 2014. This is a picture of our university, but right now I'm at the construction site where one of these bridges I will show you later will be erected. I will talk about 2 topics. First, the erection of deck slabs for steel concrete composite bridges, and then the fast erection of post-tension LT bridges. And the 2 assistants helping me with these 2 projects are Franz Untermazoner and Michael Rath. But before I start with these new developments, I want to show you another project where these ideas originated and came from. And this, so it's kind of a background information for you. This is a construction of two bridges, one over the Lahnbach River and one over Lafnitz River, which were recently completed. It was the first application of the balanced lift or balanced lowering method, which was also developed at TU Wien. And what we learned from this project is how to work with very thin-walled post-tension concrete members. This balanced lift method you see in the top picture, isn't there a laser pointer? And we assemble everything in a vertical position and rotate the bridge girders into the final horizontal position, called umbrella mechanism. This works only if you have high piers. For the two Lahnbach and Lafnitz bridges, the piers were only about 8 meters high, and then we had to install an auxiliary pier. It is the same mechanism, just the other way around. We lower this point here until it sits here, and the bridge is finished. Here you have an overview of the whole project. This is Lafnitz bridge in the foreground. Back here is the other bridge. Bridge here is 116 meters long, has 4 girders, a width of about 30 meters. And in this part here, you see the last lowering operation. The bridge girders are 36 meters long, and the webs are only 70 millimeters thick. Once these bridge girders are rotated to the horizontal position, they're filled with concrete and serve as girders for the deck slab, which is erected with a conventional formwork carriage. Here is a longitudinal section of this bridge. The center part with the 115.7 meters erected by this balanced lowering method. These two end parts are lifted by cranes behind the abutments. These suspended girders, and they're connected here with this other part. So we have a girder of 116 meter length. You've seen it's hollow, and it's filled later on with in situ concrete. I also should mention that the width of the girders is 1 meter at the regular sections, but here where the compression struts support this girder, you have the negative moments. It's 2 meters wide. This is the production of the wall elements in the factory, in the precasting plant. Then they are, after concreting, they're tilted and they form the side walls of the bridge girders. Always 4 of these bridge girders were cast simultaneously at the precasting plant. Here's a view into one of these bridge girders. As I mentioned, the thickness of the wall elements only 70 millimeters. The bottom slab, which was cast later, 120 millimeters. And we wanted to make everything very light during construction to save money in the joints and also for the lifting equipment. The complete reinforcement is inside these prefabricated girders, and also the ducts for the tendons are placed here. There's a view at the yard of the precasting plant where the prefabricated girders are waiting to be transported to the construction site. And here we have the stages for the construction. First, the auxiliary pier with the guiding rail is erected. In the next step, the compression struts. Then the bridge girders are assembled. They have to come into 2 parts because the roads didn't permit to bring the 36-meter long pieces there. Then the bridge girders are tilted a little bit, and this green tendon is inserted, consists of 16 monostrands. Then we push the compression struts a little bit aside, and then the lowering process can start. And with strand lifting units, we lower this point C until it touches the regular pier in the middle here. Then some tendons are assembled, temporary tendons, and the suspended girders are connected. And then a tendon C is here, C1 is installed, and afterwards it's filled with concrete. Here you see some pictures from the construction of these bridges. Bringing in the compression studs was the first part. Then the bridge girders were assembled. And you see the whole process of this part is assembled. Here the second piece is still missing, and you have an idea how thin these elements are. There's some bracing here with diameter 12 reinforcement bars to provide some stiffness. And into this auxiliary pier consists of tower crane sections from a Liebherr tower crane, and in this auxiliary pier a guiding rail is attached. Then the tilting of the girders and the assembly of this tendons B, which run over a saddle at this point, connect down here. And this picture on the right side shows already the lowering process. Another view of the lowering process, and this joint in the middle is fixed to the guiding rails here in the pier. So everything is called balanced lowering method. Everything is in equilibrium, but for wind forces and some differences in the weight of the elements, you have to provide some guidance in a guiding rail. This is a view from the top platform here on the left. So we needed this tower to guide the pieces down here, but since it was already there, we used it to attach temporary tendons, which are here stressed to the required forces, 600 to 800 kilonewtons, in order to carry the weight of the concrete, which was filled in. See this here in this picture. We filled the hollow part of the girders with concrete, and one of these prefabricated girders was only 6% of the weight of the total bridge deck. And the picture I've shown in the beginning is again this last lowering operation, and here 3 of the completed girders, two of which always serve for one direction of the motorway, this one going towards Graz and the second one going towards Hungary. And the deck slab was cast in situ with a conventional formwork carriage. And this is one thing what we learned from this construction site. This is a slow process. So we produced 15 meters of bridge deck per day, whereas the lowering of this whole assembly and lowering took only about 3 days, filling maybe 2 days of the concrete. Here, another picture of this formwork carriage, which is just a conventional equipment used on many projects. View from underneath the completed bridge over this Lafnitz River, and we saved a lot of money on this project compared to the originally planned steel concrete composite bridges. These bridges have a height of 2 meters, and the steel concrete composite bridges for this span of about 60 meters would have been 4.6 meter high. So we saved a lot of material. This is where the savings come in, and post-tension bridges are not have a larger height than steel concrete composite bridges, but because of the compression struts, we were lowering the spans, and thus had smaller bending moments and saved quantities. This is a slide I've taken from the owner of the bridge, and before the construction, the cost of the composite bridges, the originally planned composite bridges, was estimated from similar projects to be 6.8 million euros. So the bridge deck for both bridges, Lafnitz and Lambach, and with the help of construction companies, was able to provide a sum of 4.7 million, which we thought these bridges would cost. And the best contract, the best offer of a contract was 4.84 million, and very close to our estimate, which was a little bit of luck, but was good for us because there was a large bonus for the engineering work, and which was paid almost by 100%. So no bonus if it's 6.8 million or higher, the full bonus is with 4.7 million. I think we got 95% of the bonus because we estimated the right amount of the costs for these bridges. These are the companies involved in this project, and this leads me now to the first topic I wanted to really show you: the fast erection of deck slabs for steel concrete composite bridges, which comes out from seeing at the construction site how slow this formwork carriage production method worked. And we had there are two innovations in this project. One is this precast deck slab element we invented. Another one is an installation with a transportation carriage. This deck slab element looks like this. It's for another project in Austria. It's for a railway bridge with two rails, and we just take the lower part of the bridge deck and make it with 100 millimeter thick plates. And at these areas here and here, this deck slab element is placed on longitudinal steel girders. And in order to hold the cantilevering plates in place, we have here cross beams with a width of 220 millimeters. The height here is about 370 millimeters. And these elements can be prefabricated, placed on site. There's a very fast process. Here's another example for the bridge, this Pinkerbach bridge, where I'm right now at the construction site. It's for a railway bridge with one track only. That's only 6.5 meter, and the width is 3.34 meters. And the good part about this method is you can off-site in the precasting company, you can place almost all of the reinforcement, which is shown on this slide. So we have the bottom transverse reinforcement, the top transverse reinforcement, all of the stirrups, and the bottom longitudinal reinforcement in here in the element already. This is a project where we proposed this method to be faster than the regular procedure. We have here an assembly area, and the other end here is the installation site, and the elements are placed for working back this way. Here is the picture of this transportation carriage, and the work at the assembly areas, we place these precast deck slab elements one after the other with 3.7 meters for one element. We have a total section with 14.8 meters. Then we still have to close the joints between the elements with mortar. We have to place the connecting reinforcement for the bottom longitudinal reinforcement and place the top longitudinal reinforcement, which is located in the first layer from the top. It's higher than the transverse reinforcement, which has been installed in the construction, in the precasting plant already. These four deck slab elements together are then transported to the installation site in an elevated position with this transportation carriage. You see symbolically the top flange of the girder, the steel girder, with the shear studs here. There's a roller support system, exactly the same system as it's used for formwork carriage. And we have here rails or steel girders which run on this roller support system, and we have two longitudinal trusses, because differently to this regular formwork carriage where everything is done in a transverse direction, the load carriage, we now carry it longitudinal to have here this open space. So for this four deck slab elements, and they're transported in an elevated position because you have to pass over this yellow roller support system, and in the final place at the installation site, it's lowered down with the aid of hydraulic jacks. So the first part lowered at the other abutment and the second part then next here. Of course, there's also some continuity reinforcement which has to be placed here, but placing of this reinforcement and concreting works is completely independent of placing these elements, and everything depends on the speed of the transportation carriage going back to the assembly area, bringing the next piece, and so forth. And then we estimated it could be in the average 2 sections per day which could be transported. So that's 4 pieces of deck slab elements for 1 section. 2 sections per day is 8 deck slab elements which could be installed per day. And with a width of 3.7 meters of these deck slab elements, this corresponds to almost 30 meter of deck slab which could be erected in 1 day. And as I said before, the placing of the additional reinforcement and casting of top layer is completely independent and could be carried out parallel to the placing of these deck slab elements. So it's a really fast process. Then the second innovation is the fast erection of post-tensioned LT bridges. We use precast thin-walled girders, precisely the same precast deck slab elements like for the steel concrete composite bridges. These elements can be assembled either by crane or by a launching gantry. And the first application is a Pinkerbach bridge, where I'm speaking to you now from today. Let me explain this title LT bridge. The precast thin-walled girders carry the loads in the longitudinal direction. That's where the L comes from. And the precast deck slab elements carry the loads in the transverse direction. That's the T. So longitudinal and transverse load carrying behavior. And the precast deck elements and the precast girders are joined to a monolithic bridge deck with the aid of protruding reinforcement sticking out of both of these elements and an in situ concrete layer. Here the precast components of an LT bridge, this precast girder, it a little bit depends on the situation on site and the weight which you can transport. Here in this example, it's 5 segments which are, after grouting of these joints, they're assembled to one piece by post-tensioning. Here's a layout shown here, and the deck slab elements similar to what I've shown you before. Very schematically from the patent application, how it would work for the erection of one span. The 2 thin-walled pre-stressed concrete girders are assembled in the longitudinal direction. The deck slab elements are put on top of them to span in the transverse direction, and a layer of concrete on top of the deck slab elements connects connects the individual precast parts together. So at the end you have the quality of a monolithic bridge structure which has a continuous action over the span. You have a continuous girder, not single span girders. How would that work in the case we have a launching gantry available for the action in the span N? First, the elements have to be assembled in the span N-2. That's where the bridge girders form. This example for 55 meter span bridge. In the step 2, these girders are moved into the span N-1 with the aid of the launching gantry. Then in the next step, the launching gantry moves forward 1 span. In the step 4, the precast girders are placed. In the step 5, the deck slab elements are placed. And in the last step, again, this concrete layer on top of the precast deck slab elements is installed, and some pre-stressing works have to be carried out. We have done, of course, experiments, because we always do experiments before we try out something new, in order to show the owner that it works and not to have surprises on construction site. And for this transverse beams here, it's very important that you have a lot of stiffness, because they have only a small width and hide this. So a lot of material is missing in this during the construction stage, which is here once the top concrete comes. So it's in order to gain a lot of height, we have the reinforcement bars half embedded, half sticking out. They're held down by loops, which has the advantage that we have higher stiffness and a higher level arm during construction. We have done tests here, and at the far end, you see here, we've tested both ends of the cantilevering situation, and we were able to bring these bars up to a stress level that it yields, and could show that it really works, and that we, during the placing of the top concrete layer, we have the whole strength of these bars available. Of course, we don't go to the 400 Newton per square millimeters during construction site, but also for 240 maybe, we want to show that we have enough safety and these bars really are well anchored in the concrete. Other experiments are done with the thin precast concrete girders. These are 2 pieces of about 10 meters and with 100 millimeter thickness of the sidewalls and the slabs, and they're joined together with a grouting joint here. This is a photo of a bending test in our laboratory, and we have done also shear tests, and we'll do next week also torsion tests to test the joint. Because the interesting thing is we don't have longitudinal reinforcement here. You very well have it above the deck slab here in the deck slab and the in situ concrete, and we can make a continuous reinforcement if we bring a second layer of a bottom slab here, but there's no reinforcement here. But so far, no drawbacks with this system, and we always can activate longitudinal post-tensioning. Here is the first application of this method, and tomorrow or day after tomorrow I could have shown you pictures of the real bridge. Now it's still animations. The abutments that are in place. Lifting of this longitudinal girder is happening right now. I have to be in here. My assistant is outside. So this girder is placed. Then the deck slabs will be placed in the afternoon. And then some longitudinal reinforcement will be placed, and the casting of the top concrete layer, connecting it with the abutments, will be carried out tomorrow afternoon, maybe Wednesday in the morning at the latest. Then say this is a very small bridge. It's about 25 meter span here. So it's a small bridge for this method, which is for multi-span post-tension concrete bridges. But the owner, Austrian Railway Company, they like this method, they're interested, and they gave us the opportunity to try it out on this small bridge here to gain experience with this method. So there is good preparation for larger projects in the future, and I'm very thankful to them for giving me this chance. So this was the top concrete layer, the in situ concrete here. This is the girder which is being lifted right now, and this is one of the 6 deck slab elements which will be installed in the afternoon. And same as I showed before, 6.5 meters this way, 3.34 meters in the other direction. And these are the companies involved in this project. We act as a designer together with another design office. And to summarize, I've shown 3 new technologies: this balanced lift or balanced lowering method, where we are very proud that we have obtained an Indian patent for this method, which is still active. These other methods, they are in the process of obtaining patents. We also have listed India as the countries where we want to nationalize the patent, because we think India is a great market. We have received inquiries about this balanced lower method from 2 companies already without approaching them. And I think this balanced lift lowering method is a great method, and you can save a lot of material, but it involves more more engineering work. The other two methods, you just substitute regular techniques with precast elements, and I think this has more potential for wider applications. It is not so dependent on very sophisticated engineering work. If you're interested in using these methods, please contact us. I've said we have patent applications, but we are not so interested in the commercial side of these projects. But what we are interested is to see applications and to have first projects, to win some FIB awards or do something exciting. This is the work we do at the university, and trying to come here to have applications of these methods, because I think they're useful and could be helping you saving resources and building bridges with a smaller amount of materials compared, for example, to segmental bridge construction. Thank you very much. This was the presentation I had to show you, and I'm at the end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kalaga. That was an interesting presentation, and thank you very much for precisely ending your presentation in the very sharp, time line you have followed. Thanks a lot for that. And would you like to stay back till the end of this session? Because if there are any questions, I would like to take it afterwards. Or you would like to excuse yourself, but we would like you to stay back if it's possible.
Yes, I will be available. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And we will come to the question and answer, if any, to Professor Kalaga later. And our next speaker is from India, that is Dr. Ajay Chaurasia. Ajay Chaurasia ji, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I am here.
Thank you very much for being present. And Dr. Arasia is Ajay Chaurasia is a chief scientist and head of the structural engineering and 3D concrete printing group at the CSIR Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee. He did his PhD from Indian Institute of Technology at Roorkee. His area of interest encompasses precast building, structural dynamics, structural health monitoring, experimental investigation of buildings, earthquake resistant design, construction and retrofit, confined masonry, seismic vulnerability, and so on. And he has to his credit 140 papers and 150 reports and 12 books. I think a highly academic researcher, and of course several patents. He has done many collaborative and sponsored industrial projects for industrial strategic sector. This particular paper I said as was there published in structural engineering, structural concrete journal of FIB, and it has been handpicked by Mr. Shirke to be presented here. The podium is yours, Dr. Ajay Chaurasia, though it's virtual, and you have got around 15 minutes. And you can start your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words and introduction. Excuse me. Can you please confirm whether my slides are visible and am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Institution of Engineers for giving me an opportunity to present a very pertinent topic, particularly in respect of emerging technologies for buildings, preferably the precast constructions happening in India. So my topic will be on rebooting construction technology at 213, that is 21st century, third decade. So I will be focusing more on the seismic aspects on prefabricated RC buildings, and that too, the focus on full-scale experimental investigations on prefabricated structures, particularly the buildings. So when you talk about India, a huge country, huge demand of known for its population, but there is a high demand of housing systems, and for that purpose, Government of India has launched Housing for All, a very aspirational mission mode program. But with this present pace of construction, I think we will not be able to meet out the demand. And for that purpose, we need to focus and venture into the precast construction. You all are aware that the conventional technologies suffers, or conventional construction suffers limitations like slow construction, complex processes, shuttering, low quality of constructions, wastage of materials, poor sustainability and productivity. And as a result, we need to venture into the precast constructions. So the present construction methodologies in precast, which can be categorized as construction 4 when they are making use of automation, but when it is added a sustainability aspect by making use of recycled aggregates or waste material into the construction, then it will be classified as construction 5. So before venturing into that, if we look at the globally, the level of construction technologies, so that is classified majorly in 5 levels. Level 0, which is basically the material centric, 85% of construction happening in India is, particularly in the building sector, is level 0, whereas level 1 and 2 is component level or element level, and 3 and 4 is the volumetric constructions. Now India also entered into this domain. So level 3 is the semi-finished volumetric constructions, whereas level 4 is completely finished volumetric constructions. It is basically manufacturing ready-made buildings in the factory, just bring to the site, assembled or stack one over each other and put to use. So my focus will be on level 1 and 2 technologies, because they are more, they are being implemented in India widely. And at the same time, we need to see that our country or India is having around 57% of its land in moderate to high seismic zone. So all this precast technology is, first of all, need to be evaluated, investigated in detail, and understood properly their mechanism, particularly from seismic consideration. Why these precast buildings or constructions is promoted? Reason being simple, because of its scalability and speed, but at the same time, it is bringing into a complexity as well. But those complexities, particularly the joints, are very critical, but that can be addressed from engineering interventions. But other benefits, what it offers is speed, less on-site work, increased productivity, sustainability into construction process, so on and so forth. But in past, if we see the behavior of such precast buildings globally, the performance was not good. Whether it was China 1976 Tangshan earthquake or Armenia 1988, there was a total collapse of the buildings, reason being a poor construction joints. Same thing happened with the Northridge earthquake, where hybrid construction was done for construction of a parking, means peripheral columns where the ductile detail columns, whereas the internal columns and beams were the precast with PT slabs and hollow core slabs. But again, the joints was problem and it has collapsed miserably. Even the precast constructions could not bear the explosion load just because of the explosion of a gas cylinder in kitchen. So this can be very nicely exhibited in Ronan Point, London, 1968. The precast constructions have been introduced last 2 decades back in India, but miserably failed. the single-story precast constructions which were adopted for construction of the schools again failed miserably during Bhuj 2001 earthquake in India. Again, the reason is poor connection details, poor of the columns, beams, as well as the slabs and other things. So now the government of India has launched the Lighthouse project, wherein all these technologies are now being implemented, and there was an urgent need to evaluate these technologies from seismic considerations, and wherein we from CSIR CBRI has conducted a full-scale test on this, one of the technologies that is called as a 3S construction system at CBRI on a full scale, particularly from the lateral load means seismic considerations. So whenever you talk about the precast technologies, advantage, as I mentioned earlier, scalability, speed, and superior quality, but the structural analysis, which is very complex, I think no one has understood the precast construction in detail the way we have understood the cast in situ, and that's why it is very difficult to model the joints, and now people are doing it based on certain assumptions. So that is why there is a need to go for a full-scale testing, and for that purpose, initially we can conduct a test on a component level, thereafter on a complete system level. Based on conducting several tests of similar nature, based on the repositories of the data, we can develop a standard. Presently, the approach for the design is adopted is on a normative scale. When you talk about seismic consideration or seismic safety of any structures, you need to understand the 7 basic virtues of structures, that is configurations, which can be addressed very nicely by architecture. But from structural engineering point of view, strength, stiffness, ductility, deformability, collapse mechanism, and energy dissipation capacity is very, very important, and which can be very well understood by these typical curves, that is load displacement curve, deformability, energy dissipation capacity, and particularly it gives such test gives an opportunity to understand the behavior of the building, particularly in the non-linear scale. So the technology which we have tested is 3S technology, and wherein the precast columns, beams, and slabs are manufactured in the factory. Columns are basically hollow columns designed as per our structure, and the reinforcement is provided on the outer shell. Outer shell is around 40 mm thick, and you can see in this particular picture. So this is the hollow columns, and this end of the columns, it is notches provided to accommodate the beams. Whereas the beams are half filled with protruded rebars or stirrups, and which basically takes care of engulfing your top rebars, and ends are connected by means of additional dowels, the way you can see in this picture, in the slides. And in addition to, once the dowels are laid, the self-compacting concrete is poured within this hollow portion. So that's why it doesn't need any shuttering, and it added speed to the construction process. Till the test has not been conducted, the details given in New Zealand Code 3101 and SP34 were adopted by the promoters, and based on those detailing, initially the component level testing have been done, then the gravity loading testing on single story and 3-story buildings have been conducted, and lastly the full scale test on 3 meters by 4.5 meters buildings of 2-story have been conducted, wherein the actuators, servo hydraulic actuators, have been provided at the roof level, and properly designed relay system have been provided, and to measure the response of the system, the LVDTs were provided at the critical locations. The test was conducted under lateral displacement controlled cyclic loading with incremental increase in displacements. The data obtained, the response of the structure in the form of strains, displacement and load have been captured in the data acquisition systems, and on the basis of that data, the load displacement curve have been plotted for the ground story and second story as well. parallelly, the detailed material characterizations were also carried out. And in the end, during the conducting the test, the behavior of the structure was noted, particularly at the beam column joints, how the failure pattern was generated. And the analyzed data clearly indicates that the ultimate collapse slope, which was obtained as 544 kilonewton, whereas analytically it was observed as 567 kilonewton. But the test has clearly demonstrated that the joints are critical and there is urgent need to provide additional safety measures to achieve excellent performance of beam column joints. And for the purpose, again, we have then revised the ductile detailing and incorporated the ductile detailing in the beam column joints. But the failure mechanism, to understand the failure mechanism in detail, we have extracted certain cores to evaluate or to see the efficacy or contact between the cast in situ concrete and the self-compacting concrete, which clearly shows that there was a good bond between the SCC and cast in situ from this, and it has not separated out, but there was an apprehension, and this sample was taken exactly at the point from where the cracks has took place. So cracks were superficial on the surface, but still there was a need to make the joints more robust. So additional provisions and ductile detailing have been carried out for the joints, and the test was reconducted, and which has given a confidence that yes, the provisions given in the code need to be relooked and to be provided with more ductile detailing, and based on that, these recommendations have been given, and now the system is now being implemented across the country. And this is the project on Lighthouse project in Chennai. But this I have emphasized only on the gravity loading and seismic aspects. Other functionality aspects should also be looked into from water tightness point of view, from acoustics, thermal, and functionality point of view also. And for that purpose, at CBRI, we have established a construction technology demonstration park, wherein all different kind of technologies, that is precast, light gauge steel, all the technologies, two-storied, have been displayed, and they have been evaluated for all these functionality tests. Whenever you get an opportunity to visit North India in Roorkee, please do come to CBRI, have a look on this emerging technologies, and at the same time, how the different parameters are affected on different weathering conditions or thermal considerations that need to be looked into. To summarize, I should say that precast construction technology is a promising technology because it provides scalability, speed, construction efficiency, environmental friendly, and also accounts for economy, and widely can be adopted for the low to medium rise constructions. But there is a need that it should be understood properly by conducting full scale experimental investigations, not on a scale down model or a component level. Reason being simple, that the similitude rules doesn't apply on a structure, particularly during the non-linearity phase. And that's why once you have the repository on extensive experimental investigations on emerging technology, then only the foolproof systems should be given to the executing agencies for wide implementations across the country, particularly from seismic considerations in India. And at the same time, the data can be make use of for conducting numerical analysis and deriving the analytical methods. And over and above, the functionality tests are very, very important, so that then only we can deliver a robust housing systems to the people of the country. So thank you so much for your interest, kind attentions, and patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaurasia, for adhering to the timeline. I request you to stay back to the end of the session so that if there are any questions, to take the questions. Earlier, that had slightly rescheduled the order of the presentation, which probably was supposed to be there. It's the second speaker, but I have put him on at the end as a fourth speaker. If Irene Turun's is available, I would like to call upon Eric. Mr. Eric, are you there? Just find out whether Eric is there. If Eric is not there, then I'll have to request Mr. Bowman to start his presentation. Eric is there? Okay, I think maybe he's joining exactly at the point of his presentation. So from that point of view, I request now Mr. Bowman and to make his presentation. Mr. Bowman doesn't require any introduction. By this time, all of you are aware of him, but it's my pleasure to introduce. Like, I don't want to miss an opportunity to introduce Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman is a postgraduate from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, IIT Delhi, and he's owner of DSCC. That is, hello. Yeah, he's owner of a very famous infrastructure consultancy firm called DSCC. You're all aware of it, and he has got a passion for dissemination of knowledge by being a GC member of various consulting organizations, like the organizations like Consulting Engineers Association of India, and he's also was a past president of ISTRCT, and he's a very, very active committee, member of not only committee member, heading a committee which is organizing seminars and as well as bringing out the publication on behalf of the ISTRCT. His contribution to code making as far as India is concerned is immense. And apart from all that, and he's also a fellow of National Academy of Engineering. It's the highest recognition for any engineer to become a member of fellow of the National Academy of Engineering. And he ranks there first, and recently he has been awarded with the SP Joshi Memorial, like that award from alumnus of COEP, what we call it as a College of Engineering, Pune. Basically, he's an excellent engineer, and that you will know by the presentation which he's going to make. He's a designer of this particular bridge, which has been constructed by SP Singla and Associates, and he's going to talk about the 170 meters span Exodus Bridge in West Bengal.
Thank you.
The critical podium is yours for a change.
Thank you, Mr. Hegde, for this copious introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a project from this very state of West Bengal. And in fact, Ms. Ghoshalda told me that, you must have some project from West Bengal. And I think no other project will be, more better than this one, because when it was constructed, this bridge over River Hatania Dwania was setting a record of the maximum span length in India for extra-dose bridge concept. The metal span that you are seeing in this slide is 170 meters. So though this record was broken, soon by a bridge in Hyderabad, which is Durgam Shivuru Bridge, which is having a main span of 233 meters. But nevertheless, this is one of the pride of West Bengal. And so I have the privilege to talk about this bridge. Now, next, okay. So this is the broad content of my presentation. It will be a brief presentation because I am given only 15 minutes. And please pardon me if I spill over by 1 or 2 minutes. So first, a brief history and background. This project is located, as you can see, in the southern part of West Bengal, in the deltaic region. This is over River Hatania Dwania, which is coming in the corridor in NH 117. And earlier it was State Highway 1, but in 2004, this was declared as a national highway. And once it was declared as a national highway, there was a lot of traffic. But because of the absence of the bridge over this river. The ferry used to be there, and that is a discouragement for many of the tourists who would like to visit this place called Bokhali. And once this bridge is constructed, there has been a significant increase in tourism, and it has helped to reduce the travel time by 2 hours. Though Bokhali and its neighborhood provided a real feast for the tourists, footfall was less because of the delay that is caused in crossing the river. And as I mentioned, the bridge helped to reduce this time by 2 hours. Broadly, this is the salient feature of the bridge. The construction of this bridge was entrusted to Messrs. SP Sinla Construction. It was started in 2014. The estimated or the projected, the contract time was 3 years, but eventually it was exceeded by about 15 months due to many challenges which I will describe. And contractor engaged us, being an EPC contract. So the detailed design consultancy was given to us, B&S Engineering Consultants, and we had the privilege to do these, carry out the design. As per the original scheme, as per the bid document, the original span arrangement was different from what finally we envisaged or we constructed. Originally, it was not considered as an extra-dose bridge. It was a normal cantilever construction bridge with the main span of 120 meter and the approach spans of 75 meter each. I'm only talking about the main bridge, but it has a viaduct also on either side, which is 12 span of 40 meter on either side. But soon it was realized that, when the contractor came on board, it was soon realized that there are challenges in constructing the well foundation in the middle of the river. Particularly, the two challenges were that the river carried a very, large vessels of barges and also, ferries. And therefore, it was, and secondly, it was a tidal river where the tidal variation was as much as 6 meters. So at the low tide, the width available for navigation was only about 100 meters. And it was realized that within those 100 meters, if well foundation is constructed or any other foundation is constructed, during the construction period, they have to block a large portion of the navigable portion of the river, which was very risky, considering the large number of vessels that passes through. Even the possibility of doing one well foundation at a time was considered, but even that was also turned down from the consideration of the blockage of the navigational route. So therefore, the only option left was to increase the span from 120 meter to a larger one. And then it was thought that if we go for 170 meter, then the well foundations will be close to the bank at the high tide level, and that would not only help to facilitate easy construction of well foundation, but it would also be helpful for the navigation purpose. So that was the reason primarily to increase the span and to change the span arrangement from 120 meter to 170 meter main span. The moment we go for a longer span, the conventional method of using a balanced cantilever was ruled out, because with balanced cantilever, even if it is theoretically possible to do a balanced cantilever for 170 meter span, the depth would have been, about 3-4 meters more than what it used to be for 120 meter span. And that would have increased the formation level by about 3 to 3.5 meters, because the navigational clearance requirement will not allow us to reduce or bring down the soffit level. So therefore, the only option then was to change from a girder bridge, cantilever construction girder bridge, to another form which is extra dosed, where by using these external stay cables, we could reduce the depth and bring it back to about 5 meters, which was required for a span of 120 meters. So this shows, what was the original span arrangement and what is the final span arrangement proposed by the contractor, and you can see the difference. Now, as I said, there was large fleet of vehicle movement, and this salient features of the final scheme, I think I have explained that, so I will skip reading this text. These handouts will be available, it can be circulated, you can read it, but essentially what I mentioned is given over here. Now, there were many challenges even in construction of these well foundations, even at the revised location, which was close to the bank. There were two pylons at P13 and P14, and both, was a challenge. First challenge was that the soil, sub geotechnical, report was not very encouraging. It was a very, very soft soil. In fact, the well curve would go sink on its own when it would be cast. So first attempt to do a well curve like that failed. So the only way was at one end is to prefabricate the well curve outside and to launch the well curve on a sand island with sheet piling. And that was done here finally. And well foundation sinking took a long time because of the treacherous nature of the soil there. So I think I talked about it. So you can see this prefabricated, well curve cutting edge is being sort of brought to the island, which is covered by sheet piles. And this is another view of this double D well. The double D was, you see, once the original design was, as I said, balanced cantilever, where the pier was having a smaller width because it was a single box girder. It is basically bridge is carrying 3 lane of traffic and footpath. So overall width was not much. So a central pier would have been sufficient. But once we go to an extra nose bridge concept, where there is no median, so we had to put 2 planes of stay cables, and therefore the pylons, where there are 2 pylons on either side of the carriageway, and that increased the width, and therefore the geometry of the well foundation had to be changed from a simple circular to a double D. So pylons and superstructure of the main river bridge, each pylon had 2 piers, so I just explained to you these. So what you see here is the construction of the pylon over the well cap. And what you see here is the superstructure of the main bridge construction, which is being done using cast in situ cantilever segmental construction. This is the, the top view shows the structural arrangement with dimensions, and the bottom view shows further more details of segments. Each segment was 3.5 meters in width, and the maximum segment weight was about 100 tons. And it was a variable depth box girder. The depth was 5 meters at the pylon, and at the midspan it was 4 meters. What you see here is the typical cross section of the deck at the pylon and at the midspan. It's a single cell box girder, and where the stay cables are connected, there you have a transverse rib, as you can see. So these segments are weighing about 100 tons. The non-stay cable segments were lesser in segment weight. The integral continuous spans in the viaduct side, on both sides we have viaducts, 12 spans of 40 meters each. They were all 4 girders of post-tension girder, each weighing about 150 tons, and they are made integral with the pier. There is no bearing. There are expansion joints at every 3rd span and every 2nd span, every 3 span, 2 span continuous, and therefore the bearings completely eliminated except at the expansion joints, and the expansion joints also reduced 120 meter on an average, about 100 every 100 meter we have expansion joints. This is the viaduct under construction. You can see the post-tensioned eye girders, and the deck slab is under construction here. You can see the finished viaduct, which looks so elegant because of the absence of bearings. And not only it is elegant, but absence of bearings and reducing the number of expulsion joints has helped also to reduce the maintenance cost. These are the salient features of the main bridge. And let me just briefly talk a little bit about the design of the cable stayed bridge. You can see this is the layout PT, the details of the PT cable. We have used 19T13 and 12T13 combination for the PT cables. At the top, we have the 19T13 cables and sagging moments in the midspan, and in the end spans, we used 12T13 cables, 12T15 cables. The stay cables were stressed in 3 stages. In the first stage, this particular slide shows the number of strands in the stay cable, which are 15.7 dia strands, and this shows the Midas model of the main span, where not only the superstructure but also the foundation and substructure is all modeled in one single model. Beam elements were used for the main deck and the other structural components, truss elements for the stay cables, and rigid links for the link between the pylon and the stay cable. So these are some of the pictures from the Midas model, which shows the use of rigid links in this particular model. These are the various loads considered for the design of the main span, and the one which is underlined in red are loads which are not covered in IRC 6 current code, because current code do not really address the extra dose bridges. So there were construction live load where specifically, we have taken about 50 kg per square meter of construction live load. Then we have also designed and checked for falling segment, although it is a cast in situ segment, but we have considered the possibility of collapse of the traveling formwork. We have also considered temperature difference between the deck and the stay cable, which is not covered in current IRC code, but FIB, there are other international guidelines available based on which we have taken a difference of about 8 degrees. And then differential temperature on pylon on outer side and inner side, a linear variation of about 5 degrees in the temperature considered. These are the details of the pre-stressing on the stay cable, which is done in 3 stages. These are the forces in the stage 1. These are forces in stage 2, and all these various forces in various stages are worked out by trial and error by many iterations to ensure that at each stage of construction, the stresses are within the permissible limits. And then this is the structural modeling showing the final bending moment diagrams in service. And in service also, there are 2 situations. One situation is just immediately after the bridge has gone into service. And second is after all the creep and shrinkage losses takes place, that is, say, after a long term, maybe 100 years. And one has to make sure that under both these conditions, the structure is safe. So the conclusions that I have derived from this are 2, primarily. There is one is that there is definite benefit of the EPC mode of contract, which was demonstrated in this project. An appropriate technical solution was obtained without any cost and time overrun. And the contractor had the freedom to change the design and construction option to best suit the site condition, as well as to achieve the economy without compromising on the specific requirement of the project. Had it been an item rate contract, probably this would not have been possible, and there would have been some variations and all to be brought. This is the first lesson. Second lesson is that the project highlighted the lacunae in DPR studies, which could not envisage all the site constraints while finalizing the structural scheme and span arrangement. The terms of reference for DPR needs to be revisited to improve the quality of DPR. Nowadays, you must be hearing Honorable Minister of Transport, Mr. Gadkari ji, is all over talking about the poor DPR and its impact. So this is also a good case study to demonstrate that the DPR was perhaps, there was a lot to be desired from the DPR. So one of the key to success on this project was a very good understanding between the executing agency and the owner, and I must put it on record because there was a delay of 15 months in the project, and this delay of 15 months was primarily because of the, two reasons. One is the span arrangement, which was not correctly chosen, and second, which came to light by the executing agency only when he was in the field, is that every year there is a Sagar Mela, which occurs in the island of Sagarmala, and that the entire corridor is closed for a month, in the month of January, in Makar Sankranti. And so, as it is, because of the tidal variation, the construction time period is restricted. Second, in the working season, if 1 month is lost every year, so that was not factored in. And so, but the client was considerate enough to consider all this and, gave the contractor the extension of time, because of which it was completed, without any variation on, except the time overrun, there was no cost overrun, and it was completed in a good spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavik sir, for the excellent presentation. I think we will discuss about the presentation and the question and answer later. No problem. That Eric is available online.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Mr. Eric, I think we were looking for you earlier.
Okay. Yeah, they told me at 12 o'clock. So
yeah, good to have you back. And I just will introduce before you start making your presentation. And Eric Y. Furos, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, is the leader of the Bergen Bridge department in Noro Consult, Norway. He's also a team leader for a long span bridges in the company. Eric has master degree within structural engineering and computer science. And it's very good to know that having a master degree in structural engineering, you have done the computer science also, but you're still dedicated to civil engineering. That is, after having done the masters again in computers in the masters in science, computer engineering, and he has over 12 years of rich experience and a specialized experience with suspended bridges, cable stayed bridges, floating bridges, and balanced cantilever bridges. In fact, like Norway is known for long span balanced cantilever bridges, and it is holding the world record for all concrete balanced cantilever bridges. That's around 330 meters span. Today, he's a young man who's very much having an exposure to digital world. So he's going to talk about how to construct a cantilever bridge, a long span cantilever bridge of 260 meters without drawing. What he calls is a drawingless construction of the cantilever bridge. Eric, the podium is yours. Virtual podium is yours. You have got around 15 minutes, and I request you to adhere to the timeline.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. Can you see my screen or my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, perfect. So the technical part is all up and running. Thank you for that introduction, and also a point on the biggest balanced cantilever bridge in Norway, which I'll get back to. A little bit about myself. I work in Norconsult, which is the largest interdisciplinary consultancy firm within social planning, engineering design, and architecture. I'm the leader for the bridge department in Bergen, the western part of Norway. And I'm also, as you said, a team leader for long span bridges in the company. Before we go into the transfer bridge, which is the main topic of the presentation and the parametric modeling and analysis, I want to talk a little bit about the larger project. It's E39, Kristiansand West, Mandal East, and we're working with AF-Gruppen, which is the main contractor. It's a 4-lane highway with a total length of 19 kilometers. Nye Veier, or New Roads, is the road owner, and it's a company owned by the Norwegian government to build roads in Norway. And we have the transfer bridge, which is the balanced cantilever bridge, but we also have incremental launched concrete bridges, which is quite special. It's often done with steel bridges. And also we got a lot of post-tension bridges, non-pre-stretched structures like tunnel portals, culverts, or retaining walls. And the entire project is beam-based. That means that there is only beam molds are to be used in constructing the structures. And that is strictly enforced throughout the contract and through the project. So for the transfer bridge, it's the third longest span in Norway. And as we said, the longest is about 301 meters, the Stolmasund bridge, which is in the western part of Norway. The transfer bridge has a main span of 260 meters and with a total length of 534 meters. But it's quite larger overall than the Stolmasund bridge, with the transfer bridge having 4 lanes and the Stolmasund bridge having 2 lanes. And it's almost completed. The entire project will be opening at the end of this year. The parametric analysis and modeling in this regard to the bridge has been key to win, amongst others, the highly acclaimed AEC Excellence Awards in 2020 for the bridge as a single entity, but also the project as a whole. Because as I already mentioned, all of the structures in the project are fully digital. The max box height of the transfer bridge is 30 meters, and the minimum box height is 3.5 meters in the main span, and the deck is 24 meters wide. And then we also got 3 webs for the bridge box. The left picture is taken from the bridge site in the end of August last year. And as you can see, we got pre-stressed cables for the cantilevers. This is mainly not that much of a structural reason, but mainly to reduce movement in moderate wind speeds. And it got a positive effect of reducing the seasickness of the workers because of the movement, because it can be quite movement without the pre-stressed cables. You see the cables going down here into the sea. And also here it was from February when we did a keystone. That's the last element in the main span. It was a news report from that day. I don't know about the background for everybody here, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the balanced cantilever bridge method. Then this presentation for many people from different backgrounds, but the point of this is in June 2020 we built the columns. In August we started creating cantilever or the arms in balance, and to minimize the overturning moment of the columns. In late 2021 we connected the cantilever to the abutment at each side of the bridge at the end of the bridges. And in May 2022, we connected the keystone, which is the last cast in the middle of the bridge. The term keystone, I think, is from stone bridges. When you put in the last stone in those kind of bridges. Some quantities are shown on the slide. We got 158 tendons for the main axis 2 and 3. The tendons are varying from 19 lines to 12 lines per cable and varying by the length of the cable. All tendons, reinforcements, variations in geometry are modeled. The project being without drawings, construction workers use iPads and mobile workstations for laying out the formworks and the reinforcements. It's been a steep learning curve for everyone, but we got a lot of positive feedback from the construction site, especially for the beam reinforcement, which is really easy to understand. You can single out specific reinforcement, visualize it together with, for instance, the tendon ducts or other irrelevant elements. You can see on beforehand areas where special care must be made because of, for instance, high density with reinforcement. For structural analysis, we use two main programs. NovaProg is a beam model program and is used for the global analysis, construction phases, dynamic wind, earthquake analysis, load combinations. FEM design, which is a shell model program, we use for general concrete design, local design, buckling of webs, local design for construction phases, and hammerhead design. So for the coding part, we use Python, the underlying programming language for the pre-process, creating input models for the beam model, load generation, load combinations, and etc. Python is also used to generate the shell model and further to connect the structural analysis with the BIM XD model. And so we're moving on to the BIM XD model. So as many of you probably know, BIM stands for Building Information Modeling. And the XD part is what we use in Norcosol to describe the potential of our BIM models. For the twist-forward model, we have described it in 6D in this time. You got the third dimension, geometry, fourth with time, phase planning, visual validation, fifth dimension, process code, which is quantity description in Norway, and also quantity for cost control. The sixth dimension, sustainability, environmental impact, CO2 emissions, which are aggregated through other programs. And also moving on to the seventh dimension, which is being implemented these days, is the operations phase with maintenance, structural health monitoring, inspections. For modeling, we use Revit with the visual program system Dynamo. This system is often called a low-code, no-code system. And you can see an example down to the right here with the cluster. Our own in-house system for bridges is named Druvit. Druvit is used for optimizing common tasks, and it's developed in C#, which is Microsoft's program language. It reduces the complexity of the Dynamo scripts, for instance, to place the bridge body relative to the road line. And it helps us reduce the amount of visual clutter, as you can see from the example script on the side here. We use Solibri for IFC management, classifications for sorting out elements, controls and checks of the model, and communication with third-party control and contractors. Further examples and things that were really positive with the BIM models and this kind of system where we connect everything is optimizing tendons throughout the bridge for losses of the tendon force, and of course the constructability of the bridge system. There's never enough room in concrete bridges. All tendons are modeled with exact geometry for the construction, and accumulator and angular deviation is automatically calculated for analysis verification. Clash controls are of utmost importance and reduce the trouble with clashes at the construction site to almost zero. This is an example of the strength of the BIM modeling, as it is highly visual and easy to identify. We see a very nice example here with changes in geometry. There's bound to be problems which are handled in the early phases before construction. So with models or drawings before, it's not that much time before we use drawings in Nova as well. But there's no cheating in doing models. And since we have no drawings, we have to model everything. And especially, for instance, the pot bearings is something a lot of designers find hard. Here we have solved all the parameters needed for describing the bearings and also showing presetting and easy to understand directions in the model, as you can see here, and with information here, parameters. And so the picture to the top right, you can see the column of the bridge. We have developed the easy-to-use parametric information where you can select an element and get instant-defined geometry and Solibri from the element. And the picture below here gives quantity of lightweight concrete directly from Solibri, which is examples of information easily taken out from the models. So moving on, we have coupled all of this to what we call coupled parametric analysis modeling, which is connecting the structural engineering and the modeling, or structural analysis and modeling. And the underlying Python code developed for a project laying the groundwork for structural analysis and also joining the BIM model is about 8,000 lines. As shown on the slide, the code creates input for the analysis software as well as the BIM model. And the BIM model input is then processed through code developed in Dynamo Brewit. It is a circular system. Changes to the model has to be made in the main code and run through the structural analysis before being emitted to the BIM model. That gives us that extra layer of security and confidence. Information transferred digitally without the ability for human error, giving us a one-to-one solution between what is analyzed and what is actually built from the BIM model. Unlike a manual approach, we have reduced time spent for changes to the model by a significant amount, also reducing tedious manual labor for the BIM engineer. This is especially with the formworks. The system being coupled fully digital is not common for large bridges. The Trusford Bridge is, to our knowledge, the largest bridge in the world where this has been achieved and the bridge built. Column Bridge, which is the name of the in-house coupled parametric analysis system, has been developed over the last decade, starting in Excel only and has now moved out of Excel to Python code and expanded as the possibilities are much larger now. The system is developed using GitHub, giving us the ability for multiple engineers working on the same code. We're using state-of-the-art system for both the structural engineering world as well as the computer engineering world, bringing this world together and creating engineering software that is not available in the industry today. And designing a drawing-less bridge has, of course, not been without its hiccups. The largest being there's no commercially available software to suit our needs, especially with the BIM XD model. And creating new technology is demanding for the entire chain of people working with the project. Thus, the need for highly qualified people in all levels of the chain is a criteria for success, from the engineering design to the people carrying out the construction on site. The BIM technology reduces errors at the build site, and for repeating details, it will significantly reduce design time. The technology also reduces confusions when conveying information regarding the build. The coupled structural analysis system developed links the BIM and structural analysis more closely together, reducing the design time and reducing human error. The coupled system also makes it possible to do more complex optimizations in early stages using state-of-the-art computer science optimization algorithms. And this has the potential to significantly reduce cost and environmental impact of future bridges. And it's something we in Norcosalt work on every day. And we're also taking this technology and bringing it for the largest suspension bridge being built without drawings in Norway now. So this is something we're working on further with new project. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric, for that, this excellent presentation. You are showing the future for us and how it's going to be constructed, as well as the BIM you explained in 3D, 7D. You've gone up to the 7D. Now, before summing up the session, already we have already 4 o'clock. So in view of that, I would like to take a couple of questions from the audience. there are questions, only a couple of questions, couple of 2-3 questions. Professor, how many questions? There are, how many questions should I take? 2, 3, yes. Please.
My question to the first speaker, Mr. Lagar, Professor. You see, you had shown the construction, or rather the concept of design. Now, the girders are taking the railway loading. The slab, which is precast, what type of loading it is exposed to at the construction stage and at the final stage? Because the precast element which you have brought, which we are bringing to site with the deck slab, which is precast, what is the type of loading it is exposed to? Because it's the main loading is taken by the girders. Am I clear to you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question. During construction, these deck slab elements, the main loading is the top layer of concrete, because we only have the transverse beams and they take all the load of the in situ concrete, and they have to carry that. Once the in situ concrete has hardened, the precast deck slab elements and the in situ concrete work together as one element. There's enough stirrup reinforcement and continuity. Afterwards, it's one element. It's like a regular monolithic cast in situ deck slab, like to do it normally. And you're right, during the placing of this top layer of concrete, there are high stresses in the transverse beams. That's why we move the reinforcement to the very top to have more lever arm. And in the final bridge, it's the similar situation like in all other bridges. And I designed one bridge recently, which is under consideration. And not always can you do it that the loads of the rails are directly above the girders, because you have to find a balance between that load and the traffic load. So we have to shift the girders in the right position. And therefore the deck slab elements also have to carry some of the loads of the rails to distribute them to the girder. Thank you for the question.
I must also compliment Professor for sharing with us a project where construction is still going on. It's the first time I am finding somebody having the courage. We have never been presenting something unless it's complete and safe. Thank you.
Also a good approach, but saves time to show things before they're finished. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other question from the audience? No questions.
Well, if there are no questions, I will ask on behalf of PWD. This Hatania Dohania, Mr. Bhomik presented, and he mentioned that there have been no extra work. I mean, in this case, the length of the main span has increased considerably, from a balanced cantilever to extra dose bridge. And of course, the viaducts had reduced considerably comparatively. But cost of a viaduct normally per meter is much less than the cost of the bridge. But still then, there was no price rise, really?
No, I'm not saying there is no price rise.
I mean,
But
no extra.
No, there was no variation in this project.
Wonderful.
Finally.
Wonderful. I mean, this is excellent cooperation between the client and the contractor.
Yeah, that's what is one of my
I'm really
conclusions. This is excellent
Thank you.
cooperation.
Thank you very much.
Nothing else on the question. I've got a couple of questions. In fact, I could have asked, but otherwise also. The question is that you had a well foundation which has been shifted to the edge of the embankment. You had a well foundation. Now can you hear? You had a well foundation which was shifted to the edge of the embankment. That too double D well foundation. Normally, like in intake structures also we have this kind of wells which is near the abutment, where the abutment near the embankment where it is sloping. it is very difficult to control the tilt and shift because of the nature of that, like the embankment is normally, like it is sloping. Did you face any problems during the construction of tilt and shift of those massive embankment, well foundations?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good question because actually we did face a lot of problem because of the proximity of the well at the bank, and particularly because the soil was very weak, and particularly on one side you have the surcharge, other side is not there. So yeah, on hindsight, I would say it would have been better to increase the span little more, maybe instead of 170. 185 meter would have been ideal, where we could have eliminated. In fact, that is the reason why the well foundation took much more time than what the contractor envisaged when he started actually. But yes, a lot of problems were faced and it was very difficult to sink 41 meter of well depth. And I mean, a lot of precautions were to be taken to prevent this tilt.
And the last question in the same project, because it's interesting, but like 170 meter, and you had a 170 meter span and only 5 extra rows cables. I found it at least 2 more cables normally for the 170 meter would have been ideal. In view of that, I think the size of the extra rows cable must have been very, very large. What is the maximum size of this? Do you remember?
I don't remember offhand, but I can tell you this bridge was designed in 2014. Okay, 2014 and 2015. At that time, honestly, there were not many documents available on extra dose bridge. ACD 17 of IABC publication came later. And today we are much more knowledgeable. FIB 89 is there in the recent publication, PTI revised publication. And because we are, let me also inform that Indian Road Congress is coming out with a guideline on extra dose bridges. And myself, Mr. Hegde and many others, Mr. Rajesh Shirke, we are part of that guideline. And I hope that in the forthcoming IRC Council, we will be able to get through this guideline. And so in last two years, we have done a lot of work on extra dose bridges. Frankly speaking, when we designed the bridge, we had less knowledge, and maybe if I design this bridge today, maybe instead of 5, I will end up with a better system, which will be more economical and reduce the number of stakeholders.
Yeah, I have one question for Eric. Eric?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
See this, you have done this beam for a design, right? The digital modeling. At the downstream, how the contractors are using this particular model? Do they have a automated bar bending, say CNC machines, then shuttering or formwork design integrated with your beam model, and that's how the things are more easier for them too?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I can answer the rebar question first, because you have this from Solibri, you can export rebar lists automatically. So it's a very nice system. So the rebar company doing the bending of the rebars take this digital list into their system. So we've been in a process over many years now to streamline this kind of thing. So it's much easier because before it was more manual labor with punching in the lengths and the diameters and etc. And your question for other parts of the chain, for instance, the formworks, it is the programs used by the construction company. There's still some manual labor being done from taking the models and making sections for the formworks on the construction sites. But this is kind of on I think the commercial softwares are going to come with new software which will make this process also much easier, because there's a lot of design needed to do with also the software which is being used. So this is absolutely a work in progress. But also one of the most things the construction companies appreciate a lot, it's very easy to explain for the workers what is to be done when showing rebars in the models. It's very intuitive for people to understand, compared to, for instance, 2D drawings, which we have been used to use. So there's some pros and some cons, but it's evolving a lot. So it's very exciting to be a part of.
And I believe that this particular model will be used by user or owners for its structural health monitoring too in future as asset management.
Yeah. So in Norway, you have the Norwegian Public Roads Administration, which handles these models, and the models are archived into a system. And it's also because the BIM, the fully BIM projects are starting to be completed these days, and also there have been some. So this is also a work how we're to use this in the later phases, and also how you integrate it, because there's a lot of focus now on health monitoring on bridges and structures. So how you integrate all of these parts is also something we're working with suppliers and the road owners. So it's very interesting phase to go into with these models, because you have much more dynamic than drawings, because they're completely dead. But here you can use something which can include much more information than we had before in one model. So it's very interesting and exciting.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, thank you.
Another question? Yes.
Yeah. Good evening. This is question to Mr. Eric.
Just introduce yourself and.
Yeah, I'm Ishwaran. I'm basically a structural engineer. I'm coming from Larsen and Toubro company, construction company. It's the largest construction company, engineering company in India. I'm basically a structural engineer working in structural field more than 27 years. With this background, this question is to Mr. Eric. Very nice. I'm hearing this using the very fundamental technique of balanced cantilever. The question is that, fine, there you are using a very long span, 235-meter long cantilever. The question is that how you are managing the dynamic loads. Like, I don't know whether in Norway, how the earthquake is going to affect earthquake, like dynamic things, how you are going to take, because in the cell fight, it is okay. And force like seismic force comes, how you are managing. That is the first question. Second is that the cantilever end, the free end, there is an interface. And in the long run of time, how the interface has been managed and how the continuity will be maintained. Somebody talks about a health monitoring system. Is it like that we will be managing? How you are controlling that? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For your first question, we're in Norway. We do the dynamic calculations on the earthquake, but Norway is a low seismic country. We don't have that big seismic activity, so it's not they're usually not dimensioning the loads for earthquakes, especially when like the Thrissur Bridge it's on rock. So it's quite good soil conditions. So if you have poor soil conditions, the earthquake is of a bigger issue. But for the Thrissur Bridge, I did the calculations for the earthquake, and it's not dimensioning for the bridge. So it's not that big an issue. And your second question was, the long-term effect of creep effects, for instance. We do the creep calculations the normal way for balanced cantilever bridges, and we build the bridge with some curve. So in the 100 years, it's supposed to the maintenance it will find its kind of normal situation at that time, and also. There's not planned a health monitoring system to survey this, But what we do on bridges in Norway, which is the standard now, is that at set amount of time you do new height measurements of bridges to check if things are as planned and as we have calculated it. And when we built the bridge, the movement of the bridge was as calculated. So it has been very much as a theory and practice going together for the construction phase. So it's very nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think the time has come for me to sum up this particular session. I have to say that I really enjoyed moderating this session because as you can see from the quality of the presentation, all were reflecting the advancement in the technology, whether it's lift bridges for Professor Polleger or the composite construction methods, which has been talking about, and also Dr. Ajay Chaurasi has moment connections, especially for the precast connections, what he calls it as a 3S method, strength, safety, and a speed method, and which has been experimentally proved. That method is going to work well for the precast connections, and Alok Bhaumi's presentation as usual was very enlightening, and especially from the point of view of contracts administration. I think I have to appreciate the contractor who has taken the risk of extending the span. Normally, like the contracts doesn't deviate from whatever has been given in the tender document because it has the financial implications. Whenever you increase the span from 120 meter to 170 meter, I think normally it gets into the disputes and it gets time overrun as well as the cost overrun. But in this case, it doesn't seem to have happened. He seems to have used this opportunity for doing the extra dose bridge and getting qualified and getting more and more extra dose bridge. Very, very fantastic approach from the contractor there. I can see, of course, Eric, Furun, he made an excellent presentation. He showed the future, how it is going to be there. That the BIM is the order of the going to be the order of the day. I know that the BIMs have been extensively used in the designs of these stadiums and airports, which I was slightly involved, not to a largest extent, but everywhere in the building construction it has been extensively used in India. There is a portfolio called BIM Manager. It's becoming important for any consultancy organization. Nowadays, it has been used in the metro constructions also very extensively. But I think all infrastructure consultancy firms have to get used to this BIM in the future to come. So really enjoyed moderating this session. Thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to moderate this session. With this, I would like to close this session. All it's yours.
Thank you so much. But you see, actually, there have been very interesting presentations, but since there was a presentation from a bridge in West Bengal, I'm tempted to say a little bit about history of this bridge. You see, this Hatania-Duania, bridging Hatania-Duania was thought about very actively in 1970s. That time, Public Works Roads Department was thinking of constructing a high-level bridge there. Yes, limitations which were there, those limitations have been very correctly mentioned by Alok Bhaumi. You see, high-level bridge, navigable span of 100 meter minimum, and also there was a huge tidal variation, and that was a navigation route with Bangladesh, and also that navigation route, maintaining that navigation route, and also for connectivity with Bokhali, this bridge was thought about. But there was a problem. You see, there was soil, after soil investigation, it was observed that that soil nearby, in fact, for a large length in the bank, soil was very soft, and also by that time, we had an experience of constructing large diameter well. You see, actually, we had the experience, very recent experience that time of Haldi Bridge. For a large diameter well, it was not possible in the navigation span. It has to be in the bank, and it was felt it should be quite away from the bank. But that time, this technology was not available. That time, balanced cantilever construction was there. And actually for this, you see, actually it has to be, we have the experience that if a large diameter well is constructed, particularly in the lower reach, there actually navigation channel changes for island for a long period. And that created problem in many of our bridges, particularly Holdi Bridge, and later in Bhagirathi Bridge at this Goraganj Setu, we had this problem. That is why we had to thought about, and also we observed that high embankment is also not possible. After 6 meter tidal variation, we had to keep 10 meter vertical clearance, and high embankment in this soil was not possible. There has to be viaduct for a long length. That time, constructing a viaduct, that fund was a limitation. Constructing a viaduct was not possible. Anyway, it was a scheme. Some scheme was prepared, but the department could not go ahead with this. You see, there was some history. It was that bridge was thought about for a long time. It was a necessity. Anyway, actually, I would now request Shishir Banerjee, our past president and co-chairman of IMC FIB, to present a memento to the moderator. And also to Alok Bhomik, the speaker here. With this, I thank the moderator and the Alok Bhomik. Great persons are here. And actually, when we look for some authentic document to go through, they are the persons who have been preparing many important, valuable documents for us. Thank you. Okay, now we will break for 3 short break. Would like to start our next session. The tea will be served here. Tea will be served here. We will start our next session very shortly. I just want to know if Dr. Bhaskar Shangoju, he is here. Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Is Mr. M. Nagraj, is the council member and chairman, Civil Engineering Division Board of the Institution of Engineers. I would request Mr. Nagraj for taking your seat here. And there will be few presentations. Physical presentation, Mr. Amar Singh Viraud and Mr. Sarbajit Rai Chaudhary. Here. Then start. Yes. And Mr. Yeshwaran Ramamurthy. Okay. And the other speaker, Dr. Bhaskar Sangoju. Please take your seats here. Now I would request Mr. Nagraj to start the session.
Good evening, friends. I am Nagraj, Chairman, Civil Engineering Division Board, Institute of Engineers. At the outset, I would like to thank my Sisir Dada, who gave me an opportunity to chair this session. I have come all the way from Bangalore only to sit here for 1 hour. So once again, I thank the Institute of Engineers, in particular, Sisir Dada. So I welcome all the delegates and especially thank all the delegates in advance because this is the last session. Most of the delegates have already gone. And you people have a lot of patience to sit here up to 5:30. That's why I'm thanking everyone here. Next, I welcome today's last session speakers and Mr. Amar Singh Rao and Mr. Sarbajit Rai Chaudhary and Mr. Ishwaran and Mr. Bhaskar Sangoju. They are presenting the last session's papers to you all. And the first presentation is from Afghan Infrastructure Limited in regard to the Nagpur Metro Reach 2 double-decker viaduct project. Unfortunately, they have not given any details about their CV, but still, I hope they are all our brother engineers and they themselves are not knowing who has to start first, but I leave it to them. Let them decide and start. Who is going to talk first and who is the next man in this seat? Welcome.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, all. I would like to thank organizing committee, EIL and IMC FIB for giving us opportunity to present this double-decker construction of double-decker for Nagpur Metro. And Sab was saying, details regarding me and Sarabjit has not been shared. But anyway, there was some error with some email address. So let me introduce myself. I'm Amar Singh Raut. I have done civil engineering from Government Engineering College from Maharashtra, Walchand. I passed out in 1992 and I was with the Konkan Railway for more than 14 years. And then 2006, I joined AFCONS. And from there, I'm associated with the AFCONS on various metro projects. My colleague Sarabjit is also there. He is also he's a planning manager and he's having experience more than 18 years and he's working with me since last 10 to 12 years. He was the main key person as a planning engineer, method development, and all organizing all resources for this Nagpur Metro. So with your all permission, sir, I will just start this presentation on Nagpur Metro. The brief content is project alignment and project details. Site photographs are also there. Achievements, what are the achievements that has been done on the Nagpur Metro? Certificates, best practices, safety measures, labor welfare, what we used to follow at all the sites. There is one crucial span of 80-meter railway span, which was the most crucial span for this entire Nagpur Metro project, which we have covered. And there is also one 44-meter obligatory span over Gowari flyover, which we have completed within 3 months after the notice given by Nagpur Metro. Our presentation is in the 2 parts. We'll try to cover it first 10 minutes, this presentation in the slides forms. And there is a good animation we have made for railway span, which will give you a fair idea about the construction, how it has been done. This is the project alignment. Entire Nagpur Metro is divided into 2 corridors, northeast, north-south and east-west. We have worked, AFCONS has worked on the 3 corridors. One is Reach 1, which is going downside. Other one is on the left side, Reach 3 is there, and Reach 2. Where we have constructed the double-decker flyover is on the Reach 2. Almost we have done more than 17 kilometers for the Nagpur Metro out of 35 kilometer viaduct stretch. And we have our share in the Nagpur Metro was 51% of entire civil works because we have done 11 stations, 2 depots also. This is the Reach 2, where we have constructed more than 5 stations on this Reach 2. 1 station was not constructed by AFCONS. This is the brief scope. Earlier, double-decker was 4 kilometers, which later extended for another 1 kilometer to cover this railway span. And 5 kilometers was the revised scope. Then our DNB portion, where only metro viaduct was there, that was 1.6 kilometers, totaling to 6.6 kilometers. Our design consultant was Sistra, general consultant was Sistra, and there in this particular contract, the entire alignment, entire work has to be executed under two BOQ items. One is item rate, other one is lump sum. Item rate contract, the designer was Shirish Patel, and for lump sum contract, the designer was Mrs. Kirti. This is the brief scope. We have we have done 7,885 precast units for this entire Reach 2. Other than that, Reach 3 also we have done more than 4,000 segments. In Reach 3, which is not part of this, but there also we have completed entire 11 kilometers in 25 months record time. We have used 5 launchers. Out of that, 4 double-decker launchers and 1 is single-decker launcher. Out of 4 double-decker launchers, 2 double-decker launchers were designed by the AFCONS. In-house design and fabrication. We could complete fabrication of 2 launchers within 3 months. These are the station works where we have done the works. Almost 10 number of stations has been executed by the AFCONS on various reaches. There is one very big station by name Sitabaldi interchange station, where both the alignments are crossing each other and the height of the station is more than 35 meters. First platform is at 17-18 meters and other platform was at 24 meters. We also constructed on this Reach 1 4 stations, and there were 2 depots also has been constructed by AFCONS for Nagpur Metro. This is a typical cross section for the double decker, we are quickly going to double decker. If you see from the bottom side, there is a photo on the right hand side and there is a cross section which we have shown. Pile is there. Above the pile, there is a pile cap. Then there is a pier for construction of NHI flyover. Then there is a NHI flyover pier cap is there. Then for NHI's carriageway, there is a arrangement of spine and ribs at first level. Middle portion is, we call it as a spine. In the photograph, if you see, the middle portion which is there is the spine, and above that again there is a metro pier and there is a metro pier cap, and there is a superstructure for the metro which is a segmental construction. Entire Nagpur metro is constructed with the segmental construction. The carriageway, this is one more launcher which is used for this double-decker flyover. The difference between two launchers is, these typically two launchers which are red and yellow are designed in-house by AFCONs, which are capable of carrying almost 1200 ton load, and they will able to negotiate a radius up to 150 meter. This was possible because a suspender arrangement was done. Otherwise, there will be always no fear. Macaulay rods will be used for suspending the segments. Here we have used this suspender cables. There is a EOT also on the top to handle the segments. The construction sequence, we will not able to go into details, but just brief idea I will give. Construction sequence is always the launching truss will be moved from the completed deck to the next span. Then the segments for the spine will be in NHI. Those segments, we call it as a spine, will be erected in place in a sequential manner. And then after completion of this spine, the spine segments, you can see in the photographs, these units are being erected within the span. Whereas for metro segment, this EOT will run across this pier, it will cross the pier, it will pick up the segments from the next span, and then it will be erected in position. This is one more type of the launcher where only single metro deck is going to be erected. Here also typically a cross section is pile cap, pier, again pier cap, then segmental construction. The segmental construction, the segments were cast 25 kilometers away from our work site because there was no land within the Nagpur. This is a construction sequence I already covered. Construction of pile cap, flyover level, pier cap, metro level pier, metro level pier cap, then erection of spine segments and erection of wings. These are the typical pile. We have used piling rigs to drive the piling. The depth, average depth of the pile was something around 45 meters. And the pile cap, which is having 12 piles in a group, was having a more than 250 cubic meter of concrete and 50 ton steel. And all the pile caps will be provided with the shoring arrangement because of black cotton. This is again the construction sequence. Same, if you see the flyover level, pier cap is going on. Then next to that, the shuttering has been installed. On the other right hand side photograph, you can see the pier cap at flyover is completed. Pier at the metro level is also in the progress, and metro level pier cap is in the progress. We can say at this project, we have seen that inclined line. Zero activity started at one location and finishing is also going at some location. We created a 5 work front to complete this entire project within 42 months, although there was a delay of land for 12 months initially. This is a typical layout of the precasting yard where the metro segments has to be constructed separately. Then reinforcement yard is there. Then wing segments, which we call it as a ribs also, those also constructed separately. We used automatic cutting bending machine, which helped us in reducing our labor for cutting and bending labor reduce for the reduction of the cutting and bending reduce. This not only reduced our labors, but we could substantially able to save some wastage on this. This is again typically layout of actual photograph of precast units. Here, one more thing I would like to mention. If you see, these parapets are precast at the yard only. Otherwise, normally in other metros, we can see the parapets are precast, and again after completion of entire deck, they will start erecting parapet. Here, the innovation has been done. This innovation jointly done by Nagpur Metro as well as AFCONS. These are the stretches which are completed by double-decker launcher. I will just run through. These are the stations which we have completed, and the launching truss is crossing the stations. One more launcher which is coming from the other side. This is the design built portion which was constructed for the metro viaduct. This launcher also crossed one station. One more system which we have used is ground supported system between Sitabaldi station to 0 Mile station. If someone is familiar about Nagpur, they may be knowing this is a very densely populated and market area where we cannot erect any launching truss. So there we have used this ground support, and entire stretch was completed within 3.5 months. For this, many appreciations has been received by our team at site. And one more, during one presentation, I was just listening, the social factor. The social factor, what we have experienced in the Nagpur was enormous. We got a local support, very good. When we go forward, we explain them the issues, particularly on this area, there was no parking facility, it is a market area. So we went to some landowner, we leased that land, we gave the parking facilities, then we gave some arrangements for the people to immediately approach or access this market area. They're ready, and now we understand that the entire thing has been developed for parking as a permanent, which was a temporary basis. These are the RIPs, what we call it as a RIPs erection. We will not able to explain your entire sequence, but this is the system which is used as a wing launcher, because it will take more than 1 hour to explain me this entire wing launching system. But we can see there is one EOT and there are some cantilever pier arms. After erection of the spine, it will be erected on the deck of the spine, and then it will start picking up the segment from the wings from the ground, and then it will be transversely, it will be stressed. Some few site photographs I would like to share. These are the finished structure now. We have completed entire. Various stretches we are just showing. These are the finished stations done by AFCONS. Double decker you can see now. Painting also has been done. We use this type of parapet gantries to construct the parapet. Castings, there was a cast in situ parapet on the either side of the wings as a crash barrier. This is one more station, Kadvi Chowk, which is constructed by AFCONS. Kadvi Chowk railway, this is the one of the stretch which is going from Kadvi station to railway span. This is also one of the most congested area. This is the railway span what I was talking about. There is the one animation, we will see that animation, and I'm sure we all will, it will throw some light on how the difficulty was there. During the construction, we planned with only 2 work fronts at the planning stage. But when the time was the constraint, our target was given to us. Our executive vice chairman was called during Corona period, and he was told, "Humko ye kaam aapse, this work they want within a 3 months time against 8 months." And we created more than 4 work fronts with the different ideas that it will be covered in our presentation, animation film. This is 1680 ton entire railway span. Almost 80,000 HSFG bolts were used. This is one more Gaddi Godam station which is constructed by AFCONS. All the finishing works also has been done by AFCONS. this is one of the obligatory span crossing the Gowari flyover, where we couldn't get any traffic block because this is the access, main access to the Nagpur market city. But we could able to complete entirely within 3.5 months. This is the station, interchange station, Sitabardi, which I was talking about. This is more than 35 meter. And all finishing items, all architectural works, including cladding, has been done by AFCONs within 5 to 6 months after giving this completion of this entire structural steel. There are, we used to encourage many innovative ways or effort savings or time saving for the project. And these are the various contributions given by our team. And we used to project this with the name and photographs. I have picked up all those things from our quarterly review meetings, and we used to project it to the highest management, so that the peoples who are working at the site, they get the encouragement and they will get this credit for this work. There are many small milestones which are achieved on the project, and we used to celebrate the success. Against its 36 days of time cycle, they have done entire structure within 18 days because police gave us the permission only for 18th day. And believe us, sir, the commissioner called all of us and he thanked because we could able to retain our words by completing these 18 days. These are some commendation certificates which our team has received from Nagpur Metro. Many certificates which we have not enclosed, but few we have enclosed. Even we have received from markets also and some international institutes also. These are the housekeeping practices we used to follow rigorously at site. All monsoon preparedness works were done, and these actually have benefited because there was no drainage choking and all those things, and people were very happy. Then barricading board throughout the project, we could able to manage our barricading board. Normally, what happens? Contractor does barricading board on its own. Here we have given a contract back to back, where there is a only junction, we have to do some utility mapping or something like. There we have used 1 meter barricading board so that there is unobstructed view is there. Otherwise, what happens? We normally erect 2 meter barricading boards and then the accident prone area will get created. Yes, sir. These are few slides. This is construction of railway span. Just I will cover it in our animation. Animation is only, sir, 5-6 minutes. I will be spelling by 3-4 minutes. Sarabji, please switch on animation. So one animation is there which gives the brief method. Sarabjit.
At 18 meters span and weighs 1,650 pounds. The truss was erected with temporary steel structures which were supported by 14 temporary RCC pivots. The temporary RCC pivots were constructed after STC improvement of the structure. Libraries were researched with principal ingredients and were directed to RCC.
Many innovations has been done, sir, to use the available materials.
Retail walls are designed such that the concrete blocks 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter available at the scale to be used. Steel retaining walls are also used at 2 locations. As Nagpur Delhi is one of the busiest routes, the launch process was planned to be completed with minimum works and maximum safety. The structure to be built is 12.3 meters high and was once 28 meters above ground level. Over 80,000 bolts were stored to complete this installation. The back sequence consisted of assembling all temporary structures, then part pulling all new units, followed by the balance of the connection. Direction of main girdle or main shafts is achieved during a 4.5-hour power and traffic flow, punishing by radio variants. The direction of truss part 2 was done using multiple cranes of 300 ton and 400 ton capacity. Eight units of 10 rollers were used for each load of the part 2 of the ships. The main part 1 of the truss was erected by specially mobilized 500-ton crane.
Truss was divided in 3 parts. This is the part A, part B was constructed.
Erection of part 3 of the truss was completed using cranes of capacity 300 ton and 400 ton. The dismantling of temporary structures was completed in 4 hours block using 500 ton and 400 ton cranes. After completing the erection of all units, the truss was lowered to the height of 4.5 kg using 8 hydraulic jacks of 600 ton capacity. Dead slabs of lower and upper level of double decker were constructed to strengthen. Spherical beams were installed after completion of dead slabs of both units. 8 1200 ton capacity hydraulic jacks were used for lifting the 18-meter span. Adjacent span steel girders were completed after lowering the 18-meter span.
That's all, sir. Actually, this is a 4-level crossing. At one road is there, railway is there, again NHI, then metro. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving us opportunity, sir.
Now the second person is already waiting online. Is Dr. Satadru Das Adhikari, is an assistant professor working at IIT Dhanbad. He has graduated with first class from honors from IEST Singapore in 2007 and PhD from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore in 2014. Till now, he has published several articles, papers, journals, and he has received Promising Young Structural Engineering Award 2020 from Indian Association of Structural Engineers. Now he is going to present a paper on a title Response Characterization of Highway Bridge Piers Subject to Blast Loading. Welcome to DOS.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Is it audible? Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Is it audible and my slides are visible? Hello. Is it audible?
Yeah, we are able to hear.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank IAI for inviting me for this presentation in FIB Days 2022. So here the topic of discussion on response characterization of highway bridge piers subjected to blast loading, or we can say that explosions. So I am from ISM Dhanbad, which is now called as IIT ISM Dhanbad, and I am from Department of Civil Engineering. This is the heritage building. So one of the major obstacle of blast resistant design, probably you can see that our code 4991 to 1968, it is almost 50 years old code, and it is for designing of structures for above ground explosions. Similarly, we have another code for underground explosions. These are very old, and it should be revised, and it should be in par or at par with that all international code like ASC, Canadian code, and some army codes from US Army. So previously, maybe 20, 30 years back or many more years back, we are not that much concerned about that boom blasting, because that time it is only confined to military explosions, or the terrorists are targeting the important building or the government agencies. But nowadays we can see that these terrorists, they are targeting the civil infrastructures. And not only this kind of malicious or accidental boom attack or some terrorist attack, we can see some accidental explosions in various industries like petrochemical facilities or some power plants. So that is the reason that we should know that how we'll be going for designing the structure or civil infrastructure under blast loading. Because this kind of loading, the magnitude is very high in terms of kilopascal, megapascal, or gigapascal. Depends on the location of that corresponding charge weight. We'll be usually using this term, which is called charge weight for blast resistant design. And that charge weight and that stand-up distance, that from how far the bomb is located. And accordingly, how much would be the magnitude and how would be the durations, because this is the short duration loading and high magnitude. So that's why our magnitude and the durations both are important. So if we'll be seeing some attacks around the globe, we can see here at 1995 at the bottom hand left hand side above pictures, you can see before the explosions and right hand side below pictures after the explosions. So what would be the aftermath of the civil infrastructures? This is one of the government building in USA, and here the terrorists use some vehicles which is called VBIED, vehicle bound improvised explosive device. So what the terrorists will do, they will be pack their vehicles with high explosives and they will be exploding anywhere near the building or inside the parking garage. Then you can see that what will be the effect of that corresponding building. So when some bomb is placed inside or outside the building, there are various effects on that. It may be the direct effect on the building. It may be the indirect effect. Indirect effect is called the progressive collapse or the disproportionate collapse. That means if the terrorist is removing one column, maybe the corner column or the central column of the building, then we can see that after removing the certain portions of the building, we can see that it will progressively damaging the other component of the building, which is called the progressive collapse. And direct effect is that we can see that if we'll be placing the bomb very near to the building, we can see that at the very beginning, we can see the damage of that glass facades or the external envelope of the building. So these are the direct effects. So similar thing happens in Norway in 2011, and similar thing VBIED has been used. Then sometimes we can see that PBIED, which is called that person bomb improvised explosive device. That means the terrorist can use pipe bomb. That means in a small pipe, they can put around 5 kg or 3 kg TNT or any other kind of high explosives, then they can explode it. Or they can use any kind of suitcase. So in the suitcase, they can fit it around 10 kg or around 25 kg of explosive, and they can explode it anywhere of our civil infrastructure, maybe a bridge, maybe a building, or any kind of civil infrastructures. So that's why, and also we have mentioned about the chemical storage explosions happens in China in 2015, and also the gas explosions. That means everybody we have in our flats or in the quarter, we have the gases, somehow it could be some accident. So there will be some gas explosions, then suddenly certain component of the building would be getting the severe damage and will be getting some severe damage of that corresponding structures. So now we'll be focusing on the bridge. So we can say that the bridge fires, because today's talk on mainly on focusing on bridge, but I'll be giving some brief introduction on blast engineering, because this topic is not covering in details in our country, because we are not doing very regularly the blast resistant design of the structures. It is depends on that client's requirements, that whether the structure is very important, it is the hospital building, army shelter, or any kind of barrack, army barrack, or something like that. So if our bridge is the, whatever the bridge, it is the metro bridge or any kind of bridge, so the terrorist can place the vehicles very near to the bridge fires. So what would be the effect? So that's why we have published one journal paper in the Structural Concrete Journal by FIB, by the Wiley publishers, and this presentation is on that. So if we'll be seeing this, the right hand side below pictures, where we can see that around the world, what are the tactics or what are the various kinds of methodology used by the terrorists. They can use the explosions or the bombing, armed assaults, assassinations, infrastructure attacks, then hostage taking like aircraft hijacking. So one of the major important incident, everybody knows that 9/11 attack in Twin Tower. So majority of the cases, we can see that around 60% is affected by that bombing or the explosions. So that is the reason we should know that how would be our structural detailing, structural behavior, structural response under this kind of extreme loading. The blast loading is one kind of extreme loading, just like seismic, blast, tornado, any kind of cyclone, super cyclone. So blast is one kind of extreme loading. So nowadays, that's why you can see that our normal design is mainly dead load, live load, wind load, and seismic loading. And sometimes people are telling that we'll be requiring some special design for vehicle impact, maybe some blasting. So that's why we'll be requiring this kind of designing of our structural component against explosions. So explosion have various features. It may be physical explosions, nuclear explosions, or the chemical explosions. Usually the high explosives people are usually used. It may be solid, liquid, or the gases. And we are classifying our high explosive in various components. It may be the primary, secondary, and the tertiary explosives. And we have various examples of that one, that how we are detonating that corresponding explosives. Then accordingly, we are classifying that corresponding explosives. And if we'll be trying to define that blasting effect of the building, so we can say that blast loading in one say, people can say that it could be that hot gases at a pressure ranging from 10 to 30 GPa, and the temperature you can see that 3000 to 40,000 degrees centigrade. And why the temperature is very important here, because after the forensic investigations of World Trade Center, the engineer and the scientist giving their verdict that it is not due to that aircraft explosions to the building, it is due to that high temperature generated there, maybe above 2000 degree or the 4000 degree centigrade. The steel and the concrete melted. Usually the steel, the melting point is around 600 to 800 degrees centigrade. So it's no longer carrying any kind of resistance as a structural component. So that would be the reasons of that major collapse of that World Trade Center. That is the verdict given by that forensic investigator. And when we'll be coming to that blast resistant design, people are usually trying to give some base material or the base charge, and people are taking as a TNT, trinitrotoluene is a base charge, so that we can have some equivalence for other kind of high explosive or what other kind of explosive used by the terrorist, for some equivalence for their energy, some peak pressures, and the impulse. Impulse is nothing but the integrations of that pressure history of that blast loading. Okay, so that's why people are usually using the TNT, because we have various kinds of explosives. I'll be coming there. So if we'll be trying to talk about the industrial explosions, then we have the gas explosions, vapor cloud explosions, vessels burst, and the dust explosions. Now, if we'll be trying to get some idea that how would be our explosive types and the weight, then here the screenshot give you some idea that if you take some vehicles, maybe compact sedan, or here in our country, if we'll be taking some hatchback motor car, then how much tentatively the explosive can be stored there. So if you'll be taking one compact sedan here you can see that that this one would be around taking 250 kilogram of explosives. And if this is some tentative guidelines given that how would be the lethality of that blast range. So if you'll be putting the 30 meter and minimum evacuation distance is 450 meters, and at which distance your glass will be falling hazardously, or the inhabitants inside the building, there will be some glass hazards. These are the some numbers are given according to that corresponding vehicle types. So here you can see that we have the compact sedan, full size sedan. Then if we'll be having cargo van, it is around 2000 kg. Then we have semi-trailer, then water trucks. Then you can see that how much amount of explosive they can store inside that vehicle, and accordingly how we'll be giving some safe distance. Just like you can see that in terms of blast resistant design, it depends on that risk assessment, threat assessment, and accordingly how much security we can give And accordingly, how we will be giving that hardening measures. The hardening measures is something like that. Probably you can see some high-rise building at the front. We have some kind of bollard. That means we have the small pillar, steel concrete composite pillar, or we'll be putting some other kind of some architectural stuff, so that that vehicle with containing some explosive that could not enter easily, or that could not come very near to the building very easily. And obviously we have other kind of security measures, maybe CCTV, some guards or something like that. But we should have some kind of protective measures in terms of giving some sacrificial cladding to the building, some walls, some bollards, something like that, so that that terrorists could not take that vehicles or vehicles with the explosive to the very near to the building. So accordingly, we'll be getting some idea that how much range or how much meter range we should give when designing that corresponding building. So here is various kinds of explosive people are usually used. One is the TNT, compound B, RDX, gelatin, dynamite. Then we have some equivalents. So we'll be taking TNT would be 1000 kg or 1. Then accordingly, the other high explosive will be giving some factors, maybe 1.14, 1.18, 1.2. Then accordingly, we'll be changing that blast pressure history for our design parameter. So ultimately, we'll be requiring that how would be that blast pressure history. So if we'll be trying to get some idea what would be the various kinds of blast loading, will be broadly classified two ways. One would be your unconfined and the confined explosions. Unconfined explosions we can classify it into three terms. One would be the free air blast. Here you can see that if we will be taking one building and at the top sufficient distance height from the building, if it will be exploding, then you can see that it will be directly the blast wave will be coming to the building. There will be not any other effects there. So that's why it is called the free air burst. Then we have the air burst. That means our blasting will be occurring at certain height from the ground, so that we can have that ground reflections. So here you can see that the full line or the solid line is the actual blast wave, and then the dotted curved line is that the ground reflections. Then it will be matching somewhere, then it will be keeping some max stem, then it will be going to the building. It is called the air burst. And another one, directly it can put into that surface of that corresponding ground, and it will be creating some ground vibrations, ground reflections, and as well as that blast wave or the shock wave phenomena coming to the building. These are the typical classifications of the unconfined explosions. That means we can keep the explosives or the bomb anywhere outside the building. Then the confined explosions is that if we'll be putting that explosions inside the building, maybe in a cubicle, maybe in a car park, then their effect would be quite detrimental, because not only the blast effect in terms of the level of confinement, whether it is fully vented or partially vented or fully confined, what will be affecting that here there will be some development of the gas pressures. Not only that blast wave, here would be the development of the gas pressures, and the gas pressures would be acting very slowly, and it will be some detrimental effects. So here you'll be having to take that two effects. One would be the blast pressures, then it will be making some reflections on the boundary walls, and maybe some, according to the level of the venting, some amount of blast wave will be vented out, and the remaining amount will be some reflections, then cross reflections, then it will be enhancing or it will be accumulating the blast pressures, and then suddenly it will be venting out and it will be creating some gas pressures. So it will be more lethal. When we are designing that ammunition storage container for army, it is called technical term is called magazine. So there you have to take into account the effect of confined explosions. So that's why when we'll be dealing with blast resistant design at the very beginning, we should know that whether it is the confined explosion or the unconfined explosions, because accordingly our design guidelines will be changed, or the design parameter or the design methodology will be changed. Then typically our blast pressure history, here you can see that it will be some exponential. So when there will be some explosions in the free air, from a certain point. So it will be arriving, this TEA would be your arrival time, maybe reaching to the building, then suddenly or instantaneously it will be getting its peak pressures, then it will be suddenly dropping, exponentially dropping. And we have the positive phase and the negative phase. Hello, yeah, okay. Okay, I'll be wrapping up. So this would be our typical blast pressure history, and this would be that corresponding expressions. It is called the Friedlander equations. And typically when we'll be doing the design, we'll be simplifying. If the general consultant or the design engineer, they are taking care only that linear segment or the right triangle with linear decay, and they will be go for designing for that corresponding component. Then we have the two component. One would be our incident pressures. What would be the blast pressure is coming to the near to the building or the building component. Then after reflecting, it will be accumulating its intensity. So that's why we have the peak reflected pressures and the peak incident pressures. So when we'll be designing, we need to take into account these red curves, because after reflecting, we have to take into account that reflected pressure history. Then when we'll be doing the blast restricted design, as I mentioned at the very beginning, we have the charge weight, we have the stand-up distance, then we have the scale distance, which is called the Z. Accordingly, we have the scaling law, and tentatively, according to this parameter Z, if it is greater than 1.2, we have the far field, less than 1.2, it would be the near field exposures. Okay, then we have various kinds of methodology given in the literature, how to determine the blast wave parameters. Then when we'll be designing for the blast loading, we should know that how would be the development of the strain rate, and then accordingly, our material, whether plain concrete, reinforcing steel, and then the bond properties in between the concrete and the reinforcing steel, we need to get that corresponding material behavior under high strain rate loading. It is not the static stress strain curve. We have the dynamic stress strain curve, and accordingly we have the DIF factors for compressions as well as in the tensions. Okay, so then we have various kinds of modeling and the analysis methodology for blast restriction design, and majority of the cases people will be go for your nonlinear SDF approach or MDF approach or the finite element analysis. And then we have various kinds of performance criteria. As I mentioned that around the globe we have various kinds of standards. You can see that the standards are coming out at 2008, 2011, 2012, 2014, whereas our code BIS is 1968, very old, 50 years old code. So in India, if anybody want to do that blast resistant design, then it will be very difficult. So that's why this code requires the attention and some revisions, because this is 50 years old code, and we have some performance criteria or the design guidelines, and some here I'm putting only reinforced concrete. So regarding this paper only, I'm taking that bridge piers and doing some finite element analysis, and we are validating with real blast testing how would be the damage will be occurring. So these are the real blast testing occurring at the site. Here you can see the damage, and these are the damage coming from our numerical simulations, as well as we can do our MATLAB programming, some coding. Then we can assess the response of that corresponding bridge piers, and these are the some benchmarking in terms of the deflection history, and we are verifying the experimental data as well as our model, whether it is numerical model or the analytical model. Then we are taking some typical bridge piers in India, 5-meter heights with some cross sections, and we are taking conventional design and the seismic design. Then we are applying the blast loading. We are applying two types of blast loading. One would be the free air blast, another one would be our surface blast, and we are varying some parameter, and then we are trying to give some parametric study and how would be that effect of that corresponding parameters in terms of that corresponding deflections as well as the damage of that corresponding bridge piers. That means we'll be designing that bridge piers, highway bridge piers for our as per our IRC 2017, and then accordingly we are applying that blast loading, and we'll be seeing that according to that sequence of that surface blast, how would be the damage profile of that corresponding bridge piers. And here you can see that how would be the damage will be occurring, how would be that corresponding spalling or the shattering of that corresponding concrete and the exposure of that corresponding reinforcing bar and the development of that corresponding plastic hinges at the bottom of that column. So these are the typical some of the parametric study. Here we have taken into account scale distance. That means distance is one of the important parameters. We have taken the axial load ratio. We have taken the blast type, what would be the locations, and obviously we are taking the detailing type, whether it is that conventional design or the seismic detailing, then accordingly we have some conclusions. And these are some of the reference. Nowadays, one thing I would like to mention is that not only the blast loading, nowadays the terrorists are using some kind of container. They are putting the explosive inside the container and they are exploding. So when the explosion will be occurring, not only the blast pressures, some fragment, that means if they'll be using some pressure cooker, some component of the pressure cooker made of steel or the maybe aluminum or any other kind of metals, the fragments will be coming to the structure at a velocity of 2000 millimeter per second or 2000 meter per second, sorry, 2000 meter per second or 3000 meter per second to the structure. So not only the blast loading, but also the fragment impact. So we have the blast pressure. So recently we are working on that and we have published some journal in ASC and elsewhere journal. So people should be aware of that in the blast resistant design, not only the blast pressure or the shock wave, but also that the fragment impacts will be coming at a very high velocity impact, maybe 2000 meter per second, as well as the temperature effect, it will be around in the range of 2000 to 3000 degrees centigrade. These are some of the reference. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Das.
Thank you very much.
I'll come back to you if there are any questions. Can you stay for another 20 minutes, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So now I will move on to the next presentation by Mr. Ishwaran. He is a structural engineer, head of the public space, and he is an alumni of our Institute of Engineers working in LNT for the last 27 years. He is going to present on Narendra Modi Stadium, Motera, Gujarat.
Finally, it is reduced to. Sir, I 20 to 25 minutes, sir. Not more than. Thank you, sir. Thanks for support. Good evening. Yeah, my boss used to say that good evening, unless otherwise they will not talk. Otherwise, good evening. Thank you. I am happy, proud to be here for this session, Feb 2020. Yes, sir. I'm going to come, sir. Yeah. In this Feb 2020, there are two aspects in that. One is personal, another is professional. Personal friend, I can proudly say that I'm associate member in Institute of Engineers, India. I'm also a fellowship member. I completed my AME civil engineering in 1989 to 1991. With this, I am coming to my motherland and inhaling his breath. That is the pleasant moment to me. Second is, I am in professional. I'm proud to be here to present to you the Narendra Modi Cricket Stadium, various aspects, because I was involved in this project from pre-bid stage and post-bid stage. Welcome to Narendra Modi Cricket Stadium. The presentation goes like this. We are going to discuss about design aspects, aesthetics, design detailing, and construction methods adopted. The third part is very important, which is relevant to FIB 2020. FIB basics, like, they are constantly about their durability, sustainability aspects, safety, how this project has been taken care about that. Third thing is about the Bonvita boost, which is given to us today. Also, it is given energy drinks, which we got. We all know strong engineering team is very essential for this project. We also did that. We collaborated with the world famous sports architect Populous. He is from Australia. We collaborated with him in pre-bid and post-stage design. He did our architecture concept and scheme design. L&T construction design team headed by me, they are taken care about the detailed design of architecture. Continuation of that structural design was done by us, RCC structure. Steel fabric group was done by Walter P. Moore, US. MEP entire design was done by us. Regarding architectural design aspects, this is a stadium which was earlier. It has housed 40,000 people, steel structure, 64 acres of land. Client demolished and handed over to us. Client has a very good vision, very ambitious vision that he wants to build a world largest cricket stadium. That time the cricket stadium, which was the largest to us, Melbourne Cricket Stadium, which was approximately around 90,000 to 1 lakh capacity. He set a vision that he has to build 1,10,000 capacity stadium. And he fixed the benchmark. Melbourne Cricket Stadium has a world-class experience. He fixed a benchmark. These are the two things client has a vision. And we have been awarded for the job. This is the outcome of the stadium. This is the aerial view. This is a total 64 acres. In that, this is the main entrance, which has approximately 70-meter wide ramp, big ramp. From there, we can elevate it to the podium, which is approximately around 45,000 meters squared of area. It's a single plate, which is a unique design, which I am going to explain in that subsequent slide. The podium has a lower bowl and upper bowl. Lower bowl house 50,000, upper bowl house 50,000 spectator. There are two places where the VIP pavilion and the media people will be housed. And other than the stadium, we have clubhouse, which has 50 suites, 5 luxury suites, and a swimming pool of capacity with the Olympic sports size capacity. We have other facilities like we have open playground and other outdoor facilities. As I told you, the architecture has a unique design, which has a very single plate podium, concourse. The architect Paplas has a very big vision of doing this in the first place. The advantage is that if you enter into that podium, you can get a 360-degree unobstructed view towards the field of play. There are very difficult, there are more difficulty in that, as like anything which looks simple outside, but there will be a difficulty inside, as like Newton's law, first law. Yeah, therefore, it has a podium, large podium. We have to house all the facilities of cricket as per the norms under the podium. Example, toilet, 1.1 lakh capacity people, all the toilets to be maintained. Architect did that one. The uniqueness of the stadium is the people can get to 360 degree. This is a flow. We can get the flow has been restricted to the spectator in the podium. From the podium, lower bowl and upper bowl can be reached. And all the players and the VIP circulation will be on the ground level, even media center people also. Going to the next, this is a typical section. From there, from podium level to lower bowl, from podium level to 2 vomit staircase upper bowl, we can reach. This is a circulation pattern for the players. This stadium can get the people two set of players. Like T20, we can have morning and evening session. 2 players can come and 2 set of players. There are separate entry for them. VIP has a separate entry. This is a green line shows the flow of the players, and all other lines show the VIP entries. This is a finished photograph. The first top right shows the main entrance. It has 75 numbers of VIP shoots. Each will have 25 seats, locker room for the players. And there is a presidential shoot for 100 people. And there are Hall of Fame to depict all the memories, etc. Then President's office at the ground level. These are all the finished views. Coming to this view, this is a very marvelous and very, eye-catchable view. It's nothing but a crown on the king. King is stadium, crown is steel ring, and the jewel is LED light for the field of play. And this has a very special view we want to show to you. Sorry. Next is just which I told you, the clubhouse, which has 50 numbers of guest rooms, 5 luxury suites. I told you the swimming pool of big size. This is a finished view of the clubhouse. Having said about the architectural features, we all like to hear about the structure. Structure has more than 15,000 precast elements. 50% of elements are precast. Precast weight about 3 metric ton to 235 tons of metric ton precast. Very complicated shape precast we utilized. Precast connections are very heavy beam to column connection. The maximum weight of the unit is 235, 35 meter long, intricate shape. I will come to you later. steel roof. Steel roof compression ring height is on 10.5 meter, 3.5 floors. Cantilever of 30 meter. At the free end, we have provided all the FOP light and maintenance ladder. And the last was lead is in the cantilever portion, LOD field of plate light, LED light has been placed. Going to the next part, the mammoth feeling of the stadium, I can tell you that the outer ring of the upper ball perimeter is having 1 kilometer, 10,000 meter. Imagine the mammothness of the stadium. It has been divided into 6 parts radially. And upper bowl and lower bowl has been separated. Therefore, 6 into 12 parts. Ramp and two ramps have been separated. 14 parts of this section part, and each length, circumferential length has 150 meter long. This is a portion which shows along with the roof. Earlier portion does not have a roof. The roof has a V column support at every location and a record location. Over that, the compression ring has been provided. Inner tension ring, radially pre-stressed with pre-tension wire, valley and ridge cable filled with PTFE fabric. Go to the next part. This is a typical portion of the stadium. Only upper bowl I have shown. The green color, the blue color shows the upper bowl portion. It has Y column, 2 Y column, which is very intricate shape. The largest Y column we used to call HY column. The small column is a GY column because it has been placed in that grid. Over that, we have a circumferential beam, radial beam, and over that, the bleacher unit, seating unit has been placed. Below that, the podium has been developed with pre-tensioned precast beams. Over that, hollow core slab has been placed. Over the topping concrete has been done. This is a typical one-way portion, which I told that there are 2 columns, GY and HY column. Radial beams are there, circumferential beams are there. These elements are very critical, 235 tons columns and radial beams, circumferential beams. I'll explain in the further slide. HY column we used to call. This has 35 meter length, the height, 235 meter metric ton. And it has a strength, slender column, slender section, stronger section. Slender section, which is the projecting out, is 16 meter high. It has a problem while doing casting. If you lift it from horizontal to vertical, we have an issue. How we managed? We have calculated the center of gravity, provided the sleeve inside. We inserted the pin, and when you lift and keep it at the horizontal position, due to the self-height, it will rotate, come to the horizontal vertical position. How to manage it? We did a lot of exercise in the model. This has been done. In the laboratory, we did a model and lift the element in the center of gravity, how it is getting tilted. And there are 2 problems we faced. The slender column, which is having the 16 meter cantilever, has to be supported with the back support. With the self-height, 16 meter cantilever is not sufficient. Therefore, in a horizontal position, we have to give a back support, temporary support with the steel section. And when it becomes vertical, the cylinder arm should not go away from that one so that we tied laterally. Therefore, that has been done. And when you lift from the bed, the pin location, one crane has been provided, heavy crane. At the toe location, one smaller crane has been provided. The smaller crane first took some load, later it slowly released the load so that the crane which is supporting the pin got all the loads. Slowly, if it is releases, it from the horizontal position slowly turn to the vertical position. The bottom slide shows from horizontal to vertical position how it is getting converted. These are the very tedious job we did. We initially got very great difficulties, later we overcome. Another thing is that how the analysis has been carried out in the 2 slides, that various elements, the engineering team led by me analyzed and did the design in various stages during erection analysis. These are all the stages how the analysis has been taken care. Next point is a radial beam. Radial beam has 110 and 75 ton capacity. How it is getting connected? There is a heavy structural steel insert has been provided in the Y columns, GY columns, and it has been inserted in the big, very heavy beams and grouted. It looks very simple, but it was very difficult to erect in the height of 45 meters. Next thing is circumferential beam, which is connected with the radial beams. There was a dowels, coupler has to be connected. What we have done is circumferential beam part has been cast in the ground. and on either side will be cast with the in situ concrete. We did that connections by housing all the requirement in one cage, lifted and hanged there, and connection has been done, concrete has been done, has been constructed. This is a completed view of the one bay. There is a secondary beam, it's not shown here. After secondary beam, the two numbers L-shaped bleacher beam will be placed. Now this figure shows how the force has been transferred. There are huge forces. You see that 45-meter length of the girder and 45-meter tower, 45-meter tall, 2-column support, heavy loads are there. We have done the research and we have done a lot of analysis, and these forces have been converted into the shear and axial force and moment. And the picture shows the diagram, how the stress distribution occurs. This has been transferred. This is the inserts, which is inserted into the column. The second topmost one shows the column where it is getting inserted. The third one shows you how it is getting completed, the column end. The fourth top shows the beam bottom, and the bottom leftmost shows how the insertion is happening. There is a hole at the top, high strength grout has been grouted at the top. Coming to the next thing is that we all know that the stadium has a large span, large cantilever. We have to do the vibration analysis. We have to check all the human comfort. We all know that if the cantilever length is more, in case of our countries, we have to check. There is a procedure, dynamic characteristics, how to do that. Institute of Structural Engineer UK has the guidelines. We checked based on that. The crowd movement, rhythmic crowd movement, capacity, all has been checked and approved. Next is a bleacher and raker. There is a two kind of element we put strategically. Topmost, we put the bleacher unit, two L-shaped, and bottom one, we consider the raker units. Come to the next point about two major elements. There are two vomitory staircase, which has, this is a small staircase, which is a 15-meter length. We have to put it in the after completion of upper and lower bowl. It's a very constrained space. We completed each element, assembled and lifted and placed at that location. In this location, the element has to be placed. This has been lifted and placed here. Going to the next part is another thing is interesting. Architect can definitely agree on this. This is a staircase which architect created wrapped around the Y column. They want to create the staircase like this. Construction up to 30-meter height we have to do. What we did is in the HY column, we did a lot of inserts. After that, these are the insert plate we did. We did the precast, the landing slab connected with the Y column. And we also did, the cantilever beam connected with the inserts. Over that, the precast element has been erected. That's all. This is a RCC structure for the stadium construction. Another thing is, a major thing is the roof. I can say that for this roof alone, I have to take 1.5 hours, 2 hours for the discussion, because this is a very, very peculiar structure, which in India, we have only in Jawaharlal Stadium, and other than that, it is in Motera Stadium. It's a very big subject. I'm going to cover only 2 pages. This is the one which is, we can say that this is a major feature of that. We have 10.5-meter height compression tower, compression ring, and this is a inner tension ring, circumferential ring. Have the 4, I can say 120 dia cable, radially connected with the valley and ridge cables, connected with the PTFE fabric membrane. And in the edge, the field of play light, LED light has been placed, and there is a walkway all around. Come to the next architecturally pleasing thing is the elevation unit. Client wanted a aesthetically, very, very unique thing. We have done the analysis that local pottery theme has been taken. Sabarmati river was flowing nearby. Therefore, facade element developed based on that. We have created a I-shaped or 2 doubly curved structure, but creating that was difficult. Therefore, structural steel support, back support has been made. For supporting that, there is a primary support, secondary support, but creating the skeleton face was difficulty. Therefore, the surface has been developed in the 3D model, and it has been converted to the other software model, which can cut the surface aluminum sheet with the powder coated things with the CNC cut machine. This has been done. This is the outcome of that. Yeah, These are the things I can say about the architecture and the structural arrangement. I want to communicate that there are three elements in the MEP design which is done in unique manner. One is the LED lighting has been placed at the stadium, which is very first in India. LED lighting has been placed, and also it has been checked by all the players. As per ICC norm, it has been established. Second is the sound reinforcement system. I don't know, there is some problem in that. Yeah, I don't know, this top slide, something it's missing. Sound reinforcement system, it is, it is nothing but speaker system, which we have to have effective implementation. There are various software has been used, demonstrated, mock-up has been done, has been checked by all the authorities. Then next is the field of play drainage. You know that the cricket is only for the resuming that play. Therefore, there is a norm in we always search for which is a stringent norm. In US, there is a Gulf Association stringent norm is there. We adopted that. We have taken 150 mm per hour rainfall intensity, and the rainwater will be drained out within 30 minutes. That way, the design has been done. Having said that, these are the things main for this one. I want to communicate to you that what is the objective of FIB we have taken care. Durability. Durability is the first criteria, which I have seen a lot of the presentation. Even my next presenter also going to talk about that. We took 100 years as a durability criteria. And what is the latest code available is BS code. The exposure condition, whatever the condition mentioned in that, based on that has been considered. What are the durability parameter to be maintained, like grade of concrete, like, cover to the concrete, precast construction, control of quality. This has been done, and we ensure that one. Going to the next part about sustainability. This stadium got first stadium in, I think top is gone. First stadium in India, cricket stadium got IGBC gold rating. We got it. Total energy saving is 21%, 30% savings in potable water for sewage flow. Rainwater harvesting system, capacity of 32 lakhs liter per day, high efficient HVAC system, 100% LED light for the energy consumption, building maintenance, building management system has been done. 3,400 metric tons of construction waste used for the nearby filling, land filling. Local product, more than 40% of construction material used. Procurement used using the recycled element, more than 20%. And finally, we used all the material which has a low VOC emissions. Going to the next part, the safety. We got British Council Safety Award, Sword of Honor. We also got 20 million safe man hours award appreciation from PMC Stoop consultant and also from client. There are various safety awards which is listed below. Third one is our energy drink. Our energy drink is that we got ICI Outstanding Award in 2018. We also got IAS Tract, that is Indian Association of Structural Engineer for the outstanding structure. We also got Civil Engineering and Construction review for winner for the Green Construction Technology and Material 2022. In parallel, we got the India chapter ACI for the first place in infrastructure category, overall excellence award. Finally, we got from Association of Consulting Civil Engineers, excellent usage of the hollow core section. Final, but not least, the client and customer satisfaction. These are the satisfaction feedback given by the leading cricket legend in the diary and also in Twitter. We also got the appreciation letter from Gujarat Association of India. With this, we are very proud to be there in this part of this presentation. And I thank very much the FIB 2022 for giving us the opportunity to me and my company to present in front of us to tell about this. And also I can tell you that if time permits, if you give the opportunity, we can present more than 1 hour, 1.5 hours for separately for the steel structure and the concrete structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ishwaran. Definitely, we'll plan to arrange 2 hours or even half a day session, provided you host everything for us. And all over India, I think even in Bombay, Chennai, Delhi, we will have another 3 programs in regard to the FIB 2022 days. Ishwaran, so kindly listen. It is now, this August body has decided to give more opportunities for you to present.
at different places. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we will come to the last topic. Sir, Bhaskar, excuse me, try to complete as early as possible because everybody was interested to see the vectorial interesting topic. Now, I think also you have theory or
most of the slides theory only.
Okay.
But I will.
so
rush
kindly,
to-
kindly see that.
I will rush.
Yeah, please rush.
Good evening to one and all. So, first of all, I would like to thank the FIP and the Institute of Engineers India for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. So, most of you people may be aware about the reinforced concrete and the durability of durability of RC structure, I can say. So this is about the paper. So my presentation will go, the main objective of my talk, introduction, deterioration of RC structures and concrete construction specifications. So most of you are from the field, despite following specifications or guidelines from the various IS codes, so why the structures are deteriorating before the intended design life or the expected service life. So that is where I want to stress upon. And then the permeability or different durability tests, durability performance specifications. We are very familiar about the design or analysis of RC structure or concrete structure, whatever be the structure, but we are not showing the equal importance from the durability side. So that is where I want to just stress upon. And studies at CSR, SCRC, that is Structural Engineering Research Center, where I am from, and finally the summary. So here the main idea of this presentation is formulation of durability performance based specifications. So here we are talking about the performance of the structure, not the material. Performance of the material is not talking, performance of the structure, as built structure. So that is what the idea about this presentation. So emphasis on concrete durability. So we are talking about 100 years service life, 200 years service life, but how we will achieve? On paper, we are talking, in the design also we are taking care of, but on as-built structure, how to ensure that a structure will perform for 100 years or 50 years. But if you see just after construction, 5 to 10 years later, you will see most of the places leakages, cracking, rust stains, and etc. So if we know the deterioration mechanism, and we can able to identify those gaps, and we can able to improve our specifications. So once we are very clear in the specifications, I think we can expect the expected design service life. So durability, it is the ability of a structure or a material to last for a long time, that is longer service life without significant deterioration. So my talk is specific to rebar corrosion, because if you see this pie chart, most of the structures, you can see this blue one, 60 to 70% of the structures are deteriorating mainly from the corrosion point of view. But in actual practice, the reinforcement bar that is placed embedded inside the concrete, it is not exposing to outside environment. But even then, why the reinforcement is corroding? So that is where we should think of. So these are some of the durability issues. The most important one is corrosion of steel in reinforced concrete, sulfate attack, alkali aggregate, freeze dump. There are some other durability issues. So for all these to occur, for all these to happen, so penetration of some deteriorating agents into the concrete. So something has to go inside the concrete, then only the concrete will get deterioration, even the corrosion also. So these are some of the deteriorating agents: chloride ion, carbon dioxide, sulfates, etc. So that means the important thing is we have to make a structure which is more impermeable. The concrete should be impermeable. So if we take care of the permeability of concrete, I think most of the durability issues can be eliminated. So that is what I want to emphasize. That means the durability of concrete structure interrelated to the penetration of different deteriorating agents, And finally, that is depending on the transport mechanisms of concrete. So you can see here, these are some of the primary mechanisms, transport mechanisms in the concrete. So one is capillary action, permeation, that is fluid flow under pressure, flow under a concentration gradient, that we say diffusion. The other one is migration. So these are some of the durability tests that are available internationally. So on the right column, you can see standard literature, that is ASTM-C 1202, NT Build 492, etc. So these are some of the durability parameters that can be evaluated on the concrete. So when you design a concrete, you try to ensure these durability parameters, whether you are achieving in the laboratory or not. And we have to take the variability of the site conditions. So if we take these things into account when we are designing the concrete and also when we are writing our specifications, I think we can ensure that the as-built structure will be lost for the expected design life. So now what we are doing in most of the times, we are giving some specifications, that is maximum water cement ratio, minimum cement content, grade of concrete. Okay. But the acceptance criteria, most of the times we follow the cube strength, that is the standard cube strength that we cast in the laboratory, means under standard conditions. But is this reflecting on the as-built structure? That we have to see. Because as-built structure is different, the cube that we are casting in the laboratory is different. That means on the cube, we are ensuring 100%, what can I say, the compaction, curing, everything. But whereas on as-built structure, are we maintaining the same things? So one of the main reasons for the deterioration is inadequate acceptance criteria. So that is where my focus is. So that we have to improve our specifications, where we have to bring these durability or transport mechanisms into picture. So, you know, a specification is a set of instructions from the owner to the concrete constructor or contractor, we can say. So if we improve those specifications, okay, if we improve those specifications, we can expect a desired or the expected service life. So I'm just running through. So prescriptive specifications, I was telling, limiting the values for concrete mix composition and guidelines for the execution of or the construction process. So here you can see the compressive strength, whereas performance specification is a set of instructions that outlines the functional requirement of hardened concrete, depending on the application, means depending on your requirement. So whether you want to construct a bridge, for example, there the permeability of the water, the moisture entry is important. So their permeability we have to focus on. So whereas if you take another one, say here I am giving. So for example, in an apartment, columns, some are exterior columns, some are interior columns. So if the column is exterior one, it is exposed to outside environment, rain, chlorides or sulfates. Okay. So that we have to bring in when compared to the interior column. So that means depending on the importance or the requirement, we have to change our specifications. So when you are moving to the performance-based specifications, so here everybody is accountable, right from the owner to the contractor or constructor. So everybody is accountable. So when we know our responsibilities, then the specifications will come in good way. And also when the constructor is not fulfilling the specifications, I think we have to put some penalties also. So then only some improvement will be there. So here the performance, how we will ensure. So some tests are available. So those tests, if we do on the as-built structure, on actual structure, then we will be able to know. So if the structure is not meeting those requirements, then either we can put some penalties on the constructor and also ask him to do some repair at the initial instance itself. And these are some ways procedures to improve the performance-based specifications. So RILAM TC 230 is already published in the year 2016. So a lot of explanations, different durability parameters, tests, methods are available. So one can go through that one. So one observation we found is in applying durability specification is the lacking of acceptance criteria. So unlike concrete compressive strength, so when you take any durability parameter, any test parameter where, for example, RCPT, that rapid chloride permeability test, the variability is more. So that also we have to take into account when we are specifying our specifications. So therefore, appropriate acceptance criteria needed to be identified for different durability parameters. So this, everybody, all stakeholders has to be sit together, right from the designer, owner, the contractor, sit together, and these parameters have to be evaluated. So if they are not meeting, or if the specifications are not achieving, so what has to be done? What precaution or what corrective measures to be taken? That also to be clearly explained during the initial specifications itself. And also some durability tests can be conducted to pre-qualify the concrete mixes. As we know that M40 grade concrete, M50. So like that, from the durability point of view also, we have to fix some parameters. So some studies carried out at CRC, at least to make or to find a durable concrete. So where we have taken this RCPT, means rapid chloride permeability test, and RCMT, rapid chloride migration test. These two tests have been carried out to decide the durability performance of a particular mix. So here we have taken two types of cements. One is OPC and the other one is PPC. Just by changing the cement alone, and the durability performance is significantly improved. So that means when we are going for durable concrete structure, so keeping the strength constant, that means we are not compromising about the strength. So in addition to the strength, so we should have to look for the durability parameters. And here another study we did, best repair scheme to improve the water tightness of some IDCT, that is induced drop cooling tower, reinforced concrete. Just soon after commissioning, the agency found some what can say, moisture ingress and rust stains just after 3-4 years only after construction. Actually, the expected service life was a minimum of 50 years. So the lacuna or the drawback is the specifications are not up to the mark. So we are mostly depending on the strength of concrete, the grade of concrete. So in addition to that, if we put like some durability parameters, so mostly the permeability of concrete, if we able to ensure, I think we can improve the quality of construction and at the same time the durability or the service life of the structure. So here 3 different schemes we have adopted in the laboratory, and we found 3 types of tests. One is RCPT, rapid chloride permeability, rapid chloride migration, and the other one is oxygen permeability index. So where the carbon dioxide or some gaseous industrial environment is there, so in such cases we have to go for the oxygen permeability index test also to showcase the performance of different materials. And based on extensive experimental study and also the lot of in situ condition assessment studies carried out by SCRC. So we are proposing this type of tests. So when a structure, when the as-built structure is in chloride induced environment, because the service life means where the structure is getting exposed, where you are building the structure, whether it is exposing to acidic environment or chemical environment or marine environment or industrial environment. So based on that, we have to decide the parameters. So in case of chloride induced environment, in addition to strength, so we are recommending the RCMT and also the concrete cover thickness. these two are the additional test parameters one has to conduct. And in the case of fluoride induced environment, OPI, that is oxygen permeability index, in addition to minimum compressive strength and concrete cover thickness. So we know that concrete core, that is the strength of concrete, you can get, means that is useful for load transfer point of view. Okay? In the design and analysis, we are taking the grade of concrete. But from the durability point of view, the cover concrete is very, very important. So if we ensure the quality of cover concrete or the design thickness, the required thickness of cover concrete, I think we can ensure the durability of concrete, or we can expect the expected service life of the RC structure, as built RC structure. So that is what we are suggesting. In addition to the strength, minimum 2 durability test parameters. One is the permeability, the quality of cover concrete. Other one is the cover concrete thickness itself. So if we are able to make those two things, I think we can expect a design or the expected service life of the as-built RC structure. So these are the conclusions. Durability of RC structure received a greater attention. So it is not only here, entire globally this discussion is going on. So prescriptive to performance-based specifications. So a noticeable shift is observed from prescriptive to performance-based specifications. So in performance-based specifications, the emphasis will be on the quality of final product, that is the as-built concrete. And the quality can be measured in terms of durability parameters. So the acceptance criteria for durability tests can be established with due care based on the importance or requirements of the structure or the structural members and pre-built concrete mix evaluation. That means in the laboratory, we design M40 grade concrete, M50 grade concrete. So similarly, we have to ensure some of the durability parameters. So as I was telling, a durability criterion is suggested for structures exposed to chloride or carbon-induced environments towards enhancing the service life. So with this, I will close my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar Sambuju. I'm sorry I could not introduce him. He is a chief scientist working at Structural Engineering Research Center at Chennai. And he has published 125 papers in journals and conferences, 200 R&D technical and consultancy reports, and he is a proud recipient of Achievement Award for Scientists. Is there any questions need to be answered by any speakers? I think it is time. At least one question for one speakers. There could be 4 questions. Yeah.
I have a question for the person from Dhanbad. You know, the blast.
Yeah.
Is he available for answering?
Online.
Hello. Is he available?
He requested him to be doing. Hello, bhaiya.
নামটা কি ভুলে গেছি।
Hey.
কি নাম ডক্টর? ব্লাস্টের শতদ্রু is Shatadru there? Shatadru Das Adhikar is not there. Sorry, then I don't have a question.
Any questions for Ishwaran?
Lord.
Yeah, please. उसको दे दो.
I don't have a question. In fact, I'd like to thank Mr. Ishwaran for accepting the invitation to come and make a presentation. Excellent presentation, and really proud of, like our country is proud of the way this, cricket stadium has been produced. Apart from that Statue of Unity, which you people have been doing, and excellent presentation, and we are very happy about it. No questions about it.
I have a small question. You see, the entire design had been done by you? And was there a proof consultant? Was there a second? Because these are very unusual design. Now, how did you sort of finalize?
Yes, sir.
schemes?
Sir, good question, sir. Am I audible? Yeah. Sir, actually, Mr. Hegde is sitting nearby. His consultancy is one of the checking person. STUP consultant was PMC design approval for that. That's the first place. In addition to that, our company told to have a check along with IIT Madras. Dr. Meher Prasad has checked and cleared that. For grandstand and peculiar connections, we had tied with a German consultant. It has been appointed separately. He has done a lot of stadiums in abroad. His name is BSP, BSP consultant. Sorry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. SPB. We engaged him and he has done his review, entire review of the total bowel structure. He has given independent review of majorly, I can tell you, the grandstand, the human comfort criteria and connections design. And if there is any improvement can be done, the detailing can be improved. That way he has given. Therefore, I can proudly say that my company will not leave this as a very simple because it's India's proud and we tested in real time. I can tell you that any structure will not be tested, might have not been tested like this. The next day of the construction, this has been fully loaded, I can say fully loaded and tested for all the functions, structurally, functionally. Because India topmost persons like Narendra Modi and US President visited and Trump event has been conducted and both the political leader were there at the center of the ground and 110,000, more than that I can tell you. People came and they sat and enjoyed and evacuated within 15 minutes. Therefore, this structure has been proved for his performance in the day one itself before hosting the event. Therefore, these are the things I can tell you that even client has some question that how the crowd movement will be there. The client also got satisfied. This is the way which I can tell you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, again, not a question. I also want to have some comments on this Motera Stadium. You see, unfortunately, we structural engineers or civil engineers, we are always in the news only when there is some collapse. And this is one occasion where, so much of work has been done and the nation is proud, as Mr. Hegde mentioned. Whereas the common man do not know about this, engineering work which has been done. So L&T should do something, or maybe this institution or other associations can provide a platform. And it's not just sharing this information and knowledge only with the engineering fraternity. I think even the public should know the engineering which is involved and how the Indian engineers, contractors, designers have contributed in the success of this kind of work. I think somehow or the other that should come in the society. And if some effort is made by L&T on this, I will be very happy. And I can tell you in Indian Association of Structural Engineers, I can provide you the platform. We can have a full one-day session on Motera Stadium covering everything. Someday we can talk separately, but definitely we can provide this.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. From our company.
In fact, this is a request I have already made to Mr. Sthalodipti Shah and other people in L&T, that FIB is a platform which requires some, firm support.
Yes, sir.
And it's an organization like L&T who does so much of concrete work and of course steel work also. It is, I would say, their corporate social responsibility to support such events or hold the hand of the organization like Institute of India, so that the capability of Indians are reflected. This FIB the compendium which we have brought out, the national event. I mean, it is we who persuaded you to give this information on Motera Stadium, on the Statue of Unity, because again, as a part of award judging committee, we had received these details, and that's how we knew, and that's how we have included this in our report. Now, here is an issue of industry and institutional collaboration. Only then we can reflect the capability of engineers to the global audience. It is very necessary. I would request you to convey this to
Yes, sir.
the
Noted,
higher
sir. Yeah,
echelons of
noted, sir. Both
L&T.
are telling the same thing. Yes, yes.
Concur with Bhavik and also Anita. What I just suggest here, sir, in this occasion. Anyhow, we have this FIB. We wanted to go around this country and say what our India has done in this structural field. What are the structures we have built? Be the engineer, maybe structural engineer, maybe civil engineer. As Bhavik has said, we will come in the limelight only when it is just collapsed or something happens. Or there is some even natural calamity may damage the bridge. But at that time, there will be big news in the paper, about the engineers. But nobody appreciates. These engineers have contributed to this country or to the world, that these are the things. Therefore, why we cannot take a decision to move around all the states with the achievements of the engineers, and we can take the help of the L&T and Afghans and so many companies and so many construction companies who can sponsor us these programs and arrange in every state center one-day program. Invite L&T, invite Afghans. Even the Nagpur work is also very interesting, sir. I was in Nagpur on 4th of this month. We had been to council meeting. So I had an occasion to go through Swaminarayan temple en route this double decker. After that, I just saw what is this in Nagpur, this double decker has been constructed. Afterwards, I came to know, no, it is because of Gadkari. Not only Gadkari, it is a very congested area. Even Gadkari lives in a very marketplace city. I am told he will just park his car almost 200 meters away from his house. From there, he will walk into his house. Recently, somebody told me, no, he is trying to vacate that market and construct a house. This is one aspect. The second thing is, recently he came to Bangalore 4 days back and he had a meeting. At that time, he had an approach that he was suggesting that double-decker construction for our Bangalore city also. So likewise, there are appreciation even at the top level. Particularly this Gadkari is appreciated on behalf of the Indian Federation. I was also regarding the celebration of Parent's birthday on the 6th of September. And immediately he just called his private secretary and told him to see that the order is issued by tomorrow. That's how the order was also issued. That's why there are people to respect us. But as Bhavik said, it has to go to the common man also. What engineers have done in this country.
In a confessional mode, sir, we have to admit that we engineers have not been socially responsible. We have not tried to publicize our work to the society at large. Every engineering event has a social angle. You build a bridge, you help so many people. You build a road, you give opportunity to so many people and you induce development. But we engineers never go for that.
I think, so I'm thankful to the speakers for had a very interesting session. Even though it is the last session, that too between 4:30 and 6:30, but I think we all enjoyed and we got a lot of information, particularly from Afghans and L&T, and also regarding the deterioration. Mr. Bhaskar gave a lot of information about the performance-based specification, and our boss also gave very interesting information that structures are to be designed for the blasting loads also. So once again, I thank all the speakers and also the delegates and members of our FIB and all our well-wishers who have attended this program right from morning till this time. So I will hand it over to our SDG.
Okay.
Thanks will be given by our SDG.
This is an interesting session, no doubt. But you see, actually, up to second technical session, we could maintain our time. But in this session, we have far exceeded the time. Anyway, actually, I must thank Mr. Nagraj for being the coordinator of the session, and there has been good presentations. And one important point has been raised by Alok Bhogme. And in my thinking and my understanding, possibly Indian media and Indian politicians, they're not interested about what is being done by the engineers and others and the good things, but they are definitely all are interested in wrong things that is going on. Anyway, actually, it should come in the media, and people should know about it. Now, I would request our Shishir Banerjee, past chairman, to present a memento to the coordinator, Mr. Nagraj, and also to the speakers, all the speakers present here. And all the speakers present here, Amar Singh Raut, Mr. Sarvajit Rai Chaudhary, Mr. Eshwaran Ramamurthy, Dr. Bhaskar Sangoju. With this, we close. With this, we close the third technical session. And now I will invite Major General Saili, a decorated officer of Indian Army, and Secretary and Director General of the Institution of Engineers, for proposing vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks and acknowledge the contribution of all those who have been involved and also those who have joined us today in this 5th Days 2022 celebration hosted by the Indian Member Committee of the Federation International du Béton at Kolkata. It has been such an honor to be part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the Institution of Engineers India, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Akio Kasuga, President FIB, and Dr. Fernandez Ordonez, Secretary General FIB, who have kindly consented to be the chief guest and guest of honor respectively in the inaugural session of the program. I must mention the patronage and guidance received from Dr. H.O. Thackeray, President IAI and Chairman IMC FIB, Mr. Shishir Kumar Banerjee, past President IAI and Co-Chair IMC FIB, as well as other members of the IMC FIB towards the successful conduct of this event. The presence of immediate past presidents, president-elect, vice president, and council members of the institution has also inspired us all. My sincere thanks to the invited international speakers, Mr. Hiro Shinozaki, Mr. Taku Matsuda from Sumitomo Mitsui Construction Company Limited, Japan, Professor Johann Kolliger, Institute of Structural Engineering, TU Vienna, Austria, and Mr. Eric V. Poriuns, Team Leader, Longspan Bridges, Norconsult AS, Bergen, Norway, for inspiring us with your outstanding works
in the concrete sector. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the other speakers from the country, Dr. Ajay Chaurasia, CSIR, Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee, Dr. Satadru Das Adhikari, Assistant Professor, IIT ISM Dhanbad, Dr. Bhaskar Sangoju, CSIR Structural Engineering Research Center, Taramani, Chennai, Mr. Sandeep Todankar, representative from Spectro Techno Consultants Private Limited, Mr. Amar Singh B. Raut, and Mr. Sarabjit Roy Chaudhary from FCONS Infrastructure Limited for gracing the occasion and sharing their opinions today. Your thoughts have enlightened us and provided us with a comprehensive insight into the concrete construction technology. I am grateful to Mr. Stalapati Saha, Vice President and Head Public Space and Airports, SBG Larsen and Toubro Limited, for attending this event in person, finding time out of his busy schedule. An event of this magnitude cannot happen without the support of our collaborators and sponsors. I must mention the names of our collaborator, Larsen and Toubro Limited, sponsors GPT Infra Projects Limited and SP Singla Construction Private Limited, co-sponsor Shankar Narayana Constructions Private Limited. Thank you for taking the time and energy to invest in our vision and our event. Your support was integral towards hosting of this event in a befitting manner. Our sincere thanks to the Chairman and Honorary Secretary of West Bengal State Center, State Committee members for their gracious presence and cooperation. My heartfelt thanks to heads of various departments and staff of II headquarters who have all worked very hard for successful hosting of this event. I must extend my sincere thanks to all the participants, including representatives from Public Works Department, Government of West Bengal, who have actively participated in this event. Finally, I would also like to thank all of you present here for taking the time out to be with us today and helping us make this event a grand success. Thank you one and all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Sally, for your giving vote of thanks. Now I would request Shishir Banerjee for presenting a memento to General Sally, our with this.
Before we formally conclude, I would just request our past president, Mr. Shishi Kumar Banerjee, to hand over a small token memento to Mr. SP Datta, who has anchored throughout the day for the different technical sessions. And I would request, sir, to please hand over this to Mr. Datta. Thank you, sir. So with this, we'll be concluding for today's event. And thank you very much. And this event is already there in the YouTube, II YouTube channel. So if you can find time, you can please go through it. Those who have missed any part, you can just have a follow through after that. Thank you, sir. And good night, sir.